Drunken Peasants Podcast.
I gotta get away with this.
No! Say, man, you got a joint? No, not on me, man.
I don't have facts to back this up.
It'd be a lot cooler if you did.
That's true.
Sometimes I cry.
Oh!
Lick my butthole, he laughed.
From the strangest corners of the internet, here to bring you opinions of the world from an altered perspective. Here are your hosts, the Drunken Peasants.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Drunken Peasants Podcast. This is episode 1040. We're back again with another Saturday bonus show. And we'd like to welcome all of you in the DP universe back for another Saturday bonus show. The generous contributions from viewers like you are the reason we get to do this every week for the past several years, and we appreciate it. We're going to get into a lot of amazing content tonight. First, if any of you notice that I have a speech impediment tonight, it's because I decided at 41 years old to get clear braces. So I have those Invisalign aligners on my teeth right now. It's my first day, and I'm having trouble a little bit. It's very noticeable to me.
I thought maybe you just had a Werther's Original in.
My favorite candy, actually. Yeah, my lower teeth could use a little adjustment. Actually, my upper teeth need it too. They're like, well, if we're gonna do the lower teeth, you're gonna have to move the upper teeth a little bit too to make them match. So I got them on right now, but my lower teeth are the more messed up teeth. So yeah, it's okay. My tongue is learning how to move differently to say the same words. It's kind of like that guy that put rocks in his mouth to learn how to speak better, I think, like King's Speech or something like that.
I did similar things, but Dwayne Johnson wasn't too happy about it.
Did you know that squirrels try to kill and eat baby birds?
It doesn't surprise me.
So for the past several weeks, I've had a nest of baby birds right out front of my living room window. Right, my front window, right outside my living room. And I watched the birds over a period of days build the nest. And then the female laid one egg a day, 4 days in a row. 4 perfect little blue robin eggs.
Beautiful blue robin eggs.
Yeah, and then
Billy boy, I have COVID-22.
Oh, hope you get better.
You to tell me to get better.
Get better,
Brittany. You gotta get better. That's COVID-2 too.
Yeah.
That's the deuce.
So
you'll be good.
So some little squirrel today was trying to kill I took this picture literally right out of my window. Some jerk squirrel came around and was trying to get to the babies. So I scared the squirrel away. I am the defender of the little baby birdies.
These little blue bird eggs remind me of Elon Musk, and these squirrels are the evil liberals attacking Twitter because he just want to spend his billions of dollars to buy a safe space for the chuds out there.
So, and you can literally, the one on the lower right is literally hatching while I took the photo.
It's doing a little hatch.
Yeah, it's hatching. And then the one on the left at the point I had taken the photo had not yet hatched, but today I think is hatching day for all 4 of them.
Oh.
Yeah.
That's right out here. You know, this is episode 1040.
1040.
10-4 is good buddy day. So this is a good buddy show. You're out here being a good buddy to these birdies. This is a good buddy show.
I don't know.
The Good Buddy Show. I think that you done a good thing. This would be a mitzvah, right? You did a mitzvah for these birds. That's sweet.
Yep.
Sweet boy, Ben.
You know,
get rid of them squirrels.
So we were doing an experiment just now. We'll let all of you know. We were seeing how long we could go before our green $sign, which meant the video was fully monetized, turned to yellow. And it seems like it might have been the mention of the virus that might have
possibly. I said Covey though.
You know what? It's smarter than you think it is.
You also did say the K word right there. That might have been a trigger.
The K word?
The KILL. We have to spell it out like the YouTube algorithm is children.
I don't know if it's that sensitive, but maybe. But I think I don't know. I think it's the C word that triggers it.
Maybe
that's what I think.
Maybe we have to talk like we're
what
children.
Was the other thing you said? Because you got loud and repeated the same word like 5 times.
Mitzvah?
Yeah.
You think they're
know.
Against the?
You said chuds too. Is that a weird word? Do they not like that?
I don't know. Are they against chud?
I don't know. All I know is I did tap by myself for like 3 hours this past Monday, and I managed to keep it green forever. And then I accidentally said the F word, and then it changed like instantly. Like it because what it's doing is it's using the same system that it uses to generate closed captioning.
Yeah.
So it keeps track of everything we say, and it's fairly accurate. So I don't know. I wish they would just be more forthright and be like, you can't say this. If you gave me a list of things I can't say, I would avoid saying them.
If it's mitzvah, we're gonna have a problem. Mitzvah's a good thing.
Okay. Glad. So I put up a poll. Can Johnny Depp win the trial? So, I mean, technically anything's possible, but the question isn't whether or not you think he's in the right here. The question is, are the jurors going to unanimously rule out that there was no abuse of any kind throughout their relationship from him? Because that's all they have to prove. And the word abuse is getting parsed too. Like, Johnny Depp's team's like, well, they mean physical abuse. Amber Heard was talking about physical abuse, not verbal. But her side is like, well, you heard him be verbal, so now you can't deny that he was verbally abusive, and this is about abuse, right? So it all comes down to how I think it's 7 people, I think it's 7 people interpret this evidence. And we're going to look at the closing arguments in a few here.
He's already won the court of public opinion. Like, the majority of people are like, feel bad that they jumped on his crap in 2016, and now they're over loving him. They're like, oh, Johnny Depp, she was so mean to you.
That's why I never jump on this stuff when it comes out like this, because it's ridiculous. I mean, when anything happens, like when the Bill Cosby and Harvey Weinstein stuff happened, it created such a media buzz that of course you're going to get copycats, and of course just like anything, you're going to have people take advantage of it. It happens with anything like this. You're going to have copycats and people using it to their advantage. And it created an environment where when a woman accused a man of something, it was believed first and foremost. And then and even if it was proven wrong, the retraction would get way less attention than the original accusation. And that's very dangerous. That's very dangerous territory, especially to someone who's a public figure whose reputation is part of their job.
Yeah. And I think that they knew exactly what they were doing when they pushed this agenda.
Yes.
It was a power play, not just Amber Heard, but the entire community that was finding a new way to garner power.
Yes.
It was the point.
I mean, there's no denying that there were people who did call out horrible things that happened to them.
Of course.
But we shouldn't approach every situation the same way. We need to look at each situation as if on its own merits. We need to look at it as a new situation, totally separate from the other ones, different people involved, different circumstances, different evidence. We can't be like, oh, well, this is a man and a woman, and we've seen this over here where this happened, so we know what happened with this one because we've seen it already. It's not the same thing.
I think that a big takeaway from all of this is we have spent, 6 years with this movement, And I don't know if there was any real movement to the movement.
There wasn't. No, there wasn't. There was no actual movement.
I feel like we got Bill Cosby locked up.
He
and
got
he's
out. Yeah,
Weinstein's
but that was
still fighting, right?
I mean, he probably won't get out.
He
Cosby, it was a technicality. They lied to him.
Yeah, but those guys, they definitely did, like, I think Weinstein did big crimes.
As far
Cosby
as I know,
definitely was drugging and abusing.
he admitted to that.
Yeah. So it's like that type of stuff. That's not part of a real movement. That's just due process. We got Epstein hung up, but that was after what was a huge trial in the 2000s that got swept under the rug.
It's funny how you call Epstein, but you call Weinstein, Weinstein.
Huh. I think that Weinstein just rhymes, so it sounds better that way.
But it's Weinstein.
Probably,
It's
yeah.
a Jewish name.
I like
Steen.
I like the rhyming though. I think that's why I go with that on Weinstein. I
Okay.
think. Epstein though, it's got a whole different flow to it.
Okay. Yeah, they both end with Steen.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. You know, the evidence played out in court. Weinstein was one of the biggest producers in Hollywood. He had a lot of people working for him and a lot of people in his sphere. So that was a case of an ultimate power play. You know,
He had the weirdest cameo on the Barbie cartoon.
yeah, we
too.
watched that.
That was so weird.
Yeah.
It's like, why do you want to put yourself as a cameo in the Barbie
Someone
cartoon?
sucking up to him may have put him in there.
Oh, he probably
someone under
greenlit
him.
it. It was probably
of course he
probably under
greenlit
his company. I
They
don't
were-
know exactly.
They were
but
like, "Guess what, boss? We're gonna write you in." And he's like, "Oh, okay."
he's
And
like,
they-
you know what? I would really love to be in that Barbie cartoon.
he did his own voice in it.
Yeah.
It was weird. It
Could
was
you
kinda
tell
weird.
the young girls what a great Hollywood mover and shaker I am?
I mean, he literally was though.
That's what the character was too.
Yeah.
It was him talking to these Barbie girls, and these Barbie girls like, "Oh my God, that's director Harvey Weinstein. If you get with him, he'll be the best for your career." And all these little girls, a new generation is learning of this troll-faced monster, which I can say because his face is very trollish. And collectively, people think he's a monster. But it's pretty rough, dude.
So
Damn
yeah,
you,
I
son.
think we don't know the demographics of this jury. We don't know what people's biases may be. And I think on average a lot of people are dumb, and it has to be unanimous. And they've already sat through like a whole month of court.
What's
people
unanimous?
are itching to get out of there. Everyone,
It's
100%.
100%.
100% of them have to vote one way. That means if there's outliers, they have to be convinced. And they're tired of being there. I would want to get out of there and go home. You know what I mean? So, and I'm just like, see, I've watched most of this trial, and I looked at stuff long before this news broke, like when the accusations were first made. And I didn't buy it from the beginning. Like I said, I don't buy into this stuff just on someone's word, especially when there's bad blood there. When there's bad blood, it's a lot easier to lie about someone, for one thing. So I didn't buy into it. And then more and more stuff came out that shows she's a psycho. So my position on that is that if this was a criminal trial, Johnny Depp would be found not guilty. But because we don't do things that way anymore, someone makes the accusation and forces someone to sue them. Then the burden of proof is on them at that point.
Yeah.
He's proving he didn't do something, which is a lot harder to do than prove that someone else did do something. You know, it's on him to prove he didn't do it, which is ridiculous.
It's good for Johnny Depp whether he wins or loses. Like, the American public has resoundingly like remembered that they love him.
I think this is good. This is good for him, whether he wins or loses.
Yeah.
I don't know. He'll never get the full amount. He
doesn't need the money, right? He needs the public to remember him and love him again. He needs to be able to get those jobs coming in again. People are going to want to work with him. They're going to remember, why they loved watching him. They're going to say, he really got a bum rap. I saw the entire case. And then they're going to say, we want to put him in big movies again. We want to bring back Pirates of the Caribbean. We want Jack Sparrow to be our man again. That's how he's really going to win, regardless of the outcome of this case.
Yeah. She can't even pay $7 million in 4 years. She's never going to pay $40 million or $50 million or whatever the asking award is. I believe there will be a decision as to how much of that to give him if he does win, but
yeah, the way it's set up, it's definitely in her favor. The decision is in her favor.
Yeah. Like, and not everyone has Johnny Depp money to take everyone who lies about them to court to clear their name and put them on the stand and have them answer for what they said and have them show evidence, and there's actual consequences for what you say.
Not everybody can get lawyers quick enough to defend these actions either. Like, his lawyer team has been on point. They've been very assertive towards, why doesn't she have lawyers half as good as his? Those are just better lawyers.
I mean, in part, they don't have much to work with. I mean, you can be a good lawyer, but if you don't have the evidence to work with, your case isn't going to go anywhere.
Boom, boom. Congasm says, put that Streamlabs link right up top of the description. It took me 5 seconds to try and find it.
5 seconds?
Yeah,
Is that a long time?
It's not optimal. If you guys want to give donos, all you need to do is go to the Streamlabs link in the description.
I'll
chuck us some buckers.
Yeah.
Because it's we want to hit this goal tonight. We started a little early today just to give a fresh face and new eyes. That means those of you that normally don't like the stream need to start liking the stream. We have minimal amounts of likes, and we want to get even more. We want all the likes. That's what we want, is 1 million likes. But yeah. DJ Sten says 80-20 Amber.
Chuck and Bucks.
Odds. Chucker box.
Did you see yesterday, while Amber Heard's team was making part of their closing statement, an Amber Alert went off and everyone's phones started going off. Yeah.
That's comedy.
Amber Alert.
Did you know the closing day of this case was the 6-year anniversary of the day that she went into the damn jury or to the court to report her bruise on her face as an attack?
Yes.
6 days after Johnny Depp had left the country to film in the UK, had signed 6 years ago.
And she always picked specific days.
Yeah.
That is the telltale of an insane, vindictive bitch. They pick a day that's significant to you to fuck with you publicly.
And what day was that specifically to Johnny Depp?
Was it his daughter's birthday?
His daughter's birthday.
Yeah.
That they had a problem with in this court case. We saw the problem she had with his daughter. And she's like, oh, well, that right there, my friends, is rough.
There was also like the release of
funny.
There was a release of a movie on a day that she did some stuff too.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I think that she had like an announcement days before the Aquaman 2 gimmick or the Aquaman 1 gimmick before the Aquaman was going to be released. But that seems like it was almost like a Me Too powered press release.
Yeah. Power press release. All right, let's take a look at some of this footage here, right here. Oh, actually, this whole trial, I've been watching Amber Heard write. And I'm like, what the fuck is she writing? Because she's constantly writing. This video answers.
Does she have a pan? It says, Amber, you should touch the paper with your pan. If she's not going to touch the paper with her pen, maybe she should touch the paper with her pan.
Okay, but the point is, she's writing nothing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Nothing.
Well, if she was going to write something, they would use it against her in court. So she's very smart.
I did this in elementary school when I was pretending to take notes. Like, yeah, I'm taking notes. She's literally doing that as a 30-year-old woman in court.
37, right?
Well, I didn't mean literally 30.
Oh.
I just meant in her 30s.
Yeah. Yeah. She's just
I don't
living
think
her
she's
best
37,
life.
though, is
She's
she?
living, yeah, I think she's 37 right now. She's just out here living her best life. Maybe I'm wrong. I thought she was 37.
She's 36. Close enough.
Okay. She's just living her best life, fake writing on a paper. Maybe she's got invisible ink and she's trying to one-up the stenographer with secret messages.
On the jury instructions, okay? All right. Okay, we're ready for the jury.
Let me get, let's skip ahead a little bit here.
Accused of abuse. Then 2 years or what? There, I don't need to write down exactly what I say right now because you'll all have copies of them, but I would ask for your attention while I read them to you, okay? With respect to the instructions that I'm about to give you, you may note that some of them are numbered and some of them are lettered at the top, and that the numbers and letters do not necessarily follow in any sequence or any order. Do not concern yourself with that. Some might even be missing, but just consider only the body or text of the instruction, not the headings, okay? All right, now some of the instructions may appear to be in conflict. This is because the court cannot predict your findings of fact. Therefore, the court must instruct you, the jury, on the applicable law under both the plaintiff's and the defendant's theory of the case, okay? All right. You have been chosen and sworn as jurors in this case to try the issues of facts presented. You must consider and decide this case fairly and impartially. You are to perform this duty without bias or prejudice as to any party. All persons stand equal before the law and are entitled to the same treatment under the law. Our system of law does not permit jurors.
But yes, choosing days to release public slander is a tactic used by abusive people and liars.
To be governed by sympathy, prejudice, or public opinion. Both of the parties and the public expect that you will carefully and impartially consider all the evidence in the case, follow the law as stated by the court, and reach a just verdict regardless of the consequences. You are the judges of the facts, the credibility of the witnesses, and the weight of the evidence. You may consider the appearance and manner of the witnesses on the stand, their intelligence, their opportunity for knowing the truth and for having observed the things about which they testified, their interest in the outcome of the case, their bias, and if any have been shown, their prior inconsistent statements, or whether they have knowingly testified untruthfully as to any material fact in the case. You may not arbitrarily disregard believable testimony of a witness. However, after you have considered all the evidence in the case, then you may accept or discard all or part of the testimony of a witness as you think proper. You are entitled to use your common sense in judging any testimony. From these things and all the other circumstances of the case, you may determine which witnesses are more believable and weigh their testimony accordingly. You must not base your verdict in any way upon sympathy, bias, guesswork, or speculation.
They say this, but it happens anyway.
Your verdict must be based solely upon the evidence and instructions of the court. Your verdict must be based on the facts as you find them and on the law contained in all of these instructions. With respect to plaintiff John C. Depp II's claims against defendant Amber Laura Heard, the issues in this case are summarized below. Number one, whether Ms. Heard made or published any of the following statements. A, Amber Heard, I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath that has to change.
I'm such a hero.
B, then 2 years ago, I became a public figure representing domestic abuse, and I felt the full force of our culture's wrath for women who speak out. C, I had the rare vantage point of seeing in real time how institutions protect men accused of abuse. Number two, do any of Ms. Heard's statements imply or insinuate anything about Mr. Depp?
No institutions protected him. He got fired. He was guilty until proven innocent for most of the jobs that he was associated with.
Number three, were Ms. Heard's statements seen by anyone other than Mr. Depp? Number four, did Ms. Heard's statements convey a defamatory implication to someone who saw them other than Mr. Depp? Number five, are the implications or insinuations about Mr. Depp in Ms. Heard's statements false? Number six, did Ms. Heard make the statements with actual malice? Number 7, if Mr. Depp is entitled to recover, what is the amount of Mr. Depp's damages? On these issues, Mr. Depp has the burden of proof. Your decisions on these issues must be governed.
See, the burden of proof is shifted to the accused rather than the accuser.
Well, he's accusing her of defamation, right? That's what this trial's about. So he has to prove that she defamed him.
And the only way to do that is to prove that he didn't abuse her. Because it's not defamation if she's telling the truth.
And there seems to be no actual evidence of abuse for him.
So the burden of proof, well, they're trying to argue that the verbal abuse is the abuse.
But she said physical abuse, right?
She said, but
like,
listen to the closing argument. That's what they're trying to say. And basically they're saying if they can find even one instance believable, one instance of abuse.
I think that the idea that his verbal abuse wasn't anything more than a quarrel banter, because every time that he got out of his comfort zone, he would try and leave and she'd chase him around. I think that right there is proof that he wasn't abusive. He was just using heated language that they seemed to have a rapport with each other and would do it back and forth. Like they were open to that
She even
anger.
created new allegations that were not even mentioned before this trial, like the bottle thing that had never been mentioned before. But doing it this way shifts the burden of proof on the person who's being accused. So instead of the way it should have been, where she reported it to the cops and they arrested him and there was a criminal trial, he has to sue her. He has to have the money to sue her and then prove that she lied about him by proving he didn't abuse her. It should be the other way around. She should have to prove that he abused her, and then it's a criminal case, not a pay for a lawyer to clear your name case.
Yeah, that's usually been the way it's supposed to work up until recently, when we realized that there wasn't a lot of there was a lot of abuse that went unchecked because of these checks and balances. So like we're seeing these Weinstein, Epstein, Cosby stuff,
but they were all tried criminally.
Yeah, but we saw the 2003 Epstein trial didn't deliver any real punishment, and then it comes back around 15 years later.
Just because people get away with it doesn't mean we should turn the whole system around to a less just.
Doesn't mean we should, but that's why this got its movement. That's why it got its push, because people are like, we're tired of coming to you and you not listening. And so it went from we don't listen to women to we believe all women, and that's a huge jump it's a bad jump, because you can't believe all women.
You can't believe all anyone.
Exactly.
Like,
but you should listen to all women. We couldn't do that for the longest time, and that bit us in the ass.
By the instructions that follow. With respect to Ms. Heard's claims against Mr. Depp, the issues in this case are summarized below. Number 1, did Adam Waldman, while acting as an agent for Mr. Depp, make the following statements? A, Amber Heard and her friends in the media use fake sexual violence allegations as both a sword and shield, depending on their needs. They have selected some of her sexual violence hoax facts as a sword, inflicting them on the public and Mr. Depp. B, quite simply, this was an ambush, a hoax. They set Mr. Depp up by calling the cops, but the first attempt didn't do the trick. The officers came to the penthouses, thoroughly searched and interviewed, and left after seeing no damage to face or property. So Amber and her friends spilled a little wine and roughed the place up, got their story straight under the direction of a lawyer and publicist, and then placed a second call to 911. And C, we have reached the beginning of the end of Ms. Heard's abuse hoax against Johnny Depp. Number 2, are any of the statements about Ms. Heard? Number 3, were any of the statements seen by someone other than Ms. Heard? Number 4, are any of the statements false? Number 5, were any of the statements made with actual malice? Number 6, if Ms. Heard is entitled to recover, what is the amount of Ms. Heard's damages? On these issues, Ms. Heard has the burden of proof. Your decisions on these issues must be governed by the instructions that follow.
All right, let's see. Let's do the actual. Here comes Camille.
There you go. You got it. I think so. Okay. No, you had it for a second.
This trial has a bad sound guy.
Good morning. Thank you. Let's try that again. Good morning.
There has been some
On May
unpleasant
27th,
noises in the sound
2016,
throughout this trial.
Ms. Heard walked into a courthouse in Los Angeles, California, to get a no-notice ex-parte restraining order against Mr. Depp, and in doing so, ruined his life by falsely telling the world that she was a survivor of domestic abuse at the hands of Mr. Depp. Today, on May 27th, 2022, exactly 6 years later, we ask you to give Mr. Depp his life back by telling the world that Mr. Depp is not the abuser Ms. Heard said he is, and hold Ms. Heard accountable for her lies. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, as you probably know by now, my name is Camille Vasquez. On behalf of Mr. Depp
You may know
and
me
all my
as Hot
colleagues
Camille.
at Brown Rednick, I want to thank you deeply for your time and your service over these last 7 weeks. We understand that it probably has not been convenient for you to be here every day, and we are so grateful for your time and careful consideration of the evidence as you deliberate. After weeks of sitting in this courtroom, listening to testimony and looking at evidence, now it's time for you, the jury, to come to a decision. You have been entrusted with a serious task. What is at stake in this trial is a man's good name. Even more than that, what is at stake at this trial is a man's life.
His
The life
life?
that he lost when he was accused of a heinous crime, and the life he could live when he is finally vindicated.
Attempted murder.
Exactly 6 years ago
From
today,
Amber Heard.
on May
Character
27th,
assassination.
2016, Ms. Heard walked into court and filed a false report of domestic abuse against her husband of 15 months, Johnny Depp. The scene was a setup. She tipped off the paparazzi so they would be waiting. They knew exactly where she would pause, which side of her face.
Yeah, it's funny that the guy from TMZ came and testified too, and Amber Heard tried to be like, well, I don't, you know, the secret video of him like slamming the cabinets in the
Yeah.
kitchen? TMZ owns the copyright to that, and Amber Heard's like, well, I don't know how they got to own it. It's like, you took the video. You own it. If you take the video, you own the video. So how does it get sold to someone?
To photograph. And the photos captured what she wanted them to see, the image of a battered woman. What the paparazzi did not know is that the dark mark on her face mysteriously appeared 6 days after last seeing Mr. Depp. It was a lie. She knew it, Mr. Depp knew it, and the multiple witnesses you heard from who saw her that week of May 21st, 2016, also knew it.
Regardless of the outcome
the
of
world
the trial or any personal opinions of Depp or Heard, do you think the way the media has sensationalized and showcased this trial could potentially trivialize domestic abuse cases going forward or bring more attention to them?
I think that false accusations are the thing that trivialize actual domestic abuse more than anything else. That's my opinion.
The media does kind of dictate the public conversation, though. And for them to take these accusations to a worldwide level without doing the due diligence is just as dangerous as any media that gets things wrong and puts them out into the public opinion as fact when they haven't been proven.
The Me Too thing was part of the media because they were writing stories about it. And I mean, that's why Amber Heard's stuff got out there too. It was op-eds in Washington Post and other magazines.
Used to be held liable for printing things that were made false.
Well,
if you didn't do your due diligence.
He sued the UK magazine, but
And
lost. Yeah.
We saw what she wanted them to see.
That's another country's laws.
Donuts for Johnny. Amber Heard granted restraining order against Johnny Depp after domestic violence accusations. She's got the bruises on her face. Like, you can't say that, I was accusing him of verbal abuse when you have physical marks that you're trying to show.
Yeah, just wait till you hear her lawyers try to weasel out of this shit. That's proof that they don't really have much to work with. And they're like, well, you should just look at abuse across the board. Forget the fact that she had the bruise and she made up these R-word stories too. I mean,
2 years later,
Robert
when promoting the
Zemeckis?
biggest role of her career until this trial, Ms. Heard presented herself to the world as a public figure representing domestic abuse. The headline of the op-ed featured the term sexual violence, even though she had never before accused her ex-husband of such a heinous crime. Ms. Heard and her lawyers love to remind you of how the op-ed did not mention Mr. Depp by name. But Ms. Heard made sure that there would be no mistake about who she was referring to. She inserted 2 years ago, so the world would remember the photo of a battered woman, the mark on her face standing outside the courthouse, and they would once again see Mr. Depp as the villain, this time in full swing of the Me Too movement. But what was happening behind closed doors was quite different from what Ms. Heard presented to the world. The exact opposite, in fact. There is an abuser in this courtroom, but it is not Mr. Depp. And there is a victim.
someone named the Ranting Hick just said, not going to a doctor I get, but it's a fishy modern woman didn't snap a few pics of her broken face. You know, actually, she did go to a doctor, and the doctor recorded no injuries. She didn't report any, and the doctor didn't record any, seeing any.
Victim of domestic abuse in this courtroom.
You know, a lot of times when you go see a doctor, you get that survey. It's like a domestic abuse survey. Like, are you in fear for your life?
Yeah.
Like that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
But it is not Ms. Heard. The evidence presented at this trial has shown that Ms. Heard is in fact the abuser, and Mr. Depp the abused. As you heard from Mr. Depp and multiple other witnesses that testified under oath at this trial, Mr. Depp experienced persistent verbal, physical, and emotional abuse by Ms. Heard during their relationship. And when their relationship was over, Ms. Heard inflicted the greatest and cruelest injury of all. She publicly and falsely named Mr. Depp as the abuser. Ms. Heard never thought she would be held accountable, never thought that she would have to face her abuser. She never thought she would have her supposed mountain of evidence vetted. She never thought that Mr. Depp would tell you, the jury, and the world that he was the real victim of domestic abuse. She said it in her own words.
Yep. And then they play the audio.
Please tell people that it was a fair fight and see what the jury and judge think. Tell the world, Johnny. Tell them Johnny Depp.
See what the jury and judge thinks.
I'm a victim too of domestic violence, and
Yes.
I know it's a fair fight. And see how many people believe or...
See, she already was like, she was emboldened by the stuff we were talking about earlier.
Girl boss.
Yep, basically. Yeah, let's see you try that. Let's see. Yeah, try it.
At the start of this case, Mr. Chu and I stood before you to give you our opening statements on behalf of Mr. Depp. During that statement, we made promises to you about what the evidence would ultimately show at the end of this trial. We've kept those promises. One of those promises we made was that you would come to understand who Ms. Heard is, that she is a deeply troubled person, violently afraid of abandonment, desperate for attention and approval. And in her relationship with Mr. Depp, she was violent, she was abusive, and she was cruel. You heard from Dr. Shannon Curry, who explained that Ms. Heard suffers from borderline personality disorder and histrionic personality disorder. These are disorders that are characterized by anger, sometimes uncontrollable and explosive anger, and a powerful, sometimes desperate need for attention, acceptance, and approval. Fear of abandonment is the deepest fear. A person with these disorders will suffer from dramatically fluctuating moods and can sometimes be violent and aggressive. They can also be charming and likable, but they can be incredibly manipulative and wild. An emotional roller coaster with wild swings, from idolizing their partner to devaluing him. In fact, you saw that when she completed testing with her own forensic psychology expert, Dr. Dawn Hughes, Ms. Heard self-reported that she felt like she had 3 or 4 different personalities, and that sometimes her temper would explode and she'd completely lose control. You heard from multiple witnesses that Ms. Heard can be very pleasant, even charming. But you also heard from multiple witnesses and in audio recordings of Ms. Heard that she can be incredibly aggressive, violent, and cruel.
And we heard recordings of that.
You heard that even from her former assistant, Kate James, Ms. James testified that Ms. Heard would scream, yell, and send her barrages of text messages. In fact, Ms. Heard
Yeah, barrages of text messages, also telltale sign of a psycho.
testified that Ms. James testified that Ms. Heard literally spat in her face.
Spat in her
Ms. Heard's
face.
former best friend, Rocky Pennington, that Ms. Heard once hit her when Ms. Pennington did not do her best to meet Ms. Heard's needs. You also heard from Beverly Leonard that she once witnessed Ms. Heard assault her then partner in Seattle Airport in 2009.
Uh-oh.
And you heard from Mr. Depp that Ms. Heard used her sister Whitney as a punching bag, literally and figuratively. You also heard overwhelming evidence from Mr. Depp and the people that were around him and Ms. Heard during their relationship, that Mr. Depp suffered persistent verbal and physical abuse at the hands of Ms. Heard. You've heard evidence from Dr. Curry and the fact witnesses at this trial that Ms. Heard's deepest fear is one of abandonment, being left by Mr. Depp. Mr. Depp's greatest crime in her mind, the fault she confronts him with time and time again, is that he splits.
He splits.
He leaves the fight, especially when Ms. Heard gets physical.
Uh-oh.
And she couldn't stand it when he did. You heard from Ms. Heard yourselves in audio recordings how upsetting it was to her when Mr. Depp would split.
Yeah, she'd be like, "You're killing me." There was one where he was just like, "I just gotta go. I need to go." She's like, "You're killing me." Yeah.
I'm melting.
Basically.
I feel like it's your first thing. And it's unnecessary. It's not always you're splitting because there's blows or because there's...
It's not always you're splitting because there's blows. And not the good kinds.
Yelling or anything.
I can think of 2 good kinds of blows, and it was neither of those.
You split
They seem to have had
most
access to
times
them,
when
though.
I'm still speaking in this volume, and nothing has been thrown or hit or anything.
See, I'm quiet now, and I didn't even throw anything or hit you this time,
Not
and you
this
want to
time.
leave.
You saw the barrage of text messages she would send when he would leave.
Could you imagine if he only left when she hit him or threw shit at him? Like the guy needs to leave for other reasons. You're insufferable. I've dated women who are crazy, psycho, stupid, that wear helmets, not on bicycles. I've dated every type of woman there is, some hunchbacks, and the worst kind are like B-list celebrities. They're so entitled. Amber Heard is so entitled.
calling him a monster for doing so. You heard from witnesses like Travis McGivern, Tara Roberts, and Debbie Lloyd that Ms. Heard would claw Mr. Depp, block the elevator, throw a punch when Mr. Depp tried to separate himself from the fight. And you heard from Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard's couple therapist, Dr. Anderson, that Ms. Heard reported that when Mr. Depp would leave to de-escalate a fight, she would strike him to keep him there. She would rather be in a fight than have him leave. You heard from Mr. Depp about how often Ms. Heard would berate him, insult him, and physically attack him, including one of the most serious occasions when Ms. Heard threw a vodka bottle at Mr. Depp, severely injuring his finger, and then put a cigarette...
It's funny because they claim he did it, but they don't even have a straight story on how he did it. But he has a very precise and logical story about how his finger got cut off. A heavy glass... You got your fingers wrapped over a marble bar, and one of those big, like, handle bottles of vodka is thrown at it and shatters on impact. That will cut the tip of your finger off. She claims he was smashing a wall-mounted landline phone. I don't see, unless the wall is like covered in knives or something, but it was like a crush break. it was like a crush impact break. It wasn't a clean cut. So I don't know.
It out on his face. You heard from Mr. Depp that this whole incident in Australia started because Ms. Heard was enraged that Mr. Depp wanted a post-nuptial agreement.
He was already getting red flags, and he's like, "Oh shit! Think he want to sign this? You get nothing if I divorce you, maybe."
Did she sign it?
No.
Damn it, Johnny Depp. Post-nuptial.
Johnny Depp should have gotten a prenup. Even someone with the money and fame of Johnny Depp should never not get a prenup. It doesn't matter how good the person is. You should get a prenup if you're that wealthy. That's just my opinion.
In his will.
You cannot get in anyone's head and know their true intentions. And when you work for something that's yours, it can be taken away from you so easily if you don't have something in place.
A month after getting married, when her husband was seriously injured and bleeding from a partially amputated finger, what did Ms. Heard do? She pursued him. She kept coming after him because that's what she does. She wouldn't stop.
It's not to get you mad. It's just to get out of a bad situation that's happening before it gets worse. In Australia, when we had...
Yeah, and he was beaten by his mother as a kid, so confrontations like that, cause anxiety in him.
Big fight where I lost the tip of my finger. At least 5 bathrooms and 2 bedrooms I went to
avoid talking to me, to avoid
escape
working it out. That's
to
the
escape
problem.
the fight.
You don't escape the fight. You escape the solution. You escape the solution.
No.
You escape figuring it out.
She's like,
You
how many
cannot
times
work
do I
it
have
out.
to tell you? I want you to beat the trash out of me, Johnny. I'm into that. A real man would choke me right now.
Oh, if you run away to the bathroom every time.
You heard Mr. Depp testify. He went through something like a nervous breakdown that day. And he wrote a lot of things on mirrors and other places. Again, what did Ms. Heard do as her husband was bleeding from serious injury? She wrote snarky messages right back to him.
She claims she didn't do it, though. This is clearly 2 people's handwriting, writing back and forth at each other.
Denied it.
Why don't they just have Post-it notes or something?
Call Carly Simon. She said it better, babe. Little smiley face. That's a woman's writing.
Yeah, and women always write in red lipstick, where men write in black lipstick.
Oath to you. But the evidence you saw speaks for itself. You heard from Mr. Depp's security, Sean Bett, who was aware of constant arguing and bickering. He witnessed Ms. Heard calling Mr. Depp names. Fat ass. Fuck you, Johnny. Mr. Bett testified that he saw and documented injuries on Mr. Depp. A swollen eyelid in March of 2015, cuts on his nose, scratch marks on his chin in December of 2015. And you heard from Travis McGivern, who testified that Ms. Heard called Mr. Depp names like washed up, fucking cunt, worst of all, a fucking deadbeat dad. Ms. Heard would take the low blows and hit him where it hurts, his children. Mr. McGivern told you that on March 23rd, 2015, Ms. Heard threw things at Mr. Depp, spat at him, and ultimately punched him in the face, leaving him with a shiner.
A shiner?
You heard testimony from Malcolm Connolly, another security member, who testified he saw Ms. Heard throw things at Mr. Depp, a cigarette lighter on a plane, a soda can from upstairs at the Eastern Columbia building. He never saw marks on Ms. Heard, but he saw marks on Mr. Depp. Scratches, bruises on his left eye, scratches on his left ear.
Yeah, all the time she claims she was horribly injured, there are photos of her like a day or two later with no signs. And I know makeup can cover things, but it can't cover swelling.
He took pictures documenting injuries like this one.
Damn, he does look fucked up there. He looks not just fucked up physically, but like he looks fucked up, like he's glazed over, high and drunk, and just.
That was on the Orient Express.
You also heard from Tara Roberts, a manager at Mr. Depp's island, who witnessed Miss Heard telling Mr. Depp that he was washed up and would die fat and lonely. You also heard from Miss Roberts that she witnessed Miss Heard clawing and grabbing at Mr. Depp, grabbing his hair, trying to pull him back to her, and Mr. Depp had a visible injury to his nose on that occasion. Most importantly, you heard from Miss Heard yourselves on multiple audio recordings admitting to being physically violent with Mr. Depp. You heard Miss Heard admit to hitting Mr. Depp.
And then you fucking clocked me.
And then you clocked me.
I remember hitting you as a response to the door thing.
I remember hitting you.
It was a response, though.
Oh.
Yeah.
That makes it okay.
Look, I remember hitting you as a response, okay?
I'm sorry about hitting you with the door or hitting your head. I did not mean to, nor...
You didn't mean to hit me in the head with the door, but you meant to punch me in the jaw.
I meant to hit you, and I did not do this thing with the door. I do remember, I did mean to hit you.
So that you didn't mean?
The door? No, God, no, I didn't.
No. If I slammed the door and happened to hit you in the head, that was obviously an accident.
It was in response. I just reacted in response to
It was I just reacted.
Me socking you, that was a reaction. Obviously, I meant to sock you. But that was just a reaction to you splitting.
Heard her admit it again and claim Mr. Depp was a baby for complaining about the abuse.
And I watched you lie, and then
I didn't punch you, by the way. I'm sorry that I didn't hit you across the face in a proper slap, but I was hitting you. It was not punching you. Babe, you're not punched.
I'm sorry I didn't hit you across the face in a proper slap, but I was not hit. You were not punched. So she's like, if it was a proper slap, it would have been okay. But I'm sorry, it wasn't a proper slap, and I technically clocked you when I was trying to swing at you, but it wasn't a proper punch. It was like between a punch and a slap, Johnny. Don't be a baby.
Yeah, this is her trying to tell him that what actually happened didn't happen.
I remember hitting you as a response to the door thing. And I'm really sorry about hitting you with the door.
Eventually he goes, don't tell me what it's like to be punched.
Hitting your head, I did not mean to, nor...
You didn't mean to hit me in the head with the door, but you meant to punch me in the jaw.
I meant to hit you, and I did not do this thing with the door. I do remember, I did mean to hit you.
So that you didn't mean?
The door? No, God, no.
I would never hit you with a door when I could just clock you with a half slap, half punch.
I love this part where he's like, don't tell somebody what it's like to be punched.
Punching me in the jaw.
I didn't. Okay, I'm sorry I hit you. I did mean to hit you, but it was in response. I just reacted in response to my foot. I just reacted.
Oh, they cut that
You
part
heard her admit it again and claim Mr. Depp was a baby for
Oh, no,
complaining
it's this
about
part.
the
I went
abuse.
back a little too far.
And I watched you lie, and then
I didn't punch you, by the way. I'm sorry that
Don't
I didn't
tell someone what it's like to be punched.
hit you across the face in a proper slap, but I was hitting you. It was not punching you. Babe, you're not punched.
Don't tell me what it feels like to be punched.
I like how her excuse is, I didn't punch you. I'm sorry it wasn't a proper slap. I'm sorry I didn't just slap you properly. I'm
Right.
sorry it was maybe closed fist and I clocked you with a closed fist. But that's not a punch. It was just an improper slap. What the fuck?
It's a manipulation of reality.
The fight's been around a long time. I know. Yeah.
No, when you fucking have a close
You didn't get punched.
The question is does Amber Heard really think she's a victim, or does she know she's lying? Is it pathological? Or does she know that she's lying? Does she really believe a pledge is the same thing as a donation? Has she has she lived in her own little bubble for so long where she's like the center of the universe, where like if she thinks someone is something is a certain way, that's just how reality is. Reality bends to her will.
I think that there has been some ideas like that with BPD and histrionic people, where they do get in their head that that things are the way they remember them, even sometimes when it's not in their own favor. So it's not always.
People will do that with so-called repressed memories too. Like they'll fabricate memories that aren't even real.
Yeah.
To like make a claim of something in their past.
Memories in general, though, aren't that reliable.
Yeah,
we have. Yeah. We as a people kind of suck at memories.
That's why eyewitness testimony is the least reliable form of testimony, they say.
You got hit. I'm sorry.
That's not just memory, too. That's vision, like people's flawed perception and angle.
You like this, but I did not punch you. I did not fucking deck you. I fucking was hitting you. I don't know what the motion of my actual hand was, but you're fine. I did not hurt you. I did not punch you.
Vegas odds have 75% favor for Depp to win.
I'm not sitting here bitching about it, am I? You are. That's the difference between me
That means if you want to win money, you bet the low odds and hope you
and
win.
you're a fucking baby.
Because you start.
You are such a baby. Grow the fuck up,
You
Johnny.
start physical fights.
I did start a physical fight.
Yeah, you did. So I had to
Because-
get the fuck out of there.
Yes, you did.
Yeah, everything that we've seen is she does the physicality and he retreats. That's what we see every time here. Like anything that's actual evidence aside from her testimony.
So you did the right thing.
There was one day in court where Amber Heard had a scratch on her face during this procedure, and like she's over here saying how well she was able to cover up the blemishes from the thing, but but she couldn't even cover up a scratch during the big court case.
Right.
Like it's so interesting.
thing. You know what? You are admirable.
That's funny as fuck.
Take a minute to really think about what you just heard there. Quote, I'm sorry that I didn't hit you across the face in a proper slap, but I was hitting you. I was not punching you. Babe, you're not punched. Imagine that was Mr. Depp saying that to Miss Heard on that recording.
Right. If it was the other way around, people would be like, what? He admitted to punching her.
Babe, I'm sorry it wasn't a proper slap.
Yeah, I didn't actually punch you. I
didn't
just
actually
hit you.
punch you. It was a closed fist slap. Quit being a baby. But I am the baby. Slap. And then that was a slap. You guys don't do abuse that well. Shit.
Let's play one more.
Everyone, please help us get the tip. Sorry, it's my braces.
The trip train.
The tip train rolling for us. Help us meet this goal. Let's keep the streak alive. Throw us a couple bucks. We started early today in hopes that we could get things rolling, but we haven't gotten too much rolling, even though we started an hour and 15 earlier than usual.
Rolling.
In this recording, they sound trashed. Both of them.
No, I'm sure she's...
That plate glass is so disgusting.
I'm sure she's great.
I'm thinking you can give me some of the best performances in the hour.
No, you're right, I don't. It's all about performance.
It's about performance. No, I don't regret.
They are like wasted here.
Bad wasted.
What else do you do? Oh, come on. Come on.
regret.
Lay it on me. What else? What else other things do you want to add?
Can't talk
You
to me,
fucking
sound
lying
like
piece.
Bobby
You
Brown.
what? Oh,
Turn
no,
your
I
kids
want
off.
to know. I want
Get out your Ubers out.
I'm kind of waiting. You go get it.
Yeah,
Wait, is there no other place for you to run in your 1,500 houses to go run? Come on, go be a real married man. Go deal with your shit the way that a man does. Go run to the next house.
Whoa.
Every man does.
Yeah.
Go. Run away.
This is the real Miss Heard, the one in the audio recordings,
And as we know, she's pretending to write here, right?
not the one you saw in this courtroom.
I mean, it's the last day of the trial. What is she taking notes for anyway?
It's been a long trial. Maybe she ran out of ink.
She doesn't even need to write anything down. It's all being recorded by the court reporter.
Yeah.
The recorder, whatever they're called.
It's probably her way of not having a guilty look on her face for the jury to see. Congasm knows. Only losers don't continue this tip train. All voice clips, they be drunk AF. Also, the more I hear from Amber, the more I love her. That might be a problem.
Yeah, that's...
You might have
down the tracks.
Rolling,
Jugga,
rolling,
jugga,
rolling,
jugga, jugga,
rolling,
jugga,
whack.
jugga, jugga.
Young Fred Durst.
It's all about the he says, she says.
Didn't hear on a single recording you heard in this case, and there were many played by both parties.
She used JD in his state to abuse him more.
To hitting, punching, or kicking Miss Heard. You didn't hear it. It doesn't exist. It didn't happen. And despite the fact that Mr. Depp and Miss Heard are heard discussing many of the alleged incidents you've heard about at this trial, like Australia and the Bahamas, you never heard Miss Heard accuse Mr. Depp of sexual assault.
Right. The accusations were never part of all these fights they had. You'd think she'd be like, hey, you attacked me and you did this to me. Because there were multiple horrible, vindictive, heated arguments between them. And never once did she be like, well, you R-worded me with a bottle.
Damn it. The Fatty Arbuckle defense.
Unlike Mr. Depp, who you heard admit to and own up to his past mistakes and his struggles, particularly with drugs and alcohol, Ms. Heard will not admit that she has ever done anything wrong.
That's another thing.
She cannot deny what you heard on those recordings.
She won't admit even. Thank you. She won't even admit like little things that wouldn't ruin the case for her, like admitting she didn't donate all the money.
Yeah, that was rough.
It's a lot of like ego-based things that she won't allow. Like, she could have been like, yeah, I wrote on that mirror. I wrote on the mirror because it was crazy and we got into a fight and he was writing, so I wrote too. She's lying about that. It's so clear.
But like with the mirror, like they didn't prove that it was her, right? It's just it seems like it's her.
I don't know if they've conclusively proven anything.
Well, I think they've conclusively proven that she physically abused him. Like they have her verbal recording of her hitting him and saying how that was not a punch.
Right.
Sorry, it wasn't a proper slap.
I would say the evidence suggests that she wrote that stuff on the mirror.
Yeah, but that's a lot harder to prove. So her lying about it, I mean, that's a little.
She doesn't have to lie about that, though.
But why does she? She doesn't want to admit she wrote it either.
She doesn't want to admit to anything that makes her look bad. So that's why she's kind of at a disadvantage, because she could admit that. She could admit a bunch of things that wouldn't have any actual bearing on the case itself.
Her lawyers have tried to make this case about Mr. Depp's language. It is Ms. Heard that repeatedly admits to violence. By April and May of 2016, Mr. Depp had reached his limit. His mother was dying. His finances were a mess. And when he showed up late to Ms. Heard's 30th birthday party, because a meeting with his new business manager, Edward White, had gone late, Ms. Heard, of course, was not understanding. She was furious. You heard from Mr. Depp, both in this courtroom and on audio recordings, that Ms. Heard punched him that evening. He left with Travis McGivern, and the next morning he learned that someone had left feces on his bed.
Poopies. Dropped a
grumpy. Ms. Heard denies responsibility, but she admitted to the prank to Starling Jenkins.
Oh, she admitted to it? I didn't hear about that.
For almost a month after that,
Well, there's no recording. It's someone's testimony that she
they didn't
admitted
see
it.
each other.
Still, like,
And you
that's
heard from
pretty
Mr.
good
Depp
testimony.
That when his mother died on May 20th, 2016, he resolved to leave Ms. Heard. He was done. And when Ms. Heard learned that Mr. Depp was done, that she was really losing him, she went on the attack. She filed for divorce before Mr. Depp could. Then, as you heard from Mr. Depp's divorce lawyer, Laura Wasser,
You can't fire me. I quit.
Ms. Heard sent a letter demanding financial support. And when her demands weren't met, Ms. Heard struck a blow against Mr. Depp that was more damaging than any physical blow she had ever landed. When she walked into court 6 years ago today, on May 27th, 2016, to get a domestic violence restraining order against Mr. Depp, she did so in front of paparazzi with a mark on her face. The evidence presented at this trial demonstrates that Ms. Heard didn't just want a divorce. She wanted to ruin him. Ms. Heard denied alerting TMZ to the TRO filing in this courtroom. But you heard testimony from Morgan Tremaine that TMZ knew to go to the courthouse, knew what side of her face the alleged bruise was on, and that Ms. Heard would pause. she would pause for paparazzi, who got the photos that ended up splashed across newspapers and magazines. Ms. Heard testified that she did not personally give photographs of her apparent injuries to People magazine. But somehow, these pictures that she took and maintained on her devices ended up on the cover of People magazine 1 month later.
When we got that tip train rolling through, Anthony Malecki gave some money and said that this happened to him with his last relationship.
Oh my God.
That's fucked. That's fucked. But thank you for the donos, guys.
In the end, she walked away with $7 million without any tax liabilities, which she said she was donating to 2 charities, the ACLU and the Children's Hospital of Los Angeles. The ACLU, they got less than $1 million from her. And the Children's Hospital, they got $250,000.
Out of $7
but that
million.
didn't stop Ms. Heard from telling the world that she donated
those ungrateful organizations not happy with less than $1 million or $250,000. You're so ungrateful.
Because remember, she wanted nothing. And she had donated everything. The word donated. And that didn't stop her from testifying under the penalty of perjury that she had donated it.
Oof.
Ms. Heard tried to tell you that pledge and donate mean the same thing.
I've donated sperm, but I've never pledged sperm. So I think they're two different things.
You haven't donated sperm.
That's true, but I have pledged allegiance to the flag, and I've come on a flag. So
contested evidence that she had the
maybe
money
they are
for
the same
13
thing.
months prior to this lawsuit being commenced by Mr. Depp. She had all the money and had month after month after month to fulfill her pledge and actually donate the money. But she didn't. She also told you that she never fulfilled the pledge because Mr. Depp sued her for defamation. That's a blatant lie.
Yeah, she was like, Johnny sued me.
First shot after the divorce was finalized, when she sought to initiate an arbitration against Mr. Depp for defamation 3 months before the op-ed was even published, and 6 months before Mr. Depp filed this lawsuit. Not only does this contradict Ms. Heard's excuse for not making donations, it contradicts her narrative that she just wants to move on with her life, that she just wants Mr. Depp to leave her alone. Lies.
Right. See, there was the one who always retreated, the one who wanted to be left alone, and then there's the person that's always in pursuit.
Yeah, she wanted to break him and have her moment where her vindication for previous abuse was allowed because he abused her. She wanted that. She wanted to feel like, hey, you put your fucking hands on me. I've always been in the right. Fuck you. She kind of had this debt to him, the fact that she had physically abused him. And she wanted that debt to be paid by him hitting her back. I think in a lot of ways, that's a lot of this pressuring him. She wants him to break.
That is Ms. Heard's narrative. Lies upon lies.
There actually were all kinds of accusations.
Yeah, she was saying the Danish video. Yeah, because she was in Denmark on this talk show where she's talking about how much of a humanitarian and philanthropist she is, and she
flying your way when you said all this, and then there was a divorce settlement. You got $7 million. People were saying this is all about the money, but then you did something that twisted that whole argument. What did you do with that money?
$7 million in total was donated to, I split it between the ACLU and Children's Hospital of Los Angeles.
ACLU is a human rights organization.
Sorry, ACLU is a prominent nonprofit organization in the United States. It's called the American Civil Liberties Union, and they work on behalf of marginalized communities on the ground and in legislative reform.
They work on everyone's behalf. They've even represented racists and like Westboro Baptist Church.
Yeah.
So, I think their company philosophy has changed a little bit, or their organization philosophy, but it used to be defending free speech no matter who's saying it.
Right.
And
well, more power to you, because
and like your right to like unreasonable search and seizure, and
that's something that I've never heard of.
The Fred Phelps, the Westboro Baptist Church leader, was a big.
I just mentioned that.
Oh yeah, yeah. But back in the 70s, he was like all about that. And when they started the Westboro Baptist Church, they were going out and they were using his skills defending civil liberties to rile up police with their or other like to make the police jump in and violate their civil rights to sue the cities.
Yeah, they were all lawyers.
Yeah.
Wanted nothing.
The litigious nature of America is kind of.
I wanted nothing. I'm such an amazing person.
When you catch Miss Heard in a lie, she tries to cover it up with more lies. So let's talk about the giant lie at the heart of this case. Miss Heard's claim that Mr. Depp is an abusive monster and that she is a public figure representing domestic abuse. At the start of this case, Mr. Chu and I told you that you were going to hear some disturbing and graphic tales of abuse from Miss Heard, and they were designed to shock you and overwhelm you, which you have. We told you that this would be a performance, the role of her lifetime, as a heroic survivor of brutal abuse. When Mr. Depp brought this case for defamation, Ms. Heard went all in. She spun a story of shocking, overwhelming, brutal abuse. She came into this courtroom prepared to give the performance of her life, and she gave it. Ms. Heard's acting coach, Christina Sexton, testified that Ms. Heard has difficulty.
Someone in the chat said the ACLU is like BLM. It's like, and then they wrote something totally incoherent. You think it's about that? No way, buddy. The ACLU like helped Rush Limbaugh keep his medical records private when he was getting prosecuted for doctor shopping. Like the ACLU historically has supported all. It didn't matter where you were politically. It was literally the Civil Liberties Union. Like they would help Nazis protest and say stop. They defended the KKK.
Crying.
I wonder who
when
bought
she
them
is
out.
Acting.
Did Comcast buy
You
out the
saw it.
ACLU?
There's nothing to buy out. It's a nonprofit. What ended up happening was they got a new president that kind of changed the vision of the organization.
Sobbing without tears, while spinning elaborate,
probably bought 'em
exaggerated, fantastical accounts of abuse and everything going on in her mind almost a decade prior while enduring that abuse. It was a performance. She told you that what she thinks about, she told you what she thinks you need to hear to convict this man as a domestic abuser and a rapist.
Damn.
She wants you to believe that she was abused countless times.
Damn.
Countless times over the entire course of their relationship.
Well, her story
But
changed.
as Mr. Chu and I promised you, the evidence just does not bear that out. Ms. Heard has told you that she has mountains of evidence of abuse.
Another telltale sign of false accusations is they change over time and become more and more and more serious. That's another thing.
Until you have to go to court to prove them, and then they get dialed back. Well, you know, it's not physical abuse.
No.
But the lawyers are like, not physical abuse, obviously. That's not what we...
But
he
her
was-
accusations
he was
got
verbally
worse.
abusive.
The bottle thing, like...
abuse. But there are no medical records reflecting she sustained any injuries.
I'm getting bladder
from the
pains.
abuse she
I have to go
claims.
pee. I'll be right
Ms.
back.
Heard had medical professionals at her disposal. Dr. Kipper, Debbie Lloyd, her own nurse, Erin Filati. And yet, there's nothing. Ms. Heard took pictures all the time. Pictures of Mr. Depp sleeping.
He looks so peaceful. I like his green shorts.
Pictures of cocaine. Pictures of property damage. Pictures of herself. And as an actress, she was photographed all the time. Where are the pictures of the horrific injuries Ms. Heard describes?
Nowhere.
Ms. Heard also took audio recordings and videos frequently. Where are the videos of Mr. Depp attacking her? Where are the audio recordings of Mr. Depp admitting to or apologizing for physical abuse? There are none. What Ms. Heard has, and what you've seen multiple times, is a video of Mr. Depp banging some cabinets around in a kitchen. A video that, based on the testimony you heard from Morgan Tremaine,
Oh no, he pounded
former TMZ
cabinets.
employee,
What a monster.
Ms. Heard seems to have sold to TMZ right before she was deposed in connection with her.
She lies about how it got sold to TMZ. She took the original video. When you take a video, you own it. So if someone else buys it, they bought it from you.
Divorce from Mr. Depp. Sure, Ms. Heard can point to text messages where Mr. Depp is apologizing to her.
Yeah, see, this is another tactic. They'll take a message where they're apologizing for something and being like, well, this is them apologizing for assaulting me.
But never for violence. Ms. Heard's counsel showed you Defendant's Exhibit 325, where Mr. Depp says sorry for, quote, my behavior. I'm a fucking savage. But this is not an apology for physical violence. It's an apology for the, quote, these heinous...
Yeah, this is all she has. A message out of context of him apologizing. He could be apologizing for literally anything, but she's like, oh, this is him admitting that he assaulted me.
I'm a fucking savage.
Right.
I've said that so many times, not in an apology, but...
He was apologizing for talking shit.
Insults. Mr. Depp is apologizing for the words he used. Unlike Ms. Heard, who you heard apologizing for physical
I
violence.
wish I were
in
able to bring
multiple
even
audio
just a glimmer of a smile to the pretty face of my
You
most
haven't-
gorgeous of my dreams and darkest nightmares.
Never heard that from Mr. Depp because he never used physical violence against Ms. Heard.
These heinous slinging insults. Yeah, I'm a fucking savage. These heinous slinging insults. He's saying there's some insults, but they're back and forth. That's the dichotomy of their relationship. They argue.
Ms. Heard told you that Mr. Depp started abusing her right from the very beginning of her relationship.
Hashtag
starting at the
savage.
beginning of 2012. But she has repeatedly testified under oath differently to having spent a year of bliss with Mr. Depp.
Yeah, at the beginning, in her actual beginning of her testimony was like, oh, that first year was like magic. It was amazing. And then she changed it throughout the course of this trial to, oh, no, he was beating me up in the first year, a couple months in.
Before he ever laid a hand on her. And now,
That's what I'm talking about. The story always changes over time. It can never be the same.
now,
They have to keep piling on things that make it worse.
in this courtroom, she has suddenly erased an entire year of magic.
No.
She wants you to believe that instead of hitting her after a year of magic, Mr. Depp was hitting her immediately.
Hey guys,
The good time-
I'm looking at this donation goal. It's at 311 right now, and 311. I don't know if you guys know this. It's notorious for its affiliation to the Ku Klux Klan.
It's not, though.
because the 11 is the K is the 11th number.
It's
in,
not
in the
though.
alphabet.
That was like
and three 11s is.
That was like a middle school rumor.
No, I really.
We
I'm
actually
getting-
already talked about this before, and they told us 311 is like a police code for something.
I'm getting sick seeing this 311. If you guys could make
I'll be
a
right
series of $14.88 donations, could you please clear this 311 off my board? What a funny joke. I'm a joker. Investigate 311, guys. I remember the new metal band. What was their song? Was it Down Down? Something like Down Down? Or am I confusing that with another band? 311 is a police code for nudity. Oh, I'm about to have a little 311 session later tonight. Down Down. 311 was Billy's favorite band. I don't even remember the whole name. Amber? Their song was Amber? Really? Their song was Amber? Like Amber Heard, you mean? I'm going to look this up. I think you guys are tripping. Am I an impractical joker? Some people would say so. Some people would say that Billy the Fridge, he's just an impractical joker. Amber is the color of your energy. Oh. I'm looking up 311 songs. Amber, Beautiful Disaster, Down. I don't remember Beautiful Disaster. Amber came out in 2001. Yeah, I think Down's the only one I know because it's 1995 and that's when I was a little boy and every song I ever heard was new. So what is this? I just thought all music sounded like 311 because I was 12. Down, Down. They have a song called Amber. And we're over here watching young Amber Heard. And you want me to go to the Ram Ranch? What? Y'all are sick. You should listen to the 311 Greatest Hits album? Interesting. The cursed number. It's cursed. It's cursed. How could you leave us on 311? How could you? Cursed. Oh my God. Following is my favorite 311 song. I like how this has become a 311 fan convention. This is now the 311 convention. You look up 311 and you guys pop up 7 searches down. What? Billy has a 311 tattoo. He's a super fan. It's not true. I have 0 tattoos. I've never even dyed my hair. I've always been perfect and never needed any alterations. Every once in a while I shave my balls, though. Other than that, perfection. Even when I don't shave my balls, it's weird. I have like a lion's mane that droops down throughout my penorum balls. Looks like a little bearded troll down there. Like Pinocchio lying to you with a frickin' stoner beard. Not cool. Ooh, you made a terrible mistake. The tall grays? I haven't seen any grays. No gray aliens. Where's Joe? Joe's at home. Joe and I hung out for a few moments last night.
Sucks.
What?
All hail Guar.
All hail Guar. I don't know why we still haven't got the fucking... Thank you, Bass Player 13, for that. Why we haven't got the fucking donation pop up to be on this page yet. I bring it up 1,000 times a day, every day. Every day. For some reason, it won't read the physical dono on this screen. Hello, Mr. Quack. Amber is the color of your energy. I don't know that song at all. Billy the Fridge OnlyFans win. I got onlyfans.com/Billy the Fridge. Go there, request customs. If you give me good money, I'll sit on a cake bare ass and fart for you. Down, down. Let our Lord free, we crave Joe. Yeah, I took him to Wendy's last night. We sat and talked a bit. It was a very sweet time. I haven't seen Joe as much the last month or two as I have before. He's been a very busy boy. But it was nice. I'm not doing any drugs, guys. I'm not doing any drugs. Amber is I'll have to listen to it. I don't think I've ever heard it. You're a manager at Wemby's? Yeah. It's good. Wemby's is good.
Oh my Right.
She has
Down,
testified
down.
to about repeatedly in the past apparently never happened. And with the good times erased, Ms. Heard wants you to believe that she gave Mr. Depp a big knife that said, hasta la muerte, until death, to the man who supposedly would get drunk and high and beat her. Ms. Heard admitted to you during this trial that Mr. Depp always wears big, chunky rings on every finger. According to her, he was wearing these rings when he'd slap her, hit her, punch her in the face. But you have not seen a single photograph that reflects the serious injuries
There'd
Ms.
be
Heard
like an
would have
imprint.
sustained if this was true. Not one. Ms. Heard testified to an incident in March 2013 when Mr. Depp supposedly hit her multiple times in the face.
Could you
while
imagine if
wearing
Johnny
rings.
Depp wore those rings all the time, big heavy rings, and you knew he was going to hit you as his girlfriend because he'd slowly take one off, slowly, and you're like seeing them come off, and you're like,
No
and then he
time to
comes
run
over
away.
and crack, just gets you with them bare knuckles, and then he puts them back on and be like, officer, I couldn't hit her. I have these thick knuckle.
I can't be
rings.
Superman. Superman wears glasses.
He wears glasses.
Or
Your
Clark
Honor.
Kent wears glasses.
And this is what her
Your
face
Honor.
looked like afterwards.
Oh no.
Ms. Heard testified to an incident in Russia where she claims Mr. Depp whacked her in the face and gave her a bloody nose. She didn't take pictures of her bloody nose, but her photograph was taken on that trip, and this is what she looked like.
She looked like Camille standing in court, looking awkwardly towards the judge. Oh. Wow. He really did a number on her.
Yeah, she looks terrible.
Is this
Ms.
Rihanna?
Heard told you that there was an incident the night of the Met Gala in May 2014 when Mr. Depp supposedly whacked Ms. Heard in the face, leaving her with a red, discolored, and swollen nose that she felt was broken. Ms. Heard didn't show you any photographs of these alleged injuries, but photographs were taken of her the following night, and there were no visible injuries to Ms. Heard's face.
She looks fine. Like, she looks good. She looks attractive. Like, she does not look like she has been battered in any way. And makeup only covers so much.
She should be smiling more, though.
She's smiling in the middle.
Yeah.
Ms. Heard testified that in January 2015, while she and Mr. Depp were in Tokyo, Mr. Depp knelt on her back so aggressively that she was concerned that bruises would be visible in her backless dress. Here's Ms. Heard in that backless dress.
Makeup. This is all makeup. 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 She has a rib tattoo in red ink.
Yeah. It's the Second Amendment.
Ms. Heard testified that after an incident in December 2015, she had 2 black eyes, a broken nose, and chunks of hair missing. The assault was allegedly so violent that there was blood left all over the pillows, and Mr. Depp had broken the bed frame. Pictures were taken of that bed frame. And in that picture, there appears to be a pocket knife on the bed. And that picture fails to capture the bloody pillows.
Yeah.
I have some explaining to do. Amber Heard and I broke that bed. She was
And here is what Ms.
giving
Heard
me
looked
a at-home
like
vasectomy.
on the James Corden show the next day.
Yeah, she took these photos as part of the James Corden show.
To show her throat? What was she showing her throat off to James Corden for?
They take these photos that show in between the commercial breaks.
Oh, I heard James Corden's getting replaced by Jenna Marbles. Girl boss.
Indeed, you heard from Ms. Heard's own nurse, Erin Filati, that she saw her a day or two afterwards and could not visualize the injuries Ms. Heard described. Ms. Heard did take pictures of herself after this alleged incident. But are the injuries reflected in these photographs consistent? That's the question. Are they consistent with the brutal assault and serious injuries Ms. Heard has testified to? Or are these injuries more consistent with Mr. Depp's testimony that he and Ms. Heard bumped heads while he was trying to restrain Ms. Heard to keep her from attacking him? Out of Australia, where Mr. Depp sustained the most serious injury from his relationship with Ms. Heard spun a story of horror. A 3-day ordeal with a drug-fueled Mr. Depp violently assaulting her, cutting his own finger off, dragging her through glass, and then bending her...
Cutting his own finger off and then doing all this other stuff with a severed finger. Wouldn't his blood be like all over her clothes and everything?
Over a
You'd
counter
think so.
and raping her with a whiskey bottle. She claimed that she had bruises on her face, cuts all over her arms and feet, and was bleeding from her vagina from the sexual assault. And what did Ms. Heard say she did? She went upstairs, took some sleeping pills, and went to sleep. The next morning, she took pictures of the mirrors her husband had written on in paint using his amputated finger. She took no pictures of herself, her alleged injuries, or the property damage she testified to in this courtroom. When Malcolm Connolly, Jerry Judge, Dr. Kipper, and Nurse Debbie Lloyd arrived to extract Mr. Depp and get him medical treatment for his finger injury, you heard from Mr. Connolly, Dr. Kipper, and Ms. Lloyd. All of them testified they did not observe any injuries to Ms. Heard. And no one, including Ms. Heard, testified that she sought medical treatment. You also heard from Ben King. He also
butler.
saw Ms. Heard right after this alleged incident.
The real-life Mr. Belvedere.
He flew home with her to Los Angeles. He testified that Ms. Heard didn't want to leave, that she said, "I can't leave, I can't leave."
You can hear it in the recording. There's like a recording of this incident. You can hear in the back being like, "I can't leave.
It will be the end if I leave." He also testified that once they did leave for Los Angeles, Ms. Heard asked him if he ever got so mad he just lost it. When Ms. Heard arrived in Los Angeles, she saw Travis McGivern, who also testified he observed no injuries.
McGivern.
And her personal nurse, Erin Filati, who documented no requests for medical treatment and no injuries in her nursing notes for Ms. Heard. You heard from Mr. Depp's sister, Christy, that she also saw Ms. Heard when she arrived back to Los Angeles and observed no injuries on Ms. Heard. Christy testified that when she told Ms. Heard her fighting with Mr. Depp was unsustainable, Ms. Heard responded that Christy should get off her cross. That Mr. Depp liked her feisty.
Mr. Depp likes me feisty.
Ms. Heard's testimony about what occurred in Australia just doesn't add up. That's because there was a monster in that house in Australia, but it wasn't Mr. Depp. It was Ms. Heard.
A monster.
A monster.
Other than Ms. Heard's testimony, all the evidence you've seen in this trial shows that it was Ms. Heard who attacked and grievously wounded Mr. Depp when she threw a vodka bottle at him, severing his finger. Mr. Depp told Dr. Kipper that when Dr. Kipper arrived to treat Mr. Depp's finger. You've seen the pictures of the bar area in Australia with the broken vodka bottles on the ground and trails of blood drops on the floor and a bloody tissue on the floor. You've heard from Ben King that the tip of Mr. Depp's finger was found in the same bar area. And you heard from Dr. Gilbert that the injury to Mr. Depp's finger could have been caused exactly as he described. And interestingly, you heard from Christina Sexton that Ms. Heard told her that Mr. Depp injured his finger while swinging a bottle around. Not smashing a phone, as Ms. Heard surmised in this courtroom, but swinging a bottle around. You also heard from Ms. Sexton that Ms. Heard first told her about the bottle rape in Australia while Ms. Sexton was at Ms. Heard's home, meeting with her lawyers the day before Ms. Sexton was scheduled to be deposed in this case. The evidence presented at this trial shows that this is not the only time that Ms. Heard disclosed a sexual assault at a convenient time for purposes of litigation she's involved in. The first time Ms. Heard claimed that Mr. Depp sexually assaulted her in the Bahamas in December 2015 was after Tara Roberts, the manager of Mr. Depp's island, submitted a sworn...
The manager of his island.
...statement.
I'm an island manager.
Yeah,
UK action.
You can't just have an island without a manager.
Well, you know, my guidance counselor recommended I be an island manager, and I decided to go with DP instead.
Wow, you really fucked up, Ben. There's an island out there that needs your help.
Ms. Heard chased Mr. Depp out of the house.
How long has this gone so far? Like, she's been going in.
It's going.
The defense or Amber Heard's team, they spent 6 minutes or something putting their case?
Yeah. Yelling and then pleading with Mr. Depp to stay while clawing at his hair and clothes, and left Mr. Depp with an injury to his face. That's the first time she disclosed it, after there was contrary evidence. Ms. Heard testified about another incident just 2 weeks after the events in Australia, where Mr. Depp supposedly attacked Ms. Heard and almost pushed her sister Whitney down the stairs. Whitney is the only witness that you heard from that backs up Ms. Heard's version of events. She's it. And the only witness, other than Ms. Heard, who claims to have seen Mr. Depp physically attack Ms. Heard. But just like Ms. Heard's version of the events in Australia, her testimony about the staircase incident and that of her sister Whitney's just doesn't square up with the other evidence in this trial. Their testimony is contradicted by the testimony of Travis McGivern and Debbie Lloyd, who were there that night. Ms. Heard and Whitney testified that Mr. Depp threw a Red Bull can that hit or almost hit Ms. Lloyd.
I didn't punch you, Billy. I was hitting you. You're not punched.
Quit socking me, Thomas.
You're not punched.
Ms. Lloyd
Quit
testified
socking me.
that never happened.
Come on, guys. Let's get to 50%. You know what? I'll put it out there. My shirt's off at 75%. We're almost at 50. My shirt comes off.
Am I
It's worked in the past.
sexual?
I'm not saying I'm like a prize or anything, but it's worked in the past. So I'm doing it.
Ben, you're a prize.
Oh, thank you.
Mr. McGivern testified that it was Ms. Heard who threw a can at Mr. Depp. Ms. Heard testified that Whitney was between her and Mr. Depp when she punched him. Mr. McGivern testified that he was the one between Ms. Heard and Mr. Depp when Ms. Heard punched Mr. Depp. Ms. Heard testified that Mr. Depp was able to get his hands in her hair, yank her, and then hit her in the face with the cast he had on. But you heard from Ms. Lloyd and Dr. Colbert, Mr. Depp's medical doctor, who treated Mr. Depp's finger injury, that Mr. Depp's finger was in a delicate state. He had a pin in his finger, a skin graft, and a soft cast that immobilized Mr. Depp's 2 middle fingers. And tellingly, the only picture of an injury from this incident is of Mr. Depp with a shiner. And then we have May 21st, 2016. Ms. Heard testified that Mr. Depp threw a phone at her face, causing a visible injury. Ms. Heard has shown you pictures she claims to show this injury. But these photographs are not to be trusted. You heard from Mr. Neumeister that like many of the photographs Ms. Heard has presented in this case, these photos were stored in a photo editing application. And these photos show signs of manipulation.
Amber Heard using manipulation?
Never.
I don't believe it.
These 2 photographs were taken at the exact same time and have the exact same file name.
Shit.
But they are visually different. One shows significantly more redness on Ms. Heard's face than the other, which doesn't show any injury at all. Ms. Heard testified that the difference is explained by turning on a light. But there is no way Ms. Heard could have taken a picture, turned on a light, and then taken another picture with every hair in the exact same place within the same second.
That's true.
Shit. Amber Heard, how did you do this? What sort of witchcraft is this?
Moreover,
Adobe.
you heard from multiple witnesses, including Officer Melissa Sines, Officer Tyler Haddon, and Officer William Gatlin, Isaac Baruch, Alejandro Romero, who saw Ms. Heard on or after May 21st and saw no injuries to her face before she showed up to that courthouse with a mark on May 27th. And the very next day, after Ms. Heard walked into court with what appeared to be a bruise on her face to obtain a domestic violence restraining order against Mr. Depp, Ms. Heard was photographed laughing with her best friend, fresh face.
It was all very carefully orchestrated.
With no bruise on her face.
Not very well, though. Like, she orchestrated like a minute within an hour.
Right. She must have not have thought people would still follow her and take photos of her. Well, no, it was makeup.
Evidence
It was
that
makeup.
Mr. Depp abused Ms. Heard is simply not there. What we have is a mountain of unproven allegations that are wild, over the top, and implausible. And you can't pick and choose which of these wild allegations to believe and which ones to disregard. You either believe all of it or none of it. Either Mr. Depp sexually assaulted Ms. Heard with a bottle in Australia, or Ms. Heard got up on that stand in front of all of you and made up that horrific tale of abuse. Either she's a victim of truly horrific abuse, or she is a woman who is willing to say absolutely anything. It is disturbing to think that Ms. Heard would make up the horrific tales of abuse that she testified to in this courtroom. But this case doesn't come down to whether you believe Ms. Heard or you believe Mr. Depp. This case comes down to whether you believe Ms. Heard or you believe Mr. Depp, Christy Dombrowski, Sean Bett, Malcolm Connolly, Travis McGivern, Starling Jenkins, Keenan Wyatt, Dr. Kipper, nurses Debbie Lloyd and Aaron Filati,
Objection, hearsay.
Carol Roberts, Ben King, Kate James,
A lot of people
Kate
here.
Moss, Dr. Colbert, Morgan Knight.
She's saying it's not just her word against Johnny Depp's, it's her word versus Johnny Depp and then all these other
all these people's words. And like, for her defense, she didn't really have anybody really make any sort of claims against Depp at all. It was people who assessed his character.
Most of it was people who were expert witnesses
Yeah.
who just gave an expert opinion. She didn't have a lot of actual witnesses willing to come forward that were there that saw things happen.
They found that one guy that argued awkwardly from the psychiatric committee.
That's
an expert expert witness.
I think her sister's the only actual witness.
I didn't even see her sister's testimony.
It wasn't that great.
Morgan Tremaine.
Did she make any claims
Melissa
against Depp
Fine,
abusing her?
Officer
She just
Tyler
mirrored Amber's
Haddon,
claims.
Oh yeah,
Officer
Amber
William
said
Gatlin,
that times two.
and Beverly Leonard. What Ms. Heard testified to in this courtroom is the story of far too many women. But the overwhelming evidence and weight of that evidence shows that it's not her story. It's not Ms. Heard's story.
What?
It was an act of profound cruelty, not just to Mr. Depp, but to true survivors of domestic abuse.
Yep.
For Ms. Heard to hold herself out as a public figure representing
Balls in your bed situation.
Chili cheese, you can't be pooping in the bed. Amber Heard tried that one and it was not well received.
It was false, it was defamatory, and it caused irreparable harm. And to talk more about that, I'm going to turn it over to my colleague and my friend, Mr. Chu.
Mr. Chu. Now, when I hear the last name Chu, I assume an Asian person, but because it sounds like a Chinese name.
I think 4 of the jurors are Asian. I wonder if they're.
How do we know the races of the jurors?
I think there's 7 jurors, and
there were 9 originally, and then they
sent 2 home. Let's see. The juror number 1 is an Asian man in his 20s to 30s. Juror 2 got sent home. He was an Asian man in his 20s. Juror 3 is an Asian man in his 20s to 30s.
Lots of men.
Juror 4 is a black woman in her 40s. Juror 5 is an Asian woman in her 20s. Juror 6 is a white man in his 60s. Juror 7 is a white man that's in his 20s to 30s. Juror 8 got sent home, was a white woman in her 50s. And there was 2 dismissed jurors. And Juror 9
Thank you, Camille.
was an Asian man in his 40s.
Why, I didn't know so many Asians lived in Virginia.
Strong suit.
Maybe they got picked because they would have a favorable perspective in maybe I don't. When they pick jurors, they pick based on sex and race and all the stuff. So maybe it's just better suited in a domestic abuse case for Asian jurors to make that claim. Like when you watch the court TV stuff, they really get down on how you have to have Camille, a female lawyer, make these closing arguments. You have to have her make the accusations against Amber Heard. Having a man make these accusations would look terrible in front of the jury. So they're always thinking about what the jury is going to think, and they definitely pick the jurors based on their race and their age and their creed and the questioning they go through just to get there.
For taking so much time over these last several weeks to listen to Mr. Depp, to his friends, to his family, and to so many others who have come forward physically in this courtroom, some from a very long distance, to tell you the truth, and to finally, after so many years, to correct the record. As Ms. Vasquez said, you have now come to know the real Amber Heard. Scary.
Scary.
We also told you at the start of this trial that you were going to come to know the real Johnny Depp, not the many characters you've seen him play so wonderfully in the movies, but the man himself. We kept that promise. You've met the real Johnny Depp. You have heard that Mr. Depp came from humble, very difficult beginnings. You have heard from Mr. Depp's big sister, who's here in the courtroom today, Christy Dombrowski, who told you how Mr. Depp grew up in a deeply troubled household with a mother, Betty Sue, who was physically abusive and mentally cruel. As Ms. Dombrowski testified,
I think his mom was actually eating Gilbert Grape, too.
One of the names that Betty Sue called Mr. Depp when he was a
There's
little
her fake
boy
writing.
with one eye because he had to wear an eye patch for some time. His mother used to hit his father and the kids, including young Mr. Depp. And when his mother got violent, Mr. Depp would retreat and find a place to hide. Sometimes he and his sister Christy would find a place to hide together. Mr. Depp never hit back. And like his father, he either stood up and took the violence or he retreated from it. Those are habits he returned to later when he found himself in a relationship with another person who returned his love with abuse, with physical abuse. And despite this long, unhappy history with his mother, Johnny never turned his back on her. In her elder years, Mr. Depp moved his mother to California, and he moved her to Los Angeles right across the street from his house so his 2 children could get to know her. He hired nurses for his mother. He made sure to take care of her and to make her comfortable. She never went to hospice. She had the nurses. Make her comfortable to the day she died. And from those humble and difficult beginnings, Mr. Depp grew into one of the greatest actors and movie
I see the resemblance.
stars of his generation.
She looks more like a woman, though.
Right.
He came to Los Angeles with his
'Cause
first
she
love
is.
as a young man, planning to be a musician. Music had been a part of his life ever since he found peace himself in his room as a young boy when he was escaping. And he learned to play the guitar and would use it as solace. But it was an actor as his star began its rise, as he appeared in films too many to mention, including, of course, his iconic role as Captain Jack Sparrow in the Pirates of the Caribbean franchise. Fame came with challenges to Mr. Depp and his family. It was a strange experience for a shy young man from Kentucky to be thrust into the limelight, pursued by paparazzi, and to have even his very name become a brand. But he did his best to live a private, quiet life, and despite it all, and over the years built a reputation as a respected artist and as a decent, very well-liked man, which you've heard from many people. Mr. Depp dated...
Okay, yeah, we see his sister.
...major figures
Time to...
like Winona Ryder.
Yeah, how much longer is this point from his side? Like, should we go into the next side? Because this is what... We've been looking at this for a good amount of time, and we haven't even heard the other side, and I heard it gets really good at the rebuttals.
Oh, yeah.
And that's near the end. So we should, like, I don't know.
We've got time to kill. I mean...
Yeah, we're not just killing time, though. We're putting on a show. This
Right.
is like...
Kate Moss.
This is kind of getting kind of like samey.
And Vanessa Paradis, with whom he spent 14 years together and with whom they had their children. Before Amber Heard, ladies and gentlemen, no woman ever before Amber Heard ever claimed that Mr. Depp raised a hand to her in his 58 years. And no other woman since Ms. Heard made that false claim back on May 27th, 2016, and repeated it in her December 2018 op-ed. Has any woman come forward since? This is Me Too without any Me Too. To the contrary, ladies and gentlemen, you heard Kate Moss 2 days ago testify. This is a woman who has never testified in any proceeding, ever. A very private person. Testified that Mr. Depp never abused her, and that Ms. Heard lied to you. And she lied to you twice when she told you...
Objection, Your Honor. That Ms. Shorthair.
All right, and this is the part where they fucking approach the bench. Let's see.
And then... Because this was like, what, like each side got 2 hours total to make their comments. I think this side went like an hour and I don't know. There's a whole lot
They used up too much of their time.
Yeah.
The defense used up too much of their time.
Ah.
This guy strikes me as very weaselly.
He's Ron Weasley from Harry Potter? He doesn't have ginger hair.
I believe it is.
Oh, there we go. Okay.
The Weasleys were all gingers.
In trying to convince you that Mr. Depp has carried his burden of proof in proving that he was never abusive to Amber on even one occasion.
He looks like a mixture
Think
between
about the
Donald
message
Trump Jr. and Hunter
Mr. Depp
Biden.
and his attorneys are sending to Amber, and by extension to every victim of domestic abuse everywhere. If you didn't take pictures, it didn't happen. If you did take pictures, they're fake.
She said pictures were fake.
If you didn't tell your friends, you're lying. And if you did tell your friends, they're part of the hoax. If you didn't seek medical treatment, you weren't injured. If you did seek medical treatment, you're crazy. If you do everything that you can to help your spouse, the person that you love, rid himself of the crushing drug and alcohol abuse that spins him into an abusive, rage-filled monster, you're a nag.
You're a nag.
And if you finally decide that enough is enough, you've had enough of the fear, enough of the pain, and you have to leave to save yourself, you're a gold digger. That is the message that Mr. Depp is asking you to send. But he doesn't stop there.
I think it's the claim that she made that she was a victim that they're asking her to back up. That's the one where we're really asking here. She claimed to be a victim of violence.
Yeah.
Like sexual violence in some cases.
That's what she claimed.
Now, if she can't
physical.
back that up, that's the problem. I don't care if she's a nag. I don't care if she's a gold digger. You can be a nag and a gold digger. I like if Johnny Depp lost $7 million to a gold digger. Good game, gold digger. Let's move forward with our lives.
You don't leave
It was the
Mr.
idea
Depp.
that she tried to character assassinate him, that we need her to back up right now.
And if you do, he will start a campaign of global humiliation against you. A smear campaign that lasts to this very day.
Did he
will do
start the smearing? Did he ever come out against her before she accused him of Me Too?
They're claiming all these internet accounts are surrogates against Amber Heard.
So Johnny Depp?
Led by Johnny Depp, yeah.
Johnny Depp's out here making sock accounts?
Or he's like feeding, they're claiming like he's feeding all of the anti-Amber Heard channels.
I've never made a sock account to try and hurt an ex. I always just deliver lines on this podcast that would directly hurt them. I'm always just sliding in these little jabs and barbs to ruin their day. Never ever would I have a sock account.
Destroy your life, to destroy your career. That is what they're saying, ladies and gentlemen.
Hunchback
and that's what they're
of
trying
Notre
to get
Dame.
you, the jury, to be an accomplice to. But it's not surprising, because Mr. Depp cannot and will not take responsibility for his own actions. It's always someone else's fault. Just as Ms. Vasquez did and Mr. Chu did, I would like to extend my thanks to you on behalf of Amber and our whole legal team for the care and the diligence with which you have served as jurors in this matter. You've paid attention to every witness, every piece of evidence, and I can't even imagine the sacrifice that you've made in terms of time away from your friends, your family,
Pander to the jury,
your job, to be here.
I
on
heard
this
that
jury.
her lawyer was
very
like the biggest shit show, and that this guy was just kind of boring.
Well, they're both her lawyer.
Yeah, but her, the woman lawyer, I mean,
Yeah.
Let's pick up where we started 6 weeks ago in opening statement. You may remember that I asked you to keep a simple question in mind, which is, why are you here? And much of what you've heard during the course of this trial, you don't need to make a decision on in order to return a verdict for Ms. Heard on Mr. Depp's claim of defamation. Now, we'll talk about Ms. Heard's claim of defamation against Mr. Depp, and Elaine will address most of that in a few minutes. But your key question to answer is, does the First Amendment give Ms. Heard the right to write the words that she wrote in this article on December 18th, 2018? That's the question.
He's like, yeah, whatever you think this trial might be about, nope, I'm going to tell you what it's about. Did Johnny Depp ever do anything that could remotely be considered abusive to Amber Heard? That's what you're deciding.
And you cannot simultaneously protect and uphold the First Amendment and find in favor of Johnny Depp on his claim. You simply cannot. You have to decide, should someone be able to write an article like that in the United States of America without being sued successfully, without having to go through the hell that Ms. Heard has gone through? So let's talk about that. And to do that, we get to explain a bit more about the law that you have to follow. This is the op-ed piece. I'm not going to read it to you again. You heard me read it to you in opening statements. And I would urge you...
A transformative moment for women.
When you're in the deliberation room, read it. Read it again. And I know we focus on it, here and there over the course of the trial, but the vast majority of this trial has not focused on these words, on this piece. This is obviously the paper edition. There's the online edition as well. Now we get a chance to discuss with you exactly what you have to find about this article. Let's try this again.
Lots of tech issues.
This is one of the jury instructions that you'll get. And I've been so looking forward to being able to actually explain to you.
Oh, I've been so looking forward to actually explain to you. Just put Amber Heard's right about everything. And Johnny Depp's a monster.
As the judge read all the instructions to you this morning, and I know it was a lot, but we've been looking forward to being able to
You
explain
guys
to you
should
what...
go through a few of the clip compilations to see the told bowl cut lady eat crap and the worst legal cross ever. Hilarious.
You're here
this
to
guy's
decide,
closing
because
sucks royally too.
I imagine for some
we'll
of
get
the
to that
cases,
bowl
it's been
lady.
kind of unclear.
That's
What are
why I
you
heard
being
the
asked
money
to
was in
decide?
this. And
These
then
are
the
things
rebuttal from Camille to
you
her
have to-
was supposed to be savage.
Fine. And you have to answer yes. As Mr. Chu said, you have to answer yes to all of them in order to find in favor of Mr. Depp. So you have to find that the statement was about Mr. Depp. And you can decide that in the context of the article. And I'll get to the arguments that Mr. Depp raises on that in a minute. You also have to find that the statement is false.
How long is this guy going to go through this?
I don't know, but we're going to go through it.
We're going to look at the statements.
We're going to go
here.
through it,
We're
and then
gonna
we'll
look
get
at
to
each of
the
the three
bowl cut,
statements.
and then we'll
in
get
order
to
to
the
win
rebuttal.
his claim,
We should skip
Mr.
to the
Depp
bowl
has
cut.
to
That's
prove
like
every
the
single
hot
element.
part.
And there's a concept in the jury instructions that you really didn't hear from Mr. Depp's side this morning, but you've all heard it, I'm sure, outside the courtroom, which is burden of proof. It is Mr. Depp's burden to prove each and every one of these elements. If he cannot, Ms. Heard wins. If he cannot prove each and every one of these elements,
She looks like Lady Elaine from Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood.
and we're going to look
I think
at
that
the
might be her
statements
best
here.
look
We're
so
gonna look
far.
at each of the three statements. And in order to win his
Her best
claim,
court look.
Mr. Depp has to prove every single element. And there's a concept in the jury instructions that you really didn't hear from Mr. Depp's side this morning, but you've all heard it, I'm sure, outside the courtroom, which is burden of proof. It is Mr. Depp's burden to prove each and every one of these elements. People who are women who speak out after she obtained a temporary restraining order against Mr. Depp, after she became a public figure representing domestic abuse. But the words that she wrote here, and then chronicling her own experience after that, those words are true. Those words are true. Similarly, the rare vantage point of seeing, based on her own experiences post May 27th, 2016, how institutions protect men accused of abuse, those words are true, and the First Amendment protects Ms. Heard's right to say them. Now, the third statement is absolutely true as well, but we're going to take that separately because she didn't write it. Under the First Amendment, the statements have to be false in order for Mr. Depp to win. Now, plaintiff addresses, like I said, an argument that we're not making. And as I said, we're not running from the fact that when she discussed becoming a public figure representing domestic abuse, Amber was speaking of her experiences reporting domestic abuse against Johnny Depp. She admitted to that, but that doesn't make the article or the statements about Johnny Depp. Think about it. Think about every piece of evidence that you've heard over the last 6 weeks about his abuse, about their relationship. None of that is in the article. None of it. We all know that it would be a very different...
So he's like, only focus on the article. You can only focus on what was said in the article.
If she had written about what she suffered, that she's told you about over the last 6 weeks. Because he knows the words are true, Mr. Depp says that the words now have a defamatory implication. He says the statements are the same as saying, Johnny Depp abused me. But just because he wants to make the article about himself doesn't mean it is. He has to show you that any defamatory implication was designed and intended. Look at number 4. Designed and intended by Ms. Heard to convey the...
So it was just her trying to empower domestic abuse victims. It has nothing to do with Johnny Depp. It was not designed to defame Johnny Depp. That's the argument he's making.
Yeah, except for all the defamation against Johnny Depp that came out
Right.
of him being a sexual abuser. If we're going to argue about whether or not that article is the only thing that she should be held accountable for, I think that's dumb anyways. But we've seen all the stuff that article led to. Johnny Depp, we all thought, was a violent sexual abuser. Like that's what came out of this. Like that's whether or not it says it verbatim in these words, which you can interpret either way. But I guess this is all they have to stand on.
Yeah, are these technicalities? They're trying to drive it into the jury's head. Like, technically, this is what you're ruling.
Defamatory meaning that he suggests.
My view of Johnny Depp kind of diminished because he was always like super fucking wasted to the point where he couldn't even talk. But when this shit came out, I was like, who knows if this is true or not? And then all the actual evidence first started coming out. It was like, oh, it looks like it probably wasn't.
Just because people might read the article.
And now it's like almost definitely wasn't.
And remember, oh yeah, Amber Heard used to be married to Johnny Depp. And she accused him of abuse. Right. That doesn't mean that she designed and intended defamatory implications in writing about herself. And think about it. If Mr. Depp is right, then virtually any statement that anyone could ever make about...
She was only writing about herself, but when she mentioned abuse by someone else, that was still just about herself.
Her own life.
Grandmaster Panda said that Amber said on the stand that she wrote it about Johnny.
Yeah, there is a little bit of backtracking.
It implies any involvement with any other...
Because she was like, oh, I have a right as an American to tell this story.
Could be defamatory.
She did the whole, like, America, apple pie, baseball, second, first, 10th Amendment.
And that's clearly not what the First Amendment intends. She didn't design and intend the words to be the equivalent of writing Johnny Depp abused me. And you don't have to take her words for it. You can take the words of Terrence Doherty of the ACLU. He said that the op-ed wasn't even Miss Heard's idea. The ACLU wrote the first draft, and great care was taken in drafting the article so as not to make it about Mr. Depp or Miss Heard's relationship with him. That's the only evidence presented about Miss Heard's motive, except her statements that was exactly what she wanted to do. She wanted to talk about her experiences after Johnny Depp. She wanted to own her story after Johnny Depp and fit those into what other women experience, what other people experience, having accused someone of domestic abuse.
She let it slip that she wrote it about Johnny while Camille was asking her questions.
Yep. The second time she took the stand, I believe.
And then talk about legislative measures that could help protect people in those positions. That's what she meant, and that's what the article is about. There's no hidden meaning here, ladies and gentlemen. This isn't a hit piece on Johnny Depp.
What? What were the exact repercussions of it? All against Johnny Depp.
This isn't a hit piece on Johnny Depp. And you can end here. You can end there by saying the statements that she wrote were not false and the First Amendment protects them. Let's talk about the headline for a minute.
Yeah, he also does this, like, this is all about freedom of speech thing. You're protecting freedom of speech.
Here once in a while. That's what he's implying. But no, this was a term created by Mr. Depp.
Oh, now he also sent all these horrible text messages, abusive
for the
text
first time
messages.
in 2012.
Who's this to at the top?
After he slapped her
Thank
3
you,
times.
my dear Jerry. Very, very kind mate. We've been perfect, and all I had to do was send the monster away and lock him up. We've been happier than ever. Love you, brother JD.
I think that might be
across the face and said, I thought I put the monster away. And after he sat up here on the stand under oath and
We've
told
been
me that she
happier
made
than
that
ever.
term up.
Was the monster alcohol? Like
Boys, It's been a stressful day. Let's have some fun and let's all cringe.
Yeah, Egghead. Let's get us to 50%. Someone hit that milestone of 50%.
We look back at his texts, the writing at the time.
Thank you, my darling Kipper. All
first
these
text
technical
after
abbreviations
Australia
left me
in 2015.
flummoxed in the dark. What is this writing?
Flummoxed.
Thank you, my darling Kipper. All those technical abbreviations left me flummoxed and in the dark. Soon, I must see you and just hang out. My deformed finger and I have no friends. By the way,
great.
Amber and I have been absolutely perfect for 3 fucking months solid. I've locked my monster child away in a cage deep within and it has fucking worked. So is that the monster of his childhood or what's going on?
No, it's his habits.
Okay, we're goddamn best friends now. Amazing. Big love to you, my brother.
Period of
JD.
recovery for Mr. Depp when he told Jerry Judge, his bodyguard, all I had to do was send the monster away and lock him up. Remember, he texted Elton John or sent an email to Elton John.
Uh-oh. Elton John, I was just sitting here and I'm wondering, did you offer Billy the Fridge $10,000 to poop on you?
Yeah, where'd that grumpy come from?
You dropped the grumpy.
Referring to himself as the monster. He tells Dr. Kipper, the doctor to whom he's paid millions and millions and millions of dollars, thank you, my darling Kipper. He says, I've locked my monster child away in a cage deep within.
Johnny Depp clearly has children locked in his basement.
He tells Stephen Deuters. You know
Duders?
Mr. Duders. He liked to text Mr. Duders. He tells me
Duders?
She thinks my Peruvian...
Mr. Duders was what Amber Heard left on the bed.
Peruvian period. I wonder if that means like doing blow. Like
Probably, yeah.
Peruvian period, which is a reference
She thinks
to
that
cocaine.
my Peruvian period has made me a monster and that I'm ruining the relationship.
Did that means him using cocaine has made me a monster and that I am ruining the relationship. Imagine that. Someone actually thinking that maybe the impact of alcohol and cocaine is ruining a relationship. How dare she? He says, need to discuss the news helicopters. The monster, I want to shoot a motherfucker, but don't worry, the monster is not involved. Mr. Depp knows that he can turn into a monster. He knows that. He knows that. He got up here on the stand and tried to deny that to you. Talk about lack of accountability. Let's see the monster. Let's see the monster in the flesh.
Oh, is it going to be the cabinet video? Is it the cabinet video? It is. Let's see the monster in the flesh. Look how he abuses these innocent cabinets. By the way, this video was illegally recorded. California is a two-party consent state. It shouldn't have been admissible.
Motherfucker.
Does he have a sign on
it
his
says
back?
Kick me, yeah.
Did she put it on
She
his
put
back?
a kick me sign on his back. That's her way of getting away with domestic abuse. When she goes to court, she says, Your Honor, the sign said kick me. I simply kicked him because of the sign on his back.
By the way, I really love the mason jar wine glasses that he pours the mega pint into. I found them online. I'm going to buy some.
Get some mega pints?
Yeah, mason jar wine glass. Motherfucker.
I like that door.
What happened? Nothing happened this morning, you know that?
Were you in here?
No.
So then nothing happened to you this morning.
Yeah, you're right. I just woke up and you were so sweet and nice. We were not even fighting this morning. All I did was say sorry.
Did something happen to you this morning? I don't think so.
No, that's the thing.
You want to see crazy?
Look at that wine bottle. It's like a Magnum. Look at that. Yeah.
Oh, you're crazy.
Hell yeah.
You're crazy.
Have you drunk this whole thing this morning?
Oh, you got this going? You got this going?
I just started it.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Really?
I just started it.
No, I didn't. You were smashing shit.
Bye.
That was not a mega. He poured the mega pint. It was from a Magnum bottle. He poured the mega pint. How that did not make him look like a monster. If anything, it just made him look like he's throwing a temper tantrum.
You see Miss Heard laughing in
Only
that?
monsters throw temper tantrums.
She's not laughing in that.
She is laughing.
Depp in this courtroom right now is laughing and making snide remarks as that video is being played. But
Oh God, really?
it's
You're
not
going
a
there?
laughing matter.
They also were like, Johnny Depp, Mr. Depp's doodling and cracking jokes this entire case. He clearly doesn't take it seriously.
The doodle. What's worse, the doodling or the pretending to doodle?
Pretending. Way worse.
Who does that? Who does that? Imagine being in Amber's shoes on February 10th, 2016, videotaping him when he's
Illegally.
because when he's sober and sweet, you've never loved anything more. But when he mixes the drugs and he mixes drinks, he turns into this man. You've seen it before. You're praying it won't happen again, but deep down, you know it will.
Never let him in your kitchen.
You know that that man will come out. You know that monster will come out, and you want him to change. Imagine watching your husband, the person you love, behaving violently that way. Like a wild
That's
animal.
all they have.
That is abuse. That's abuse. That is abuse. And you don't have to look at that incident in isolation to find that it's abuse. You can look at it in the context of their whole relationship. This isn't about breaking down a series of individual days that you've heard evidence about. This is about the cumulative effect of Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard's relationship and whether that constitutes abuse. That is abuse, ladies and gentlemen. That's domestic.
He's saying, there it is, case closed. That's abuse.
He slammed a cabinet door.
And their response
and
is...
found that she
sold it to TMZ.
Recording him without his permission. Oh, is he going to deny it being sold to TMZ?
You see Ms. Heard laughing in that? She's not
shit.
laughing in that.
Hold on.
Mr. Depp and his...
And...
remarks that video is being played.
That cabinet video was made right after he found out his business manager stole hundreds of millions of dollars from him.
Who does that?
So he was mad, and she's like, got the camera out, and she's like, so what happened this morning? What happened this morning?
Anything happened to you this morning?
Yeah, she's like goading him to throw a fit on camera, knowing she has the camera out. She's like trying to pull it out of him. She's trying to get some of that out of him.
When he's sober and sweet, you've never loved anything more. But when he mixes the drugs and he mixes drinks, he turns into this man. You've seen it before. You're praying it won't happen again, but deep down, you know it will. You know that man will come out. You know that
if you guys ever get a divorce, can you do it not like this?
Monster will come out.
Fuck no, I'm gonna pour myself a mega pint.
Imagine
Slam
watching
cupboards.
your husband, the person you love, behaving violently that way, like a wild animal. That is abuse. That's abuse.
Not.
And you don't have to look at that incident.
Doing an improper slap. A closed fist slap is not abuse.
Isolation to find that it's abuse. You can look at it in the context of their whole relationship. This isn't about breaking down a series of individual days that you've heard evidence about. This is about the cumulative effect of Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard's relationship and whether that constitutes abuse. That is abuse, ladies and gentlemen. That's domestic abuse. And their response is, she sold it to TMZ, which she didn't. There's no evidence of, and she was on a plane. The only evidence suggests she was on an international flight when Mr. Tremaine testified that they received it and it was validated within something like 15 minutes, which could only have happened by the person who sent it. Ms. Heard was in the air. She didn't send it to TMZ. She never leaked.
All right, so I do want to pull up an alternate video really quick where TMZ says Amber Heard gave them the video.
Uh-oh.
Well, that's the first thing I notice in this video is that Amber Heard, it's in this, I think she thinks helps her case, that this has happened enough to her that she puts this camera down on the table and starts filming because she knows the way this argument's gonna go and wants to get whatever he says or does on tape. If you notice, halfway through the video, she moves the camera so that it gets the angle of Johnny Depp so that he's on camera. Now, the other thing that I have to say Amber thinks by leaking this video is going to go a long way for her.
Did she put her coffee cup in front of the camera when he walked over to hide it?
Yes. They just said by leaking this video.
Is that she's been alleging a lot of bad things about Johnny Depp, about domestic violence, about hitting her, breaking bottles, and overall acting a certain way and being intoxicated.
Yeah, he came over to pour that MAGA pint the second.
MAGA pint?
Yeah, the second she pointed the camera at him and she tried hiding it.
And they're saying she sent it to them. She leaked it.
Anything to TMZ, as you heard from her own mouth. Who would want that to become
Perjury? Too bad Perjury never gets taken seriously.
You heard that from her own mouth. Who are you going to believe? Amber Heard or every other person?
Right.
Again, in order to find for Mr. Depp, you would have to find that for his defamation claim, every single thing that ever happened between them that could constitute abuse, Amber was the abuser. Every single time. You'd have to believe the unbelievable. You all are smarter than that.
What?
But Mr. Depp thought he could hide it. He thought he could hide.
If I just found out someone stole $100 million from me, I might slam a cabinet door to myself. Having some bitch needling me at the same time isn't going to help.
Yeah, with her putting the camera at him, and so what happened this morning?
Right.
Like, she was trying.
She was already making the case there.
She was trying to get him to grump out at the Popeyes.
Hide the monster. That's why he lied in insurance forms that you have to fill out in order to be able to act. That's why he said...
I do believe all women. I believe all women want to have sex with me.
substances, whether prescribed by a physician or not. That obviously wasn't true within the past 12 months. They keep talking about Mr. Depp's.
Just trying to go over my shocking discussion with Vanessa that lasts 5+ hours. I feel ill and have invested my guts into some side corner. Now Lily Rose hates it because she thinks I'm drinking, and she's right, but I can't admit, or I fucking die in her eyes. Thanks for that one, Vanessa.
Role as a father. This is what he sent, a text that he sent DX207. Now Lily Rose, his daughter, hates me because she thinks I'm drinking, and she's right, but I can't admit.
He's struggling with addiction, and he doesn't want to disappoint his
Or I fucking
children.
die in her eyes. Thanks for that.
What does this have to do with him beating her?
There you have it. Johnny Depp was lying to his own daughter about an addiction to
This
alcohol.
is Mr. Depp passed out in a
Right.
Tokyo hotel room during the press tour for The Lone Ranger in 2013. When Ms. Heard testified that Mr. Depp screamed at me, and all I could think were the kids are in an adjoining room. And Mr. Depp passed out with his head like this. I don't think he was sleeping on the floor because he had a bad back. They keep referring to these pictures as she took pictures of Mr. Depp while he was asleep. He's not asleep in that picture. He's passed out, drunk and high, and she's taking pictures because she wants him to realize what he's done and get help and seek help.
Which is
I don't think that
very hard for somebody who's an alcoholic.
She also tried to, oh, it's the same coffee cup, by the way. She also, was like, I know you're sober now, honey, but it's my birthday, so I want you to smoke weed and drink with me now on my birthday.
Does she want him to smoke 4 or 5 giant bags of marijuana?
Yes.
looks like the
Is
spice cabinet.
she celebrating with Wiz Khalifa
Anyone in
and
this
Snoop Doggy Dogg? What's
That's
going
Mr.
on here? Is Willie Nelson going to make an appearance to help him smoke this shit?
This is Mr. Depp.
Young Fear and Loathing over there.
This is Mr. Depp. This is Mr. Depp.
Oh, is that puke or
All
spilled
you
cup?
hear from Mr. Depp
Looks ice cream is melted.
Oh, fuck, he spilled his ice cream.
and defiance.
I like how he passed out with his hand in his pocket.
Blaming Miss Heard.
One hand in my
taking this
pocket
picture of
and
her
the
for
other
trying to
spilling a milkshake.
Did you guys know Johnny willfully
So let's
turned
talk about-
over all his cell phone interactions while Amber didn't?
Yeah, of course. This is the worst they have is him wanting to hide his alcoholism from his daughter. If I
And
was
slamming cupboards.
If I was Lily Rose, I would, kind of wish my dad could be honest with me. But I think we all forgive our parents when they've fallen if they try and make amends and they try and fix themselves.
Yes. Imagine a rock star and movie star struggling with drugs and alcohol and then asking friends to help him get rehab so he doesn't ruin his marriage. Imagine that.
He's a fucking monster, dude.
So gross.
He's got a child monster in him, and he's trying to drown it in
In
alcohol.
March 2013, talked about the Wino Forever tattoo. In March 2013, there were a couple instances. There was one where on March 8th, and we'll get to that in a second, where he was drinking brown liquor and doing a lot of cocaine. Or that might have been that was March 22nd.
Brown
on March
liquor.
8th, this is when Mr. Depp backhanded her. She felt like her lip went into her teeth and got a little blood on the wall. He grabbed her by the arm and held her on the floor, screaming at her. We'll come back to this in a minute. This is March 22nd. This is what Mr. Depp said isn't every hour happy hour. Again, totally abandoning any responsibility for behavior like this. But what happened on March 22nd is he wanted Miss Heard to remove a painting by her ex-partner.
Same coffee cup again.
She loves
He
that
wanted
coffee
to
cup.
admit to an affair that she wasn't having. She didn't admit to it because it wasn't true. So he decided to have some lines of cocaine.
Man, if she was having an affair, are they insinuating that she would admit to it? She's that trustworthy?
Whiskey for breakfast.
Amazing. The majority of people I know that have affairs never admit to them, so
She was
good
just,
for you, Amber Heard.
She was just elevator cuddling with James
Then,
Franco.
on the way to filming the Keith Richards documentary, after a multi-hour argument, he grabbed their dog, their teacup Yorkie, and holds the dog, Boo, out of the window of a moving car.
He did a Michael Jackson.
And he's howling like an animal, Miss Heard said, while holding the dog out of the car. That is abuse.
No evidence.
Are they snorting the coke through a tampon applicator?
Yep.
That's lit.
Let's go back to this, because Ms. Vasquez read a parade of witnesses that she believes support Johnny's defense in this case. But as you've seen over the course of this proceeding, these witnesses, as I previewed in the opening, almost all of them are witnesses on his payroll. They're all scared to say anything bad about him.
Literally all of her witnesses, except for her sister, are on her payroll.
And they've seen what happens to people who do. And none were there for the instances of domestic violence. What they're saying is, oh, if he didn't abuse Miss Heard in front of his 4 bodyguards, then it must have never happened. That's essentially what they're asking you to believe. That's ridiculous. That's not the way domestic violence works. Take his sister, Christy. I know it seems like a year ago, but she was the first witness in this case. You remember her on the stand when I presented her with these texts that say, stop drinking.
All right. I've been provided a video supposedly that shows Amber Heard holding a dog out a window.
Oh, no. Ride like the wind, pistol.
Let's see. So they claim Johnny Depp held the dog out of a window. Does she actually pick the dog up and hold it out of the window?
Or is she going to drop the dog on the ground?
No, she's not going to drop the dog.
Okay, that's good, because that's what I worry about most. It's already bad enough for the doggy's ears to have the wind blowing it like that. They're hypersensitive ears. It's not good. But dropping the doggy out the window is even worse.
Well, the worst thing is the hypocrisy if they're going to claim Johnny Depp abused her by holding her dog out the window of a moving car. I would like to see if she actually does it here. Does she actually pick up? Because the dog's just kind of hanging out of the car. Let's see.
Yeah, I don't see.
Oh.
Uh-oh. He's going to jump out after a muskrat. Is she going to grab it by his scruff and just shake him out the door?
She's going to literally throw it.
A little scruff puppet. She's going to throw him into oncoming traffic at Joshua Tree. That's fucked up,
So,
Amber Heard.
I don't see... Okay, she didn't pick up the dog and hold it out of the car. She let the dog stick its head out the window. It's pretty normal, I would say.
You shouldn't do that. It's
Drinking
not the
stop.
best for doggies' ears.
Coke and stop pills. You'll remember her squirming and saying, oh, I don't think I was asking him to stop drinking, stop Coke, stop pills. She couldn't even answer that basic question because she wanted to lie for Mr. Depp and say that Miss Heard was delusional. She couldn't even admit this to you. She's nothing but an enabler.
I think that is the dog, though, that she blamed the poop on.
Same with Sean Bett, his head of
That little
security,
thing
who's been
was the
sitting in this
grumpy
courtroom
pumper?
for the past 6 weeks. He's right there. Mr. Bett was the one who testified to you that when Mr. Depp has a few drinks of alcohol, he said, I wrote this down, he said it's like the rest of us drinking sparkling water. I don't think that kitchen video that we just saw was like you or I.
He was mad about something legit.
Yeah, he definitely didn't seem the type of drunk that he was in some of these other videos.
Right.
He was angry, and it looks like he was turning to the mega pint to self-medicate his
Yes,
anger.
He absolutely was.
This
I
is
don't
the
think the
same-
alcohol was the cause of that at all. It was the idea that the alcohol would be the solution to his problems.
Sean Bett, who
Which is
said that on the
alcoholism.
I think you're right.
evening of May 21st, 2016, which Elaine will talk about in a little bit. He said
Oh,
Mr. Depp
Elaine.
may have bumped
Hello,
something
Elaine.
off the tape.
Everyone, please like the stream if you haven't already.
You've seen the pictures. You'll see them again. Just like Travis McGivern said that Mr. Depp rearranged Miss Heard's closet. You've seen the pictures. You'll see them again. Just like Tara Roberts in the Bahamas, who tried to blame everything on Miss Heard and only under cross-examination admitted that Mr. Depp passed out face down in the sand underneath a hammock.
Keno
and his
suggests
son
the cabinet
Jack
video
found
was
him
right
there.
after his mom died. I didn't hear
She
about
took
that
a
yet.
video
I don't
of
know.
their cabin in the Bahamas.
I don't know the exact timelines of any of this.
I
really.
don't think so, because I think when his mom died was when he finally decided to ask for a divorce.
To
is
try
what
to
they said
suggest to
earlier.
you that this assault that Miss
You don't
Heard
think he would
alleges
ask for a
couldn't have
divorce
taken
shortly
place.
after that clip
But
anyways?
conveniently, she didn't
Like,
take the camera
it
into
seems
the
to be
closet where Mr. Depp
Look, it seems like her
held
taking
Miss
that
Heard.
video has in her mind that they're going to go to divorce and she's going to need evidence against him, right? And she's kind of goading a reaction out of him with that video. Seems like it's at the end of their relationship. I don't know.
We'll get to that.
It would make a
incident.
lot of
She
sense
didn't take the
if it
video
was.
camera into the bathroom where he sexually assaulted Miss Heard. She didn't do that because she wanted to generate evidence only favorable to Mr. Depp. Think about Sean Bett and Starling Jenkins' conflicting stories about the birthday party on April 21st. Remember, Mr. Depp experienced horrific financial news the evening of that night, April 21st, 2016. He learned that he was
I guess the cabinet video was in February and his mom died in May.
What Mr. Depp does when he receives
And that she filed for divorce like the day after his mom died.
Right.
bad news like that. He left the meeting.
So the cabinet video was way before that.
At 9:30.
Yeah, a few months before.
Didn't arrive at Miss Heard's birthday party until 11:15. Okay, fine, he was late. But we all know what he does when he has that hour and 45 minutes of free time and he's stressed out about
people keep saying he's angry because his accountant stole money from him, the original story.
Mr. Bett testified. Remember, he said, I took him to his home on Sweetser Avenue, his other home, to pick up a birthday.
Was it $600 million the accountant stole from him?
Something like that.
Holy fuck, that's a lot.
Well, I don't know. I thought he only had like 300 million, but
after the accountant got done with
I
it.
said, you don't know what he did in that intervening time period. And he said, oh, yes, I do. I do. He said, Mr. Depp was visiting his sick mother. And I said, who told you that? And he said, Mr. Bett. The witnesses that Mr. Depp has paraded up here, who are here in person, they're here in person because they're on his payroll. Almost all of them.
Later on, Camille will name all the ones that are not on the payroll.
And they're telling you whatever they think they need to tell you.
Johnny Depp claims it was $650 million in earnings.
Just as we previewed they would do in the opening.
And he was left owing $100 million in taxes after managers stole his money.
The doctor that diagnosed Johnny Depp with a mental illness without even meeting him is on the payroll.
But Mr. Depp would go through periods where he would apologize, where he would be grateful. I have no doubt that there were times when Mr. Depp wanted to get better. These are texts, PX 120A and 120B.
I would have gone for a swim and swallowed a big drink of ocean water without her.
Sent to Paige Heard, Amber's mom, after detox on the island in 2014. He says, there were more than a few times when I thought it would be more simple to take that route. Meaning go for a swim and swallow a big drink of ocean. And he said it was Amber and Amber alone that got me through this.
Where does it say Amber and Amber alone?
There's no luckier man on this earth.
Amber and Amber only that got me through this, and it was not easy.
That Amber gives me and the full support of each of you. So as you're weighing the evidence and you're weighing Mr. Depp's credibility, think to yourself, what do I believe? What he has a motive to say on the stand, or what he wrote contemporaneously with the events?
Or what he wrote to her mother,
right,
as being like a son-in-law trying to big up his wife. And I think you could look at it as Amber and Amber alone being the one that got him help, because that was his wife and he was trying to salvage his relationship with her. And on the side, he would be able to clean himself up for his daughter, which has been a huge thing. And if Amber is his partner and he can't confide in his daughter the truth, he's already said he's been hiding it from his daughter, his partner Amber is the one and only that is there he can confide in to fix his stuff. But she's not the only reason. Obviously, he's already said his daughter was a huge reason, but he can't confide in her the way he can in his wife, because his daughter looks at him as daddy. I think fathers, mothers, parents, they have this role that they want to be like perfect in their children's eyes. But in your partner, you're supposed to show your faults, you're supposed to show your weaknesses, and you're supposed to build each other up. So I could see why he would say that about Amber, and I think it could be true. Amber's not like all bad.
This trial is about so much more than Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard.
Trumpster Bob's the accountant only stole $40 million.
It's about the freedom of speech.
Okay, Trumpster Bob. Always a source of reliable information. Thanks for clearing that up, Bob.
Thank you, Bob.
Protect it and reject Mr. Depp's claims against Amber. And now you'll hear from Ms. Beretta Hawk about the counterclaim. Thank you.
All right, here comes what's-her-face? Lady Elaine. First she's got to play butt grabby ass with
feels good, man. I got it. Yep. This is the Mean Girls table. They're just over here like you can't sit with us laughing at them.
I get to say good afternoon. And I know you've been listening to everybody for
Meaning it's afternoon.
I get to say good afternoon.
Ben's,
She's got a little bit of Christian energy going on.
This extreme service and extraordinary service. We really appreciate it. I'm going to go really fast and try to go as quick as I can so that you can get a break from us and go make your decision. I know you're probably itching to do it at this point. But this is very important to us, and we appreciate your listening, and we appreciate your being here. I'm going to stay on this slide.
She wastes almost the rest of their time.
For a moment, and there's something that's very important on
She's
this
going to go
slide
fast, though, she said. She said, I'm going to go. She showed up thinking that she was Sonic the Hedgehog, but what she delivered was ugly Sonic. And that's a problem.
When you see the actual damages, go down to the last paragraph, if you will. It says, Mr. Depp cannot recover damages for any harm that occurred after November 2, 2020. Do you all see that? So
do y'all see that?
Mr. Depp's team got up here and told you through Mr. Chu this morning has nothing to do.
Measured Media says, does a woman lawyer ramble? You don't say? That's not fair. Hot Camille has been dropping bombs this entire time.
Oh, she's going to come back with a vengeance, too.
So, like, it's not a woman lawyer thing. It's a lawyer that doesn't have much to say that is going to try and drown out the attention of their opposition by filling up every waking moment they have with the most boring shit, the most crazy shit, so the jury kind of gets lost in the mix. That's all they really have, is to almost filibuster the jury's attention into thinking they can't make a for sure decision.
This case. He had his chance in the UK.
Your camera went digital mafia.
Oh, it's back. Filed June 2018, 6 months before the op-ed. The trial was July 2020. The process ended, according to Mr. Marks, their expert, on November 2, 2020. And his damages stopped then. He can't get reputational damages. He can't get his legacy back for his children. He can't get anything after that day from you. You can't restore his reputation. You can't give him anything. They didn't tell you that, but the court told you that. And that's a very, very important thing here. He told his story. He had his opportunities. He had his full opportunities to do all of that. And he came in here and lied to you and said he's here to get his reputation back. It's just one of many lies in this case, but it's a really big one. Because here we are, 6 weeks of your time, precious time, 6 weeks of this court's time, for what? For nothing. Only to go after Amber.
If this was all for nothing, don't collect your salary then, right?
That's psychological abuse. He's going after Amber for nothing because he wants to put her through this again, the third time.
The third time.
So we're fighting back, and that's the counterclaim. She finally has said enough. Enough. And we're asking you to finally hold this man responsible. He has never accepted responsibility for anything in his life.
Anything in his life?
This whole time.
He's never once. He didn't accept responsibility for his mom being the best mom ever. He moved her in across the street from him.
Boy haircut.
Yep.
Page boy slap fight.
Admitted to anything. He's blamed everybody in the world. His agent, his manager, his lawyer, Amber, his friends.
We got political analyst T-Bob saying this woman is on cocaine.
He knows.
But he's never accepted responsibility for a thing he's done in his life. But we're asking you to accept, to make him accept responsibility, to hold him legally responsible for his actions, and to fully and fairly compensate Amber for what he has done by creating this concept of a hoax for the defamation that he has committed, that you have heard so much about, that just took wildfire and went off into negative media and has made Amber's life pure hell up to this day. We're asking you to do that, to compensate her, to be fair and hold him responsible, so he stops. We don't want another lawsuit. We don't want anything else. We want to leave Amber alone. And
We
let her get on.
don't want Amber to be held accountable for any of this shit. Leave her alone. She's already fucked up irrevocably. There's no way she's gonna have her own Mira spin-off movie now.
Her life and raise her
Aqua
child.
Girl.
So let's talk about the counterclaim for a moment. These are Adam Waldman's statements. You've heard Mr. Depp say, well, why aren't you suing Mr. Waldman? Isn't that typical of Mr. Depp? He doesn't take responsibility for anything, so now he's going to blame his lawyer. But the evidence is very clear on all three statements, and we'll show them to you in a minute, that he says Adam Waldman, Mr. Depp's attorney, says these things. Now, Mr. Depp says, oh, I didn't even know about those until the counterclaim. Well, we know that's not true because Mr. Waldman's testimony was 2 months before those statements were made.
Dragon Man Firebane in the fan chat says, I hold the idea that anyone who punched her lesbian girlfriend wife and just goes paranoid hell on another spouse, I believe she is guilty of all the shit. I mean, I don't know if it's fair to say you're guilty of everything because you've done one terrible thing in your life. But if we do see these patterns of abuse, we do have to question if she wants to bring in Kate Moss and evoke Kate Moss, and then have Kate Moss say, no, you're wrong. We should kind of look at her history of relationship abuse as well. She started it. If you want to talk about this particular situation, give us proof of this particular situation. Don't say, well, just ask Kate Moss. He beats women. And when she's like, no. Like, wait a second. We have a woman that you beat at the SeaTac airport because you got charged with it. You were convicted of it. Like what's up with that, Amber Heard? You're the woman beater.
To the Daily Mail, the same place that all three of these.
And you can't even apply a proper slap. It comes out as a closed fist punch.
Damn it.
Damn it.
And he gave him 2 spliced audio tapes to try to make it look like Amber was the person who was committing the abuse. He went with him. He knew that Mr. Waldman was doing this. He knew that Mr. Waldman was launching a campaign against Amber to try to discredit her. And the timing of this, we're talking, the statements now are April and June of 2020. The trial is July of 2020.
Trumpster Bob says he's going to make movies now. If Johnny can make millions, he can too.
Launching an attack to try to discredit Amber before the trial in the UK. That's what happened here. And that is Mr. Waldman, but it's Mr. Depp. The judge gave you 3 different instructions, and you'll all have them. He's acting as his attorney. He has the authority. So Mr. Depp is standing in the shoes of Mr. Waldman. Mr. Waldman is standing in the shoes of Mr. Depp. Michelle, can you please bring up the first statement? It says, Amber and her friends in the media use fake sexual violence allegations as both a sword and shield, depending on their needs. They have selected some of her sexual violence hoax facts as the sword, inflicting them on the public and Mr. Depp.
Seems pretty straightforward.
Now, what this statement is meant to imply is that Amber is lying about the sexual assaults and using them with the media to try to discredit.
That's what he did suggest there, and then he's asking for some proof that that's not what she did. This entire defamation case,
Right.
yes, Miss Lawyer, that's what he did, and that's what this whole case is about. Had you not known, you were defending her for defamation against those claims. Now, if you want to tell us that he was in the wrong for making the claims that she was only doing this for Media Blitz, show us why. Coop Carr, Gracie, getting us almost 2/3 the way to the goal.
Oh, man, and I forgot what I promised at 75%.
Yeah, you have to whip out that tootie. I have to go to the little girls' room again.
Whip out that tootie. All right, we're taking a short break from the trial coverage. I am going to promo something very special right now. Right now, we're doing the DP Summer T-shirt sale. There's a link in the description. We've got all sorts of shirts, all of them, 25% off. If you use the code DPSummer22 at checkout, you will get 25% off all of the shirts in our store. We don't just have shirts, too. We have a tapestry. We have the Mega Billy shirt. Actually, these are in order based on the last sale. So Mega Billy got purchased recently. There's a DP tapestry. Me and Billy, this is our personal favorite because it's me and Billy as a pair of busty, beautiful ladies. Some people are like, oh, that's weird. I don't think so. I think you want to wear that. There were a bunch of shirts that were made back in the day that were never made public, that were never actually sold. Here's one of the original DP cast as cartoon characters. That's for sale. All 25% off. There's a bunch of them. There's a bunch of merch. There's a bunch of shirts. Sorry, I got this new thing to straighten my teeth, and it's a little hard to talk. My bad. But yeah, here's all this stuff. It keeps going, too. 25% off. There's stickers, there's mugs, there's all kinds of amazing stuff on sale. Link in the description down below to get yourself some of this merch. Check it out.
That's the clear implications of this. Now, the first part of this is this contradicts Mr. Depp's claims today that the first time you ever heard about the sexual assaults that happened was in this case. It was in the UK case. This is the case that Mr. Depp.
Yeah, they all know about the UK case. They didn't forget about it. But that was a liable case in another country with different laws against the publication, not an individual.
Instead of Amber Heard trying to put this out in the media, she did exactly the opposite. Now, this article's not in your evidence book. At least some of you will remember it being shown at one point with the title that said that Amber was successful in being able to treat her allegations of the sexual violence confidential in that proceeding. And it was treated confidential. She did exactly the opposite. She didn't want to tell people this. And you know that. You watched her on the stand.
If she didn't want to tell people, she did the opposite of what she wanted.
Heart-rending for her to have to do this with the cameras, no less.
She's used to cameras.
But what else?
She made sure they were there when she filed for a restraining order.
What's false about this statement? It's that there was no false statements of sexual violence. Ben went through all four of them, and I will not repeat them all. You heard the testimony, and interestingly enough, you didn't hear any stories that differed from that with Mr. Depp. He
It looks like Camille's like, what is this bitch talking about?
didn't get on the stand and say, you know, no, this didn't happen to at least a couple of them. And he can't in Australia. He can't remember anything, likely. But if you just look at the pictures of the destruction in that house, I mean, imagine painting those canvases and how long that took and how much hatred and rage you have to have for somebody to do something like that. Writing on the walls, tearing up her nightgown and wrapping pieces of raw steak and putting it all over the house. Remember that she also testified that he took her clothes and swiped them through all the paint before she left. You know,
she cut his
things
finger
happen.
off.
With respect to the malice on this one, you know he knows that he did these things. You know that he knows he was out of it for 3 days. And that's all that we need to prove for malice. But there's a couple of more facts here.
It's really cool that Johnny Depp took it out of his busy schedule to actually be in the chat. I appreciate it, Johnny Depp. Man, Johnny Depp only has 2 subscribers. Someone get that guy more subscribers.
But you can find whatever Mr. Waldman's done, and you can find whatever Mr. Depp has done. And both of those are the same for purposes of evaluating the verdict form. They stand in each other's shoes. When you have an agent, and that's what the jury instructions say, you can go with both. What did Mr. Waldman do? There was an article about the sexual violence that he had put from the April one that went into the trial. Amber's testimony, she was sitting near him in the trial. Adam Waldman threw that newspaper down in front of her defiantly. That's actual malice. And she was quite upset, and you heard her testimony on the stand about that. He was just inflicting it on her. Remember Bruce Witkin's testimony? This was Johnny Depp's best friend for 40 years until he testified truthfully 4 years ago about the drugs and alcohol, and he stopped talking to him. There was a couple of really important things that Bruce Witkin said. One of the things is he said he met Adam Waldman once. Adam Waldman said, "Do you have any dirt on the Mandels?" And he said no, and that was it. Then he didn't care. He is an attack dog. All he wants to do is attack and put dirt on people. The second thing that Witkin said that I think was pretty instructive was that Johnny Depp has deep-seated anger issues that have nothing to do with Amber. He remembered even back when Johnny was married to his sister-in-law, he had extreme jealousy even back then. And I think that's pretty significant. Remember, Mr. Witkin also was called in a few times to intercede in some of these fights between Johnny and Amber when Johnny would become so angry. The last thing I thought he said that was actually pretty important was that Kipper and his whole group are a scam. He said, you know, how is it that they can be sober doctors, you know, for these years, and he's never sober? You know, he's even taking pot all the time. How can you be sober? I thought that was quite instructive. But in any event, going back to, that's the first statement. The second statement, Michelle, if you can bring that one up. Oh, before I go there, I want to talk about a few more things from Mr. Waldman that you have in your pocket.
Taking pot. He was just taking pot.
To find additional malice with him. Remember, he's the one that after the UK trial went to the LAPD with a notebook full of things and tried to get perjury charges against Amber. The LAPD said
he injected 3 marijuanas.
But he then went to a German newspaper and said Amber is being investigated by the NYPD or the LAPD for perjury. Do you remember that? That's malice. That's showing his intent to do harm to Amber. He also admitted that he speaks to that umbrella guy, and you'll see that one.
That umbrella guy is a popular YouTuber that's been talking about this story for years. His channel blew up when the case started, but he's been doing it for years. She is obsessed with that umbrella guy. You guys can look him up, that umbrella guy. But Amber Heard's legal team is very concerned with a YouTube video creator.
Text in there from the person from TMZ. That umbrella guy is the big lead of Johnny Depp's, you know, positive social media that is putting all the negative out.
Johnny Depp's like, huh?
On Amber Heard.
Little umbrella guy?
And he also ended up getting knocked out of Twitter because he was abusing Amber.
He got knocked out of
now
Twitter.
The second counterclaim statement. And that is quite simply, this was an ambush, a hoax. They set Mr. Depp up by calling the cops, but the first attempts didn't do the trick. The officers came to the penthouses, thoroughly searched and interviewed, and left after seeing no damage to face or property. So Amber and her friends spilled a little wine, roughed the place up, got their story straight under the direction of a lawyer and publicist, then placed a second call to 911. Now this is May 21. Now, the clear implication here is that they're saying that Amber got together with her friends. They decided they were going to set Johnny up to be charged for domestic violence. And so they called the police, and they tried to make up this whole story, get him arrested, but the police said there's no evidence here, and went away, and they said, darn. And so they spilled wine, and they, you know, busted up the place, and they called 911. They got advice from a lawyer and a publicist, called 911, and tried again to get Johnny charged. That's what this says. Now, we all know that's false. And it's
how do we know that's false? False.
Because, you know, after these events happened, and Ben talked about a little bit of it, but I'll talk about the rest of it, and I'm going to try to do it really quickly. But we all know Amber did everything in her power not to tell them who Johnny was, not to press charges, not to have him arrested.
So why call the cops?
The opposite of this. But what were the facts of May 21st? He comes over. He's already been drinking. He's already high. And he is on a tear about feces in the bed from a month ago. And remember how Amber talked about when he gets into these drug-induced things, he gets into these paranoias.
He's just so out of control. He's just into drugs. It's the drugs.
He just won't let
taking
go.
pot.
And that was his this time. There's somebody put that feces in the bed a month ago. That was his spin. So she gets Io Tillett on the phone. He's in New York at the time. He's going, they thought, this is ridiculous. Of course nobody did. And by the way, Boo has this huge problem. Of course it was Boo. You know, he's always doing this. But Johnny just won't get there. So then they laugh. That makes him mad. Then he throws the phone at Amber. Amber screams out and says, ow, you just threw the cell phone at me. It hurts. Io says, Amber, get out of there. Johnny gets madder, pulls her hair, grabs her and starts hitting her.
It looked like
so Io gets
just
hold of
sat
Rocky
down
Penny.
at the mean girl table.
Yeah.
She comes over as quickly as she can. She goes and gets in between the two of them. She puts her hands up on his chest. He pushes them down. And then she continues to stand in between them. And he's screaming loudly 10 times, Amber, get the fuck up. Amber, get the fuck up. Amber, get the fuck up. Loudly, loudly.
That's kind of a bop.
His
Amber,
bodyguards here,
get the fuck up.
They come in,
Amber,
they break
get the
down.
fuck up.
That's how that
Amber,
happens. But the
get the
next
fuck
part
up.
of this,
Bom,
remember
bom,
Josh
bom,
grew
bom,
up.
bom. Someone needs to make that
Elizabeth
song.
Mars
Keep
was
busting.
amazing.
Keep busting.
Remember their testimony. You know, after that he goes and he has to, you know, he always leaves a path of destruction.
That's
as he's
illegal.
leaving. So he, bashes up things, and you saw Ben's pictures here on the picture frames, knocks things over as he's going, goes down the hallway, he's splashing the wine, he gets his bodyguards to let him
Everything
in
she's
the
going
penthouse.
through here, was this like audio recorded, video recorded, or is she
It's
just
just testimony.
she's just doing a wild recreation of what Amber Heard said with no other opinion of this but Amber Heard's words, like no other witnesses?
Yep.
That's where Josh and Elizabeth are trying to help with Rocky's bead thing for the next day. And he comes in, storming in, and he says, get your bitch out of here. And he's got the big magnum, and he's mad. And Elizabeth is just terrified.
Got
She
the
barely
fucking
knows Johnny.
magnum.
She's met him 4 times, and she goes ripping out of there as fast as she can. And Josh gets out of there, too. Then what does he do?
Who's Elizabeth and Josh?
He rearranges
Dogs?
the furniture. Or he might have knocked something off, one of the countertops or something, I think, is the testimony of his bodyguards. But you saw the pictures. He went through and trashed that place again as he left. Now, the next part of this is the police coming. Io calls the police. He's in New York. He calls the New York Police 911. He's afraid they're not going to get there fast enough. He still remembers.
I thought they were in L.A.
It's called the New York Police, which is
what?
terrible because they were in L.A., so you knew it was a big deal.
Because he came in afterwards and saw all of the injuries on Amber and all the evidence, and he's terrified that Amber's still in there, the police haven't come, and that Johnny's going to kill her. So he calls a friend in L.A. and says, please call 911. We got to get somebody there fast. So she calls 911. So we have 2 calls.
The proof they have for all this is there are pics taken without him in them.
2 calls really close,
Your Honor,
in proximity.
He wasn't in these pictures because he was terrorizing a lot like Jack in The Shining.
Here, so it's not.
He was running around a giant shrubbery maze, terrorizing poor little Amber Heard.
Them
saying, "Here's Johnny," as he chopped through the door.
Rough up the place and make.
Yeah. Then the friend also says, "Get the fuck up, bad dance, go, go, go," with the smile.
Amber,
what's up,
get the
Edwin?
fuck up.
Amber, you'll see
get
that
the
they're
fuck
like
up.
8 minutes apart up there, but it took.
Oh, we got
2
a live
hours
one
to
here.
dispatch the 2 different ones, and Amber never even had any idea that the second one was coming. The first one's come, and we've talked about it. We've shown you the pictures. The police officers admitted that those pictures could very much have been what was there that night. Remember, Officer Haddon, it was his first week on the job.
She's just rambling.
Officer Science was three.
Someone made a Photoshop of her as an old cat lady with that umbrella guy in her mind.
That's fucked up.
Yeah, you were out of the room. She mentioned twice that umbrella guy.
Yeah.
And actually, there was a deposition that they did with one of the other witnesses where they mentioned him too. They are that freaked out by one anonymous guy on the internet talking shit about Amber Heard.
Do we know who he is, or is he completely anonymous?
He's completely
He
anonymous.
has no actual connection to anybody here.
I don't know. He might.
Years on the job at that point. They say, you know,
I guess he used to just make videos about comic books and then kind of jumped onto this
they
stuff.
told Josh that if she will press charges, if she'll give a name, we can file a report and make an arrest. She wouldn't do it. You did hear from Detective Sandanaga. That's the domestic violence.
Here's an objection. So they mute the mic.
Objection.
Was there that night. Remember, Officer Haddon, it was his first week on the job. Officer Science was three years on the job at that point. They say...
This lawyer's going to have the reputation going to the shitter after this case? Yeah, but if they write a book, I feel like everybody's going to want to read her side of this from her book.
You know, and like, she represented someone who didn't have a lot of evidence on their side. I mean... She might not be the best lawyer ever, but she was not put in a position where winning was easy here. I mean, Amber winning is not, I mean, like, her countersuit is garbage, but her winning is going to be Johnny Depp not winning his suit. So they might still get a victory. We don't know anything about this jury other than secondhand accounts of age and race and gender.
That if she will press charges, if she'll give a name, we can file a report and make an arrest. She wouldn't do it. You did hear from Detective Sandanaga. That's the domestic violence.
Tomorrow is at Double or Nothing. MJF has a match against Wardlow. Potential news just broke that he booked a flight out of Vegas tonight. He might be taking his ball and going home.
Wow.
MJF? JF! This lawyer's going to have their reputation go into the shitter. Was their reputation that good beforehand? Like, how bad do lawyers really get hit from these things?
I don't know. I mean,
yeah, I wonder what the protocol is for having such a fucking failed case.
I mean, there are lawyers that take some of the worst cases where they have to, like, represent murderers and child molesters and stuff.
Yeah, but they don't always look so batshit crazy doing it, right?
You recall Josh Drew saying that the police officer...
What if this woman becomes like a lawyer for Alex Jones after this?
He definitely said that.
I feel like some people would just collect her lawyer work.
She would not cooperate. She didn't want to
put her on the panel just because.
Their domestic relations or domestic violence person said they should have done an incident report no matter what, even if they decided there wasn't a crime. Because domestic violence has the cycles, they come back. And it's good to have the record for the next time that it might happen. So she said they should have under the circumstances, even if they didn't. And she also said that when they put verbal dispute only in those calls, it is a code that they use, and you'll see that it's twice on that call report. So they to say that's why we didn't write a report. But in any event, whether the police
the umbrella guy's history is that he used to be a mental health professional who worked with like child abuse victims and sex offenders and stuff, but dropped out of the work because it was too much to handle. It was just too much emotionally.
Yeah.
But still, like, covers a lot of these cases. That's the direction they were coming from.
Decided she's never going to press charges, and you'll see on the call report they're insisting that to the second set. It doesn't make any difference. The point is, this is still false. This statement is still false because Amber did everything but try to press charges against Johnny Depp. So they go away. And the testimony is that Josh and Amber and Rocky cleaned up because they have dogs. So they cleaned up a lot of the glass and the wine and those types. They had no idea the second police officers were coming by, and they certainly didn't call them, and they certainly didn't talk. They never talked to a publicist. She did talk to a lawyer who gave her advice, and that's why she wouldn't tell them, anything. She said, "I'm not going to cooperate at all." So the second one's coming. You saw that. You've got the video cameras in there, and you see there's no effort by them to try to get now these officers to press charges against Johnny Depp. Just the opposite. Josh Drew doesn't want to even
blah, 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 blah.
They come through quickly.
Why would they want to get him arrested?
Why would they? Everything's fine. She's doing a lot of hand movements. She seems like
they're not trying to do anything. They're trying to
a theatrical
which makes this
mishmash
100% false. Was it made
100% false?
There's nobody that thinks that Amber tried to press charges that night. Johnny knew that. But the other thing that's very helpful and what you should look at is Defendants Exhibits 772 and 773. because once again, the next day, Johnny apologizes to Amber. He says in 2 different text messages, that's 772 and 773, he says, my profound apologies in one of them, and my apologies are eternal in the other one. What is he apologizing for the next day on May 22nd if he didn't know that he did all of those things? And by the way, remember Isaac Baruch even remembers the wine.
Isaac
in the hallway.
Baruch.
The police, none of the police officers remember the wine. And that's because they're busy and they got a zillion other things going, and they didn't remember this call 2 months later when they were asked about it. So that's the next one. So clearly that's 100% false. Clearly they knew it. Clearly there's malice in making that statement. They're trying to suggest that she's manufacturing evidence with her friends to try to frame Mr. Depp. Nothing could be further from the truth on that one. And she did not want those police officers to press charges. Now let's go to the third one. Oh, and let's talk about the makeup just for a moment while we're going to the third one. This makeup thing, fresh-faced, natural. These were Adam Waldman planting these when he talked to the ECB people. You know, remember the testimony here. We kept asking, so did you talk to Mr. Waldman? Did you talk to Mr. Waldman? Mr. Waldman was trying to plant in all of these people's minds.
Objection, Your Honor.
Somehow, she wasn't...
The approach?
Objection, Your Honor.
Objection.
Mr. Waldman didn't plant anything but a big, beautiful kiss on Johnny Depp's face.
I love when she was trying to redirect after Camille tore into Amber Heard on the stand, and Camille just kept like objecting to everything, like literally everything. And then the Johnny Depp bodyguard was like holding his face, laughing in the back.
Objection, objection, objection. Yeah, this is some flippy dippy bullshit.
Yep.
So I didn't say that any of the witnesses admitted that Adam Waldman planted that. I'm saying he planted it.
None of the witnesses said that, by the way. I'm saying that. So you have 2 people you should believe, Amber Heard and myself. Nobody else. Because these witnesses didn't even suggest that. Why did you say that?
She's not going to go outside her
The best defense Amber Heard has is boring them and confusing them. Good job.
When she's been covering them up for 4 years.
By the way, is the Drunken Peasants way, bore and confused since 2002. Send your donos in while we bore and confuse you. Right now.
Makes no sense.
Is Billy going to wear a jacket all year again? Yes.
You saw Amber on the stand. There were days where she didn't wear eye makeup. A lot of people think that she's not wearing makeup when she doesn't have mascara and eyeliner on. She has different looks.
Donating 20 now, but I'll pledge 100.
Shit.
Oh, yes.
Thank you, Don Doodles.
Appreciate you. Could you pledge to give 100 by the end of the show?
Somebody earlier pledged $1 billion.
Oh, damn.
Yeah, but as we figured out,
I'm a billionaire.
As we figured out, pledges are not the same as donations. Damn it. That's unfortunate truth.
And some of them are without. And people misunderstand.
They don't know.
Especially people that aren't that good at makeup, and a lot of men, frankly, go, oh, then she probably doesn't have makeup. And that's where that mistake happens.
T-Bob, you got to be jealous that Captain Content is slamming Elisa Jordana right now. Damn. That must really hurt. Right?
No. She should be happy.
But you heard her testimony, and you heard
Be
her
happy with
makeup
Cappy.
Testimony saying she doesn't go out of her room without concealer and foundation. She knows how to put these things in. And you saw Defendant's Exhibit 155, and you'll have the actual thing in there. That's the type of palette she used, and she was very adept at telling you what colors she puts on for the different days.
And she did at one point say she used a bruise kit, which was a slip of the tongue that she immediately dialed back, because bruise kits are what they use in theater to put fake bruises on your face.
I used a bruise kit.
On the stand, she said she used a bruise kit and then dialed it back immediately afterwards because she realized the bruise kit was to make fake bruises.
Woman.
Or she realized that and she spilled the beans.
Alex Leon. Well, exactly. Either one thing, she's dumb as shit, or she's bad at lying.
who for 4 years
She's
did
bad at
everything
fake
she could
crying.
to
We know
cover
that.
up anybody
Even her
knowing
acting coach
anything
says
about
You
this
can be
abuse.
bad at
You
lying
honestly think she's
if
just going to
people
walk
don't
around
need the
for
truth
week
from you.
with her bruises
And Amber
exposed?
Heard is the type of person you don't need the truth from. You actually want her to lie to you. You want her to say, "Yeah, it was good for me." You want her to say, "Ooh, that's a big dick you have in your pants." You want her to say, "Yeah, you're the greatest man I've ever slept with." You want her to lie to you. You don't care about the truth from Amber Heard.
Now, let's go to the third one. And this is the abuse hoax. He says, we've reached the beginning of the end of Ms. Heard's abuse hoax against Johnny Depp. Now, obviously the defamatory meaning of that is that Amber's creating an abuse hoax. But there is no abuse hoax. I don't need to tell you all of the evidence because Ben did a beautiful job of just taking you through all of those different things. But I will point out a couple things for you. And that is, remember Bonnie Jacobs, the therapist. Dr. Hughes and
What would
Dr.
be perfect
Spiegel.
is if Amber Heard loses the case. So in response, she just drops a grumpy in the courtroom.
Yes. Yes. If she grumps out in the fucking courtroom,
Grumps out.
That would be lit. I would vote for her if that happened. I would vote for Amber Heard in this trial.
About Bonnie Jacobs' notes. And remember that I was holding that, you don't get to see them, but they testified that they went through them. Dr. Hughes testified that she also spoke with Bonnie Jacobs. She kept contemporaneous notes from 2011 when she first started seeing Amber. And the abuse is documented in those notes, is what Dr. Hughes testified to. They start in 2012.
Fuck it,
Both
I'll
phys-
fulfill my pledge.
Yes!
I know it's a low bar, but I am now better than Amber Heard.
Wow.
Damn, Don Doodles. Let the court put on record Don Doodles is better than Amber Heard. Okay?
That's on record here forever.
It's on record. Don Doodles, I also want you to lie to me, though. Tell me I'm a large, strapping man.
Physical and
Objection, Your Honor.
that Dr. Hughes
Admit-
testified to.
You're lucky it's summer weather.
I wouldn't care.
You would be freezing.
Are we outside?
That's true.
This room's full of computer shit. It gets hot. I'm gonna have to open the window when it gets to summer weather, like actual summer.
Does Johnny Depp have a snow globe on the table there?
It's, yeah.
There's something there on that table that looks like a snow globe. Fixed Soul getting us to $666.66. 66666. Good job. Thank you.
Trumpster Bob, world-renowned Satanist, communist, and secret Muslim.
I don't think that's true.
You know what? I heard he was actually born in Saudi Arabia.
I don't know if that's true. It seems interesting that he would have the same grooming techniques of Osama bin Laden, but I still don't know if that's true for sure. Don Doodles above Amber Heard, turd miser. I'm Mr.
Also,
Turd Miser. I pump the grump.
Champion of the Butthole Challenge.
King Butthole. Hear ye, hear ye. My anus is loosey-goosey. You can yell into it and hear an echo come back. You can have full conversations with your echo by screaming into my anus. Hello, hello.
You remember that she testified about how she went, she was first
This is
called
how she
upon to
uses up
actually
all their
detail
time,
all
too.
of her events of abuse.
Yeah.
In February of this
Oh
year.
my
And
God,
she
wow,
went
look
through
at
and
this, so
took
that you
notes,
gotta go
took
to the
photos, took, you know, she took
She goes
everything
over a bunch
she
of shit
had,
the other
calendars,
guy already
everything,
went over,
Put it
too.
all together, and you
Like
heard
she
about
wasn't
at
paying
least
attention.
64 pages of detailed accountability of that. And Mr. Depp's team has been able to not refute any of that. Remember, they tried to impeach her and say, well, you didn't say that. She said, yes, I did, on page 64. Remember that? It was a very, very difficult process for her because there was an awful lot of it. And
So
she
those are
put it in great
icebreaker
detail.
mints on the table.
Now-
The cap is open. It's not a snow globe. It's
Let's
got a
talk for a moment
flip-top
about
cap,
motive.
and it's open. So that
They
makes
have
a...
said that she
It's
has
icebreaker
created
mints
this
that happens to look perfectly like a fucking snow globe to me.
Yeah,
Now
you
that I
know,
see it's icebreaker
now-
mints, I still think it's
Yeah.
a snow globe, though. I'm like, yeah, I can read the icebreakers. I know exactly what it is structurally. I can see the branding written on it. And I still, in my mind, I'm like, that looks like a fucking snow globe. But I know it's not.
But what would Amber Heard's motive be for creating a hoax or creating any of this or making?
Because she's a psycho bitch and she wanted revenge on her ex-husband for divorcing her.
Or the motive was there's a movement of women that are getting a lot of attention for speaking out against abuse, and she has a relationship that's fallen apart with a huge celebrity, and if she jumps on the train, she can get clout from the ACLU.
Right.
She can become an ambassador. She can ride the Me Too wave up to her movie releases.
Yep.
Like, this is all the motive.
Right.
It was
a lot of motives.
It was a huge press machine. We all saw the tides turning, jumping on that wave is going to raise you.
Someone in the chat said she divorced him. She did the "you can't fire me, I quit." He came to her and was like, look, I think I want a divorce, and she ran out and got it before he could do it first.
She was already setting up for like the idea that the divorce would come when she had that video filmed of him with the mega pint the day after he figured out he got robbed for like possibly $650 million from his account manager. And she's over there like, so what happened this morning with the camera open, trying to get abusive nature, baiting him with that camera. And all he does, he sees the camera, goes, what, this shit? And fucking flips the camera. That wasn't even in her hand.
Doesn't touch her.
And she was trying to hide it from him with her coffee cup, probably getting more attention to it.
That's a big
She was in the act of lying. She was a bad liar. She just puts the coffee cup in front of it to hide it. That's how terrible of a liar she is.
But
I think she wants to get caught.
For the money. Because first of all, remember the testimony
She even
of
said,
Laura Wasser, the divorce
go to the
attorney.
fucking
She
court.
said
Tell the judge. What do you think's going to
California is
happen?
no fault
She
state
thinks she's
in
infallible.
community property. So Amber doesn't have to have an abuse.
She was also, like you said earlier, she was like a C or B list celebrity. When you marry up to the A list,
My mom dug
you
through
fall in love
private
with the
FB and email
lifestyle.
of her exes, blackmailed one and sued the other to lie her way into a $15,000 settlement. When I know she lied, she's also a bipolar manipulative abuser. Textbook.
Sounds familiar. Heard many cases.
She got
of
$15K for lying? I should lie. I need $15,000.
Victimhood is like a new career for some people.
Why am I not a victim?
She could have divorced him for irreconcilable
I need money.
differences, for abandonment, for adultery,
Give me victim money.
for anything. She doesn't need an excuse. And she gets 50% of whatever he earns during the time of the marriage, unless they had a prenup or a postnup. The testimony from Michelle Mulrooney was that Amber completely cooperated with the prenup and the postnup, but it was Johnny Depp, who, and you already heard from Ben, he called her up and fired her. He didn't want a postnup or a prenup. So she's entitled to 50% of everything he earns during that time. Now, we have Plaintiff's Exhibit 936 in evidence, and look at page 69. It says how much he made in 2015. It was $43 million. Remember Mr. Spindler, Depp's expert, who said that he made $22 million in 2016. So you got $65 million. Amber was entitled to 31.5 at least. That doesn't include all the back ends.
I always try to get a prenup,
She was entitled
but
to
she'd
that
always
money. So
put me in a post
she
nut.
didn't need to say anything. She could have just said,
It's hard to get a prenup when you're in a post nut.
I'm going to divorce you.
Post
Your
nut.
Honor, we're going to object.
Clarity will fuck with your brain. Your Honor, we're going to object. You want to hit that mute button, Your Honor? We're going to say some shit that, it's going to make it hard for you to smile. And then Hot Camille's going to come up on stage and fucking drop the mic. It's all about the he said, she said bullshit. But it's not just the he said, she said here. It's the he said, she said, and then a whole bunch of other witnesses said that what he said was more credible than what she said.
I love how Trumpster Bob said, Russia's a democracy. It's like they have Putin as like their lifetime president there. Putin changed the rules to be president basically in perpetuity.
I like how he went to a different position and put up a puppet president. Like in his place for a while?
Well, yeah, he had to do that because he hadn't changed the rules yet.
Yeah, then he's like, you know what? Fuck it.
Yep.
Why even go through this song and dance?
Right.
At least 31.5.
It's a democracy by
What
dictatorship.
does she do with the $7 million? She gives it to charity.
Everybody important in that country gets a vote. Happens to be Putin, and that's it. But that's his democracy.
ACLU and for Children's Hospital said donation and pledge are interchangeable. You know, these are pledges. The ACLU corporate designee said you typically do pledges because of the tax benefits, and that's what she said. She pledged it over a period of time because of the tax implications to it, and because she was getting paid over the time.
It's the
Now, she started to make
implications
these donations, and you'll see
that I'm not
that the
going
first
to
one
bring
was
the boat back to shore.
on behalf of
It's the
Mr.
implications.
Depp's, business manager, Mr. White,
I
actually
take her
sent
out to
a
the
letter
ocean,
$100,000
and it's the
for each of those.
implication
That was the
that if she
initial
doesn't pleasure me on the boat, that I will leave her out in the
She
water.
got the full $7 million all at once. Why did she need to make the payments slowly over time?
You know,
to get the interest in a bank account with $7 million
She's
in
just
it.
take credit for those.
She just doesn't really want to make the payments at all.
She hasn't even pledged a whole $1 million out of the $7, and the rumors are Elon Musk fronted that money anyway.
There was word he gave like
Children's Hospital got
$800K.
confused and gave
I don't know if
to
that's
Mr.
true.
Depp, not to Amber for those. Then she made payments to both, and Elon Musk also made payments to both for $500,000 each, which she didn't count to her pledge, but they helped those organizations. At the end of the day, she's made $1 million in payments to them, but then she got sued here and hasn't been able to because she spent $6 million in attorney's fees. That is unrefuted. She still intends to pay those pledges, honor those pledges, and she said that throughout, and I elicited
Why don't you donate your attorney fees?
from both the ACLU and from Children's Hospital. They
She ain't
haven't
gonna do
expired.
this for free.
She can pay them whenever she wants to, and she fully intends to. But she has to get out from under this.
They
first.
say if you're good at something, never do it for free. But even if you're bad at something, like Lady Elaine here, don't do it for free either.
Now, who would blame a woman for giving $1 million in charitable donations? Who would do that? That sounds like psychological abuse to me.
What?
Now, Mr.
Everything's abuse.
Dell testified that Johnny Depp is not a charitable person, and he hasn't written any big checks for him. Mr. Depp got on the stand and says he does it anonymously, but Mr. Mandel would have been the one writing the checks. and he's
Howie
been back
Mandel
in
was
now.
writing checks?
Now let's go to damages because I
Who's
promised you
bringing
I was going to go pretty fast.
Bobby's World into this court case now.
There's a few different types of damages, but one of the things that the court has talked to you about, she told you that because we have defamation, it's invidious, and therefore it's very difficult to prove these. And so these damages to business reputation, inconvenience, embarrassment are presumed. You don't have to prove those damages. And one great example of that is the testimony from Mr. Hamada at Warner Brothers. He didn't want to have to get in the middle of all of this with Aquaman 2. They haven't even released it. So he didn't read anything in preparation for his deposition. He didn't talk to anybody before his deposition. He said that he tried to do technicals and say, no, we never terminated her contract. But, oh, yeah, we did tell her we were probably not going to renew her option. And then we didn't change the script, but Amber got the script, and yes, they did change it. Then he said, no, we never negotiate salaries, but oh yeah, we did renegotiate Jason Momoa's and Gal Gadot's. So he just doesn't want to admit to any of these things. But what came out in Hamada's deposition, and I hope you were listening carefully to this, was the email from James Wan, the director, and Jason Momoa, her co-star, who said they guarantee if they are in the film, she is going to be Mara in the film. Why would they do that unless they thought Warner Brothers was being unfair to her?
Why would they do
why
that?
didn't she get almost knocked out of it? Because of the defamatory statements. When they came out, they took on a life of their own. Ron Schnell, the young Sheldon, I call him the Doogie Howser, our expert on IT.
Young Sheldon, the Doogie Howser?
Through
Ron
and track
Schnell?
how they tracked the defamatory statements, the language from the defamatory statements, how that went through the social media and the negative social media. And it kept going and kept going. And he tracked all the way until a few months ago over 2.36 million negative tweets, negative Instagrams, negative social media.
Yeah, here's the conspiracy theory.
Comments about Amber that relate specifically to the information that was in those 3 defamatory statements. It took on a life of its own. They started to get Amber fired from Aquaman.
You can see Hot Camille back there taking notes for her rebuttal. She's about to fuck shit up.
They have
She's about to drop the hottest mixtape of 2022.
To this day, they have followed her everywhere. Everybody has stopped wanting her. L'Oreal won't use her, even though they've kept her on from that time. She lost 3 different opportunities that were being discussed with her. The most significant part of that, though, is that Aquaman was the biggest blockbuster ever for DC Films. It was the biggest. It was over $1 billion. This was her opportunity for her star. Even the experts from Mr. Depp admitted this was her blockbuster. This was her mega. But what happened instead? As she's going through, as it's coming out,
mega.
In that 16 months, they were going, well, nothing happened. Yeah, lots happened. She had 3 different films she was discussing.
I can't believe I never saw Aquaman.
She got the L'Oreal.
I fell asleep during it.
I watched like almost everything.
All those things were
I don't know what it is with DC that doesn't like
and then
have me
shut
sit down.
She wasn't allowed
and watch
to
the shit that sucks.
for the stand. She wasn't allowed to. She hasn't been allowed to do anything for L'Oreal.
I watch a lot of the DC stuff.
Organizations. She
I almost watched Aquaman, but then I had a weird detour one night on my way to the theater and had to go sit in a YouTuber's basement for a couple hours. It was awkward. I don't want to talk about it.
Was it here?
No, not here.
And they gave her a hard time about Aquaman 2. And instead of the career trajectory of the other comparators, who all went way up, and by the way, all the experts admit that career trajectory went well for all the
Must have been Onision's basement.
rest of them, and she's the only one.
Was Suicide Squad 2 bigger? I don't think it was bigger earning-wise than Aquaman.
So you have some very
Aquaman
good
made, I think, $1.5 billion at the box office, and the Batman just got beat out. Its entire theatrical run just got beat out just the other night by Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Madness, and I don't think that's even one of Marvel's highest earning movies post-pandemic.
Information to help you on ascertaining those damages. Now, Jessica Kovacevic, and I don't know if you remember her, but she was her agent. She said, everybody just stop talking. The producers don't want her, the directors don't want her, nobody wants her. We just
the
can't
Batman
get
box
the
office
traction
is
we
at
should have been able to get the traction.
752 million worldwide earnings, so it's not even close to Aquaman. Aquaman was 1.15, I'm pretty sure.
They say it's because of those statements.
It was DC's biggest earner.
Catherine Arnold gave
Probably
you,
on the back of
some good estimates.
Jason
on this, and she
Momoa
gave
is
you a
hot.
very good basis for it, and she didn't
And Amber
use
Heard is
Jason
hot.
Momoa
Like-
or Gal Gadot's or the others.
What's up, Ben? You got something to say? Some commentary?
Used Amber's, but used those comparators to show that they got big movies, that they got commercial opportunities, that they got these TV opportunities. But she used the base that Amber had. So she used the $4 million from the Aquaman, that would be 3. She used the
What is this
how much they
arithmetic?
got paid per movie. And what she estimated on those, and she went through those details, is that if you took that for the last 2 years and projected into the next 3 to 4, that it's between $47 and $50 million that she could have had, instead of her star being completely extinguished.
My tongue is getting stabbed by these things.
And
Are
that's
you
what's
allowed to
happened
take them out, or you have to wear them all the
emotional
time?
distress damage
22 hours a day.
are even more extreme here.
I'm just
and
going to have to like trim a corner off of them.
That is, Don Hughes testified extensively about the PTSD and what she goes through. And every time she's called a liar, every time these hoax things come up, everything, it causes her to relive all of it. She talks about the panic
If you don't
attacks,
want to
the
relive
nervousness,
it,
the
then
intrusive
don't
thoughts,
make the
nightmares,
accusations.
all of the different
Trumpster Bob
sweat,
says he's got an idea for a great superhero movie. All he needs is a few $1 million. I honestly, Bob, if I had a few million, I would greenlight that in a second. I would produce Trumpster Bob action movies all day long. I think it would make money from every type of person would watch that film.
anxiety that goes through all of this, it's significant, but probably
Now
the
she's
most
acting like she's
compelling
about to
testimony
cry.
that you could ever hear.
By the
was
way,
from
Hot
Amber
Camille nails
yesterday
the
and when she took
fake
the stand
crying.
before. It has destroyed her life. This has consumed her. She's getting death threats. Her daughter, they're
Death threats
threatening
on
to
the
put
internet.
Her daughter in a microwave, for God's sakes. She
Put
can't
her
get
daughter
away
in a
from
microwave.
This. It's everywhere.
That's not
This
what daughters
media,
are for.
this social media that has just taken on.
Are you getting cold?
Has just consumed her
No,
life.
I'm-
As she said.
Don't worry about what I'm doing.
You told the audience you'd be naked.
Don't worry about what I'm doing.
I told you.
I didn't
You're
say
like in
naked.
summer weather.
I didn't say naked.
You said you're
$100
going
million
to
or for
work out that
$100
big
million.
schwanz.
We sent a message back saying, fine, then we're going to sue for $100 million because look at what you've done to her.
I'll be right back, and then we'll get into the Camille stuff.
Look at what you've done to her. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we're 84.08% of the way to our goal. If you guys want to do a little tip train, it'd be really impressive if we got the goal up very much for when Ben comes back. I could be like, Ben, look what happened while you were gone. The goal went up huge. Otherwise, when he comes back, it's going to be like the goal didn't go up at all. He's not back for good, guys, so you still have time. You still have time to impress Ben when he comes back with your donations. The Pig of Kiev. Rock and roll. Sony would not have an issue with their comic properties if they lean into the R rating. That's not true. Birds of Prey was an R rating, and it fucking sucked. The R rating only goes so far as if the movie is good. Joker was a good movie that copied great movies. If you look at Joker without the idea that it was ripping off so many, it's basically what the DC's been doing. They've been taking great movies and they've been painting superhero outfits over them for their best work. For their worst work, they're just making shit. I thought Suicide Squad 2 was fun, but I really like James Gunn. I really enjoyed the Peacemaker series on HBO. I thought the Batman was ridiculously long. It made me want to watch Sonic the Hedgehog because Sonic goes fast and Batman apparently goes slow. The Batman was just like, I'm Bruce Wayne. I walk ominously for 3 hours to the sounds of Nirvana. That was pretty bad. You liked Birds of Prey? What did you like about Birds of Prey? Because there were pieces of Birds of Prey that were likable, right? I could definitely see some parts of Birds of Prey as being a likable movie. But I felt like Birds of Prey was trying to be Deadpool, but also trying to be Spice World, the Spice Girls movie at the same time. And I feel like it probably should have been PG-13, the way they had the dynamic with the little girl, the little kid girl in there. But then I think of Deadpool 2 and how they had the little kid boy in there and that was still rated R. But they pulled off rated R a little more impressive with Deadpool. I feel like this was just rated R for a few moments to get people to come in and watch it thinking they were going to watch a really gritty adult movie. I feel like they slapped the R on that one to try and get the Deadpool crowd to come out. Boo, boo. Riddler was dope. Riddler was a complete ripoff, right? Of the Zodiac and Seven. So what they did is they painted the Riddler over Zodiac and Seven. And I don't know if it was a serious interview that he did, but he went on record saying to play the part of the Riddler, he became an incel by not having sex for 2 weeks. I feel like the DC villains are just fucking with the media now. Because that's not giving up sex for 2 weeks does not make you an incel killer. All right? You have to give up sex for at least 2 months to become an incel killer. 2 weeks, you just become moderately abusive. Ave Maria. And I actually like Paul Dano a lot, too. I thought there was some really well-acted scenes in that movie. I also thought it should have been 3 fucking hours. I don't know. I feel like there might have been a good movie in there somewhere, but instead it was a fucking long, boring film with some good parts that basically just took all the vibes from Seven and Zodiac and put Batman in the fucking little tootie. Had him walking around. Oh, I'm going to do some detective work. I'm not going to show you how I get from point A to point B on screen, though. The audience won't follow any of this brilliant work. Why would you? You're not Batman. I'm just going to tell you the problem and formulate an answer really quick. Harley Quinn character is basically DC's Deadpool. Yeah, in a lot of ways she is, and she's great. I think Harley Quinn is the best character they have. But, like, these movies weren't Harley Quinn movies as much as they were presented that way. The Riddler borrowed my outfit. Still got your old-fashioned autograph CD on my wall. Got anything new out? Slow-mo Panda. You can get my album Ill on the internet. It's available on bandcamp.com, billyfridge.bandcamp.com. You can get all my music, and there's some merch stuff there, too, if you like. And like Deadpool, they found the perfect actor to play her. Yeah, Margot Robbie is fantastic. Margot Robbie was actually in that Will Smith movie they had me read for, but I didn't get. They gave to a less fat guy. I totally should have been Will Smith's fat friend in that movie. And then maybe I would have been on scene with Margot Robbie and Will Smith for Suicide Squad. And that movie would have been better because they would have had me play a fat guy.
All right, let's see here.
I tried to get the audience to impress you with donations while you were gone. Didn't work. Sorry, Ben.
All right.
It's okay.
We tried.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. You may be seated. All right, rebuttal arguments.
Was that a fart? Hot Camille with the rebuttal. Bow, bow, bow.
Hello? Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Ms. Heard's counsel has mischaracterized the record multiple times, and Ms. Heard lied to you. They've mischaracterized the testimony of police officer Sines and Haddon, who explicitly testified that they saw no signs of injury and no property damage. They mischaracterized the testimony of Walter Hamada, who testified clearly that there was no impact on Ms.
The
Heard's
audio
career
just got
at
super
Aquaman
shit,
2
Camille.
from anything
They switched
said
mic.
by
Well,
Adam
like,
Waldman
yeah, they switched to
or
her
Johnny Depp.
mic.
And Ms. Heard's casting was delayed because of creative issues. They've mischaracterized the testimony of Detective Sadaga. They mischaracterized the testimony of Ronald Shell. You've been here. You've listened to the testimony. You know the record. Ms. Heard lied, and she lied again, and she kept lying. She
But
lied
you
6 years
wouldn't
ago
stop
on May
lying.
27th, 2016, when she walked into court in Los Angeles to publicly accuse Mr. Depp of abuse for the first time. She lied again when she told the world over and over again that she donated all of the $7 million divorce settlement to charity. You heard the evidence about what she donated, and you watched
Billy,
her.
I agree with
You
you
watched
on Birds of Prey cause the made the Cassandra Cain a scared kid instead of a ninja assassin. I love the Batman since it was basically Batman Year One and Longest Halloween and Hush as one movie. That just my opinion.
Yeah, no. If you love any of these, like I'm happy you enjoyed the movies. I just I haven't been able to really dig into any of them greatly. I think that my favorite was Suicide Squad 2 so far, but I'm a James Gunn mark.
To save her lie about that broken promise with more lies on this stand in this courtroom. She lied again when she told the world in her op-ed on December 18th, 2018, that she was a public figure representing domestic abuse, painting herself as a representative of abuse survivors everywhere, and painting Mr. Depp as a representative of perpetrators. She's come too far. She can't back down. She's lied too many times to too many people. So
I
when
do
Mr.
like
Depp
how many people
finally decided-
are trying to call out people for being abusers, and then it gets like noted that they've been very abusive in their day-to-day life, and like we're like, well, yeah, everybody has a bad day, but we have to believe all victims that we care for. Like there was a lot of that going on in the Onision shit for the longest time, and a lot of those girls that were accusing him were being very poor to other people, sometimes themselves.
And you.
And yeah.
Fight to clear his name by filing this lawsuit. Ms. Heard responded by making up more and more stories of more and more extreme abuse. She came up with a new accusation that Mr. Depp had raped her with a bottle in Australia.
Oh no.
And she keeps making new claims up even now. At this trial, for the very first time, she claimed that she had been sexually assaulted the night of her 30th birthday, even though she had testified repeatedly about her birthday prior and never mentioned it. And at this trial, she also claimed for the very first time that Mr. Depp was
The
hitting
only
her.
thing I have to say is I want my comment read out loud by the silly talkie bot. Thanks you, Ben and Billy, for all you do.
Thank you.
You're welcome. 3 ways to play. I'm glad the talkie bot read your comment.
15% of the way there.
all
Yeah,
time
baby.
During the first year.
Yeah,
of their
baby, yeah, baby,
relationship.
yeah. Fuck
Even
yeah.
though this first year, she had testified previously, was magic and bliss, with absolutely no violence. Her story is a constantly moving target. It never stays the same. Mr. Depp owns his mistake. He owns all of them. You saw him do it on the stand in a raw and powerful way.
Raw.
But in this trial, Ms. Heard has been confronted with her lies and the damage she has caused. And she cannot take any responsibility for what she has done. And you've seen the story, her story, it doesn't hold up. You've watched her performance on the stand. You saw her get caught in lie after lie. The time has come for those lies to come to an end. The time has come for you, the jury, to decide the truth. I started this trial giving you an opening statement, and I said to you that words matter. And this case is about Ms. Heard's words, the words she published in an op-ed about Mr. Depp. Ms. Heard and her attorneys have talked a lot about this, in this trial about the First Amendment. They've talked about the importance of free speech, and we agree. I'm a lawyer. Of course I agree with that.
Of course she
But
agrees,
the First Amendment
silly.
doesn't protect lies
She's
that
hot
hurt
Camille.
and defame people. And there's a difference. Ms. Heard has no right to tell the world that Mr. Depp physically or sexually assaulted her when that isn't true. That's not protected speech. Our U.S. Constitution doesn't protect that speech. And it is a core value of American society that you are innocent until proven guilty.
Trumpster Bob thinks I'm wearing lipstick. Bob,
country.
I just have very lush lips and fair
person's
skin, and the
life
camera picks
cannot
it up
and
extra
should not
red.
be destroyed
There's no
by a
lipstick.
Bob, stop giving Billy reasons to talk about himself, please.
Charge and no opportunity.
We have
to
done
defend yourself.
4 hours
That's
of
why
this.
Mr. Depp had to bring this claim.
We have to have a little
Ms.
bit
Heard
of a
was
mix-up.
never going to stop calling him an abuser. The only way to clear his name was to stand up in this court,
What
where
the
both
police
sides
did
are
in
bound.
Texas is no different than what the politicians are doing to the entire country. 60K dead a year from lack of health care.
Yep.
Yeah, they really, like there's, I guess there's a reason we don't have universal health care, but it's not a good one.
It's Trumpster Bob's fault.
Same rules of American law.
T-Bob's
A
probably
jury
got
would be
health care
tasked,
from the
you, ladies and gentlemen, would
his
be tasked
Medicare,
with
right? Like he's probably
deciding
on
once and
the
for
government
all
dole for health care.
Ms. Heard's lies could be exposed in a fair and impartial process. When Mr. Depp
Yeah,
sued
Bob
her,
literally
Ms. Heard
just called out my lips as a way to sneak a kiss from me.
apparently decided she
Bob
needed
just
to
thanked me
sue
for the
back.
kiss.
And
Bob,
because
you
there were no
smooth
statements,
criminal.
made by Mr. Depp on which she could base a claim, she sued him based on statements made by one of his lawyers, Adam Waldman, calling Ms. Heard's accusations of abuse a hoax. Make no mistake, though, they are a hoax. Ms. Heard made up claims of abuse, and then she gave a performance where she passionately repeated those made-up claims of abuse on the stand in front of each of you.
Ooh.
But ask yourselves, who's really the one alleging a hoax here? Who wants you to believe that everyone else is lying, committing perjury? Ms. Heard needs you to believe that all the people who showed up in this courtroom to testify on behalf of Mr. Depp, they're all lying.
They're all just liars.
She needs you to believe that the witnesses you heard from, including security professionals, former cops, medical professionals, and police officers, they're all lying, covering up for Mr. Depp.
Dirty liars.
She's asking you to believe that she's the one telling the truth and that the rest of the people in Mr. Depp's life are all part of a conspiracy of silence.
Damn.
This case is not just about whether you believe Mr. Depp or you believe Ms. Heard. This case is about whether you believe Ms. Heard or whether you believe Mr. Depp, Chrissy Dombrowski.
Oh, she's doing this one again?
Is here, supporting her brother. Isaac Baruch, who wept in front of
She's replaying the hits.
I think she means wept.
Keenan Wyatt, who doesn't work for Mr. Depp. Sean Betts, a former LA Sheriff's Department. Malcolm Connolly, he worked in the prisons in the UK. Starling Jenkins, a former US Marine. Travis McGivern, also another former police officer. Ben King, he worked for the Queen of England.
He
David
did.
Kipper, Dr. David Kipper.
I don't know if that's
Ms. Heard's
necessarily a good thing.
And
though.
yes, Mr. Depp's doctor. Debbie Lloyd, a nurse. Aaron Filati, Ms. Heard's personal nurse. Officer Sines, an LA police officer with training in domestic violence. Officer Haddon, her understudy. Yes.
Amber Heard's like, I better pretend to write right now.
To pick up on these signs of domestic abuse. Officer Gatlin, Brandon Patterson, who worked at Eastern Columbia Building. Kate James, Ms. Heard's former personal assistant. Tara Roberts. Alejandro Romero. He took his deposition from his car because he had to go to work, but it didn't stop him from telling the truth. Edward White, Mr. Depp's business manager. Laura Wasser, one of the most famous divorce lawyers in California. Morgan Knight. Beverly Leonard.
I wish they would have got Kevin Nash in on the stand.
He was mentioned.
He probably would have won the entire case for Amber Heard. He's
Morgan
very
Tremaine.
charismatic.
And Kate Moss.
Johnny Depp's team probably denied Kevin Nash entry.
All the other witnesses whose stories support Mr. Depp's description of what took place. These people have nothing to gain by coming forward. They have everything to lose. You have seen Mr. Waldman's statements and evidence in this case. When you look at them, you can tell that the key point Mr. Waldman was making in each of these statements was simply that Ms. Heard's accusations against Mr. Depp were lies. That's why he talks about an abuse hoax. Now, Ms. Heard has the burden of proof of proving that Mr. Waldman's statements are false. And that means that Ms. Heard has to do more than prove that Mr. Waldman got some details wrong. She has to prove that Mr. Waldman's statements are false in their essential meaning. In other words, she has to prove that her abuse claims are not a hoax. But as we've seen, the evidence is overwhelming that Ms. Heard's claims of abuse are false. We should also spend a bit of time talking about actual malice. It is Ms. Heard's burden to prove that Mr. Waldman's statements were made with actual malice. And actual malice means knowledge that the statements were false or reckless, and that's an important word, reckless disregard for the truth. But here, there's clear evidence that Mr. Waldman genuinely believed that Ms. Heard had committed a hoax. You watched him give the testimony by deposition in this case. He testified about the evidence he found persuasive, the numerous witnesses and the sworn depositions of the police officers who went to the penthouses that night and again saw no injuries. There is no evidence in this record, none, that Mr. Waldman acted with actual malice. He believed Mr. Depp. He believed the record. It's also important to understand that because Mr. Waldman's statements were not made by Mr. Depp, Ms. Heard needs to prove that Mr. Waldman was acting as Mr. Depp's agent. And within the scope of that agency, within the scope of the agency of the employment, when he made the statements, Mr. Waldman is a lawyer. Ms. Heard has not presented evidence that making those statements was part of Mr. Waldman's responsibilities as Mr. Depp's lawyer. There's nothing in the record. Ms. Heard is also claiming to be suffering from PTSD and claims that she has something to do with Mr. Waldman's statements. Ms. Heard wants you to believe that she suffers from PTSD because Mr. Depp purportedly abused her. But as usual,
Wolven One makes
Ms.
a great
Heard is not-
point. If Depp wanted a surefire win, he should have called Billy to the stand as a behavioral science expert. I'm here. I know the trial's over. If you're ever needing somebody, a behavioral science expert, I'll be there for anybody who subpoenas me to court to speak for them, as long as you pay my per diem, my travel, my lodging. I'm there.
Truth. As you heard from Dr. Shannon Curry, Ms. Heard does not have PTSD, and she does not act like a person with PTSD. Ms. Heard is an actress in a major film, involved in sommelier training. She just had a baby. Dr. Curry also found that Ms. Heard attempted to grossly exaggerate her symptoms during testing, which is a sign of malingering.
They're accusing her of malingering?
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Ms. Heard lying. Ms. Heard hired Dr. Don Hughes to help her with this narrative. Dr. Hughes did not catch Ms. Heard's exaggeration
T-Bob's going to call me
during testing
into his
because
court
Dr.
now.
Hughes used an improper malingering screen test. She wasn't going to find it. One that is meant to identify an examinee's attempt to fake a severe mental illness or psychosis, not PTSD. Dr. Hughes diagnosed Ms. Heard with PTSD.
Donate $200 now and Ben will slap Billy. $300 and Billy will slap Ben. $500 and Billy will do an Amber Turd in Ben's bed. Donate now.
I don't agree to any of these.
Without administering
I only agree
the gold standard diagnostic
to all three of them if the $500 is met.
She diagnosed her. Think about that. She diagnosed
Only
her
for
with
$500
PTSD
though.
before administering the test. She
The other
admitted
two will
was the
happen
gold
at the
standard.
500. Ben slaps me, I slap
2
Ben, I
years
poop
after
in Ben's bed.
diagnosing her with
$500, we call it a day.
Shortly after Dr. Curry administered the gold standard diagnostic test in her evaluation of Ms. Heard, but before it was disclosed, Dr. Hughes decided to administer the gold standard. Finally. Nevertheless, even after Dr. Hughes used the proper test, there were a number of deficiencies in her administration of that test. You saw them, including her failure to even follow the instructions that render her diagnoses unreliable.
Unreliable.
Ms. Heard's claim for monetary damages related to Mr. Waldman's statements, frankly,
It is. It's a gay star. A gay star.
it's a fantasy.
One's a gay star and the other is the Texas star.
somehow been dated.
One represents
What,
the
those aren't-
steers, one represents the queers.
Those aren't the same thing?
I think that
By Mr. Waldman's
I thought that they had two
But
different
in
meanings.
reality, Ms. Heard has not shown
Ben
any
just loves
damage
Texas
at
on
all
one side and
that was
Puerto Rico on the other.
because of or by Mr. Waldman's statements. There's evidence of a mountain
I already
of
did one
negative
grumpy
press
today. I don't
coverage
think I
about
could
Ms.
pump
Heard,
out a quality
including
bed
press
grump.
reports about her defecating Mr. Depp's bed, cutting off his finger, and putting out a cigarette on his face.
She
But
put a cigarette on his face too?
Yeah.
Amber
None of
Heard.
that has anything to do
It's naughty.
with Mr. Waldman's statements. And Ms. Heard has presented no evidence, none, of any film or other project that she has lost because of the statements. In fact, you heard from Warner Brothers president Walter Hamada, who explained that Ms. Heard suffered no loss, none. No loss of compensation or other adverse effect on her major film, Aquaman 2. You heard it straight from him. Ms. Heard's expert, Catherine Arnold, testified, but for the statements from Mr. Waldman, Ms. Heard would be much more successful in her career. To form this opinion, Ms. Arnold compares Ms. Heard to actors such as Jason Momoa, the actual Aquaman,
Oops.
Chris Pine, Gal Gadot,
The actual
and Zendaya.
Aquaman.
But as Richard Marks, who does deals every day, that's his job, not testifying here for a paycheck, does deals in Hollywood, and Doug Banya both testified that these actors are simply not comparable to Miss Heard. After all, Jason Momoa, he was Aquaman. Chris Pine, he was Captain Kirk. Gal Gadot, Wonder Woman.
What about Zendaya?
Zendaya, she's been acting since she was 13 years old on
Shit.
the Disney Channel.
Shit.
And she's in every single Spider-Man movie.
Shit.
Not every
Further,
single.
And
but-
she's also the star of Euphoria, which is
Actors
like
are not at all comparable with Miss
the
Heard's
Degrassi for this generation.
Banya
It's the 90210 for this generation.
Heard's rating was less compared to these actors, and all of Miss Heard's Q-Score's ratings were less favorable than the average of all performers. As you heard from Michael Spindler, because Miss Arnold relies on the salaries of these comparable actors to calculate Miss Heard's damages, Miss Heard's
Johnny's falling asleep.
claim for
No, he's back.
damages makes no sense.
He went into a trance.
There's no connection. Further and more fatally for Miss Heard's damages claim is that there's no connection to the Waldman statements, to Mr. Waldman's statements. Even if you find damage to her career, you have to connect it to the defamatory statements. There is no connection. Mr. Banya testified that all the negative tweets that Miss Heard has entered into evidence have no causal connection to the statements underlying Miss Heard's counterclaims. Specifically, Miss Heard's expert, Mr. Ron Schell, presented a flawed methodology that included picking out hashtags at random, including justice for Johnny Depp. What does that have to do with the Waldman statements? And counting accompanying tweets, even though it had nothing to do with Mr. Waldman.
I wonder if
Miss Heard's counterclaim is
Amber
based on
Heard's
statements
career
by
could be
Mr.
more
Waldman.
likely compared to Megan Fox or Shia LaBeouf.
Yeah. Shia LaBeouf ruined Indiana Jones forever.
Not Mr.
They're making
Depp.
a new Indiana Jones, right?
Miss Heard
Not
knows
with Shia
perfectly
LaBeouf.
well
Yeah, I think it's
that she
got
hasn't suffered any damages from
Han
this.
Solo back to play
Buried at the bottom of articles in a mere tabloid.
Harrison Ford.
Yeah. But Shia LaBeouf played Indiana Jones' son, in
The Daily Mail. And the
You called
statements
him
are
Han
substantially true, since all they do really is point out that Miss Heard's abuse allegations are false. Miss Heard's counsel argued that Miss Heard did not write the title of the online version of the op-ed, which stated, "I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath. That has to change." It does not matter whether or not Miss Heard wrote the title. You will recall from the court's instructions this morning that what matters is whether Miss Heard republished the defamatory language. That instruction states in part that you should
Shia
find
LaBeouf
Miss
was in the
Heard
Crystal Skull Indiana
republished
Jones movie.
This article.
Yeah. King
She,
of the Crystal
quote,
Skull.
retransmitted the defamatory material with the goal of achieving a new audience.
Promain
Stated
says Crystal
differently,
Skull was better than Temple of Doom, Shia or not.
Wow.
Damn.
One day Matt won't like that.
Application occurs when the speaker has affirmatively, that's important, affirmatively reiterated the statement. Ms. Heard affirmatively reiterated the statement. She posted it on her
Affirmatively.
If we could please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 3.
Today I
This is the
published this
tweet Ms. Heard
op-ed
sent.
in the Washington Post.
She retweeted the Washington Post tweet to a new audience, her own Twitter followers. And she affirmatively reiterated the statement by proudly declaring, "Today I published this op-ed in the Washington Post." She didn't quibble with the title. She said proudly, "Today I published this op-ed in the Washington Post." The title of the op-ed was prominently displayed in the tweet. That is enough for you, members of the jury, to find that Ms. Heard republished the title of the op-ed and adopted the statement as her own. She can and should be held liable and responsible for that statement.
I wonder how many women had their Me Too allegations ghostwritten for them.
Oh my
Ms. Heard
God.
tries to make something out of the fact that Mr. Waldman reported her to law enforcement in Los Angeles for perjury after her allegations of abuse were made against Mr. Depp. But I'll submit to you that all this proves is that Mr. Waldman believes Ms. Heard has committed perjury. Mr. Ronborn argued that the lack of supporting evidence for Ms. Heard's allegations of horrendous, constant abuse is somehow not something to be considered, that it is shameful for you to consider the fact that she didn't document all the terrible injuries that she claims to have suffered. That is a twisted argument. First, you know, because you have seen and listened to Ms. Heard in action, that Ms. Heard is a woman who's documenting things throughout their relationship. And it is instructive that the things she chose to document had nothing to do with violence. She documented Mr. Depp sleeping. She documented lines of cocaine, featuring prominently Mr. Depp's loan-out company or production company, Infinitum. Stage photographs. That's what she documented. Mr. Rottenborn's entire argument assumes that Mr. Depp, a man, should be disbelieved.
Was that his production company on the coffee cup she was drinking out of?
Maybe.
So she's saying the logo Infinitum or whatever?
Yeah.
So she had that in the abuse. She had his production company cup in the camera for the abuse.
Yeah.
Had it in the shot of the... was it in the bed destruction? It was in the coke, and it was in something else. There were like 3 photos she had with his
Yeah, there
fucking
were
cup in
3.
it.
Yep.
And she's over here like, ooh, we got to make sure this Me Too is anti-branded. Let's put his production company in every single one. So fucking
anti-branded.
Anti-branding.
Actual evidence. What we have put to you, the jury, is not that because Ms. Heard didn't take enough pictures or tell people about abuse that it didn't happen. What we have put to you is that given how brutal and constant the abuse Ms. Heard claims, she would have had serious injuries. That's a fact. She would have had serious
She roll
injuries
her eyes.
that would have been observable in the pictures we looked at.
How dare you say I should have been injured from my abuse?
It's not my fault. I'm a strong woman that can take terrible amounts of physical abuse from gigantic, heavy rings on a finger punching me in the face and show 0 marks. After all, I was in the most highest grossing DC superhero movie, so maybe I can just take Johnny Depp level punches without leaving marks because I myself am a superheroine.
The witnesses we heard from and would have required medical attention. That's it. Ms. Heard testifies to injuries that multiple people didn't see. What you have in the end is Ms. Heard's word. Do you trust it? We are not here because Ms. Heard told the world Mr. Depp was verbally abusive. This is not about the words used by Mr. Depp. We are here because Ms. Heard told the world that Mr. Depp was physically and sexually abusive. That's what Ms. Heard was saying in the op-ed. On May 27th, exactly 6 years ago today, 2016, Ms. Heard walked into court with a mark on her face to tell the world that her husband was abusive. She renewed that falsehood in her op-ed, describing herself as a public figure representing domestic abuse. And she published the op-ed, including the title, claiming that she spoke up against sexual violence. Everyone knew who she was talking about when she used those words. She was alleging physical and sexual abuse. She was not alleging emotional or psychological abuse. She was alleging physical and sexual abuse. Ms. Heard cannot run away from her own allegations now. You have all heard the evidence of what she alleged against Mr. Depp in 2016, and you have all heard her incredibly dramatic, over-the-top story of physical and sexual abuse. That story was a defamatory lie. Ms. Heard tried to argue that you only need to find that Mr. Depp might have touched Ms. Heard once in order to find in her favor, because that makes her a victim of abuse. But common sense should tell you that you can't pick and choose Ms. Heard's allegations. You saw her on the stand. We all did. She gave the performance of her life, telling you story after story of abuse. And not just any abuse, but extravagant, over-the-top allegations of abuse that would be truly brutal, horrific, if true. You either believe all of it or
You
you believe
guys
none
still
of it.
going? I just back from watching Men.
How'd you like it, Matt Jarjosa? Did it make you sick in your stomach? I gotta go watch it again with Joey Jojo Giroux. He hasn't seen it yet. Everybody should watch Men. It's a biting commentary on the world around us and society in general and the evil that men do. I do believe it's required viewing for any film cinema buff.
We got 10% left of the way to go. We can do it. Start the tip train. My mouth is all messed up.
Ben needs to go night-night, guys. His fucking mouth is blown up from talking.
Yeah.
We gotta get to this goal so Ben can go lay down.
Who knew straight teeth would be so painful?
Either she's telling the truth, including in her most extreme allegations, or she's lying. Either she was raped by a bottle, or she's the sort of person who would get on the stand in this courtroom and lie to you and the world about being raped. And if she would lie about that, what wouldn't she lie about? You can't find that Mr. Depp hit her once. Either he hit her countless times, or you can't believe a single word that comes out of her mouth. And what is the actual meaning of Ms. Heard's op-ed? That's an important question. It's not that Mr. Depp said a nasty word to her once. It's not that Mr. Depp might have hit her once. It's that she is a representative of domestic abuse. And by extension, Mr. Depp is a representative of abuse perpetrators. Words matter. Ms. Heard has shown you a lot of text messages from Mr. Depp with some very vivid language. As I told you at the start of this trial, Mr. Depp has a unique style of writing. He uses words I don't use. And you probably don't use either.
He writes like an artist does. Mm-hmm. Does he have any history of being an artist? Visual and or musical? Do we know?
Yeah, he started as a musician.
And he also is an actor too?
Yeah, and he hung out with Hunter S. Thompson, who's a famous writer.
Famous writer?
Yeah.
Interesting. I don't know. I don't trust this Johnny Depp guy to be writing in poetically in all of his messages.
Nope.
He has to have some sort of tistic verbatim use of the word monster. When he refers to his monster, he must be referring to either one, his monstrous dong, or his abuse of women, which are one and the same when you think about it.
But as you also heard during this trial, Mr. Depp writes in that way, in part because he modeled his writings on literary giants like Hunter S. Thompson. And he's got a dark sense of humor. It's not everyone's cup of tea, but it's who he is.
If he was drinking tea, we wouldn't be in this mess.
He acknowledges that he
liquor
said
Johnny.
those things, and he said things that he shouldn't have. But using bad language and colorful humor does not mean that you are a violent abuser.
Come on, brown liquor Johnny.
And ironically, as much as Mr. Heard is trying to use Mr.
Brown
Depp's
liquor
words
Johnny.
against him, it is Ms. Heard.
Maybe it looks like
who
he's trying.
admitted
It looks like he's
violence.
falling asleep.
In her own
He might have
words.
had a hard night before.
You've heard the tapes. You've heard her admit to violence. Ms. Heard can try to distract you with text messages showing that Mr. Depp uses bad language and has a dark sense of humor. But none of that, I submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, none of that is evidence of abuse.
Yeah,
Hitting your
I
husband
am the most
is evidence.
abusive person in the world if having a dark sense of humor is abuse. Because I probably tonight joked about the worst things in the world. Every once in a while, I do a Holocaust joke or something terrible, unbearably horrible. So if Johnny Depp loses,
Mr. Ronborn talked
need to
about
hide.
You're canceled.
I have to go into
the
hiding.
burden of proof. Let's talk about that for a minute. Mr. Depp only has to show that it is more likely than not, that the statements in the op-ed are false. That it is more likely than not that they have a defamatory implication. That it is more likely than not that Ms. Heard designed and intended the statements to refer to Mr. Depp.
Trumpster Bob
Evidence on
is now in our chat saying, I already rubbed a few out earlier today. I need some taco pinko. Are you okay, Bob?
It's clear.
You okay,
Ms. Heard
Papa?
made these allegations 6 years ago today. May 27, 2016. She went out of her way to make them public, tipping off TMZ. When she published the op-ed, she was reminding everyone in Hollywood and the world of her abuse claims. And those claims are a lie. Consider what the true purpose of the article. Mr. Ronborn said it was to promote legislative reforms. But what was it actually? The evidence shows it was to promote Ms. Heard. It was timed to be released at the same time as Aquaman on December 21st, 2018. And it was timed to coincide with her announcement of her ambassadorship at the ACLU for women's rights.
I had a palate expander that's glued to the roof of your mouth with a gear constantly pushes out to the side to widen the upper jaw. So I have an idea of how much straight teeth can hurt.
Oh yeah, yeah. It's I had no idea, and I just have invisible liners.
Yeah, that bazooka tooth headgear looks so painful. When you see it on little kids in their classes, you're like, God damn, that sucks.
A statement about legislative reforms. This was about burnishing Ms. Heard's reputation at the expense of Mr. Depp's. It was about Ms. Heard continuing to portray herself as a heroic survivor of abuse. And on the question of actual malice, that just means whether or not Ms. Heard knew the allegations were false. Ms. Heard knows perfectly well that she wasn't abused. She has direct knowledge of that. She was in that relationship. So actual malice is easily established. You may have noticed that no one showed up for Ms. Heard in this courtroom other than her sister.
Damn.
Every other witness who traveled to Virginia for her was a paid expert. This is a woman who burns bridges. Her close friends don't show up for her. Mr. Rottenborn tried to discredit Mr. Depp's witnesses by suggesting they're all on Mr. Depp's payroll. So he doubled down on the hoax theory, that everyone's just lying. First of all, it's not even true Keenan Wyatt is on his payroll. Ben King isn't on his payroll. Officer Melissa Sines isn't on his payroll. Morgan Tremaine isn't on his payroll. Officer Tyler Haddon, he's not on his payroll. Beverly Leonard, Alejandro Romero, Brandon Patterson. Bad words and dark, ugly humor. Expose every embarrassing detail of his life on national television. If he was guilty of anything that Ms. Heard accuses him of. We ask you, we implore you, to render a verdict for Mr. Depp. We ask you to set the record straight, that he is not the abuser she described, and that she is not the heroic survivor she portrayed. And we ask you to tell Ms. Heard that what she did was wrong. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
We skipped it, but there was a point where she pointed out, like, that Amber Heard's own acting coach said she's not good at crying on cue, and pointed out how there was no tears when she was crying on the stand.
Yeah. That I love how they got the acting coach to tell on record. It was Amber Heard's team that brought the acting coach in to tell on record that Amber Heard cannot fake crying. She sucks at fake crying. When the entire audience that's been watching this is like, this is a shitty fake performance of her being sad. They've all called her out. Like, yes, thank you for going on record to tell us what we've all been saying. She's a shitty fucking faker, and she's been faking.
Thank you, ma'am. Rebuttal closing.
Did he just pat her head?
Yeah, I think they give each other a hug at the end, too.
It's very... This is a very intense thing to go through.
Yeah, the two prosecutors against O.J. from the O.J. case, Marcia Clark and Christopher Darden, ended up having a relationship after it.
Yeah, if there's one thing that makes me want to fuck, it's arguing whether or not O.J. Simpson is a murderer.
So we're 91%. We can look at this for a minute here.
Oh shit! Is this
It's Bob's favorite person on Earth.
These are all the people that are on here.
It's Elisa
and Gucci's and Captain.
They're out on a date.
The viewers are kind of like pretty ruthless.
Elisa was talking about Gucci's as if she wanted to adopt Gucci's.
The more you say you want it, the more they're gonna.
She really likes Gucci's, like as a daughter role. Cappy and Elisa might become Gucci's parents.
They're at there was a belly dancer earlier on here.
It's a hookah bar or something?
She's jealous of Elisa. Lauren is outside crying she wants Captain, and she's jealous of Elisa.
Sorry, Lauren, you fucked up.
Crying she wants Captain.
You lost Cappy to Elisa Jordana.
I did see someone that did on my Discord server.
Elisa already sees a family building with Captain content.
Bob's like, it's all satire.
We've been sitting there. We've been sitting next to each other on this whole dinner. So the chat might be just kidding.
I mean, we're just behind. I'm behind the scenes.
Yeah.
Gucci's looks like the angsty stepson that's trying to get along with his new mom.
We love Elaine. She's cool.
They're promising Gucci's like a Ferrari when she turns 16. So she's like trying to make it through. But in the back of her head, she's like, I just miss my real mom.
Oh, Bob's like, hey, I never actually liked Elisa. I was just trying to get more viewers.
Oh, interesting. Which is what he's accusing her of doing with
Right.
Captain Content?
Right.
Interesting.
Deutschland.
I mean, I don't know what your aim is.
Oh no.
Bob, no one believes what you're saying.
Nobody knows it but me.
Yeah, I'm a great person. Everybody.
I don't know if Captain slept with Gucci. She gave him a blowy, though.
I don't know what this music is, so I'm just going to cut.
Elisa's discharge panties says Captain used to jerk off on public toilet seats.
Wow.
That's illegal. That's probably not even illegal. That's icky. Can't tell if that dark-haired person is male or female. It's Elisa Jordana. She's probably female. I know she identifies as female. That is enough for me to say she's female. What is this?
Someone confronting Ted Cruz.
Oh, about the fucking shooting in Texas.
Yep.
Why did you come here to the convention to take blood money? Why? When 19 children died, that's on your hands. That's on your hands. That proves that's on your hands.
I don't think it's fair to blame Ted Cruz directly like this for those deaths, but I do think that somebody needs to be blamed for this. The police behind all this seem to really
nothing.
Have been negligent. The stories that they went in to save their own children and not the other kids, like is that true?
I don't know.
Supposedly a guy drove 40 minutes away when he heard from his wife. Like there was a off-duty cop that drove from 40 minutes away. He was getting his hair cut. His wife called him saying these cops aren't doing anything. He drove from 40 minutes away, what I heard, borrowed a shotgun from the barber, what I heard. A Border Patrol guy came in to fucking make the first move. Like, that's wild. That's like, this is supposed to be Texas. Bob should know. This is supposed to be stand your ground, good guys with guns, take care of bad guys with guns. And we had a whole team of police sitting outside. They sat outside for an hour before anything happened. I heard a story of a kid that was one of the cops says, if you need help, scream out help.
Fair or not, Rafael Cruz is a scumbag.
Of course. And then the kid screamed out for help, and that gave up their location to the shooter. And the shooter came in and killed the kid. I don't know if that's true. There's been so many stories I've heard come out of this. There's a lot of negligence that's shown and a whole lot that's in question right now. Tim Pool said, defund the police, and this is what you get. Incompetent officers.
I don't think the police were defunded in
No,
Texas.
when the defund the police movement started, The last year they were given an extra $250K on top of what they had already budgeted before this defund the police started.
Yeah.
This is Texas. This is not a case of the police being defunded.
No amount of children dying should justify someone having their rights taken away. That's just it.
Does that include for abortions?
You do not get to strip someone of their human rights because of harm to children. Do you want to have a conversation about trans?
Is he defending pro-choice here?
I don't know Tim Pool's stance on.
No, he's saying that just because kids got killed at schools, you can't take away their gun rights. No amount of dead kids should take away someone's rights. So does that count for the fact they think that babies, fetuses are dead kids?
Yeah, I was just saying, I don't know if Tim Pool thinks that. I don't know his stance on abortion. I'm not sure about that.
Kids?
Let me see.
And the harm that will befall them by them being sterilized by puberty blockers, by them being castrated, or by girls getting top surgery. You want to talk about their rights or infringements or what's happening to these kids? Do you want to strip someone's rights? Let's have that conversation. No, I don't think you're ready to have that conversation.
Hey,
I don't want kids to
you
die.
guys want to take away guns because there was a massive school shooting? Let's talk about trans pube blockers. The trans kids are taking. They're taking these puberty blockers. Let's move the topic from mass shootings and 19 dead kids to puberty blockers.
Totally different subject.
Being prescribed to children. I saw a video of libs of TikTok video.
Yeah.
There was like a dad who was like trying to get money for their trans kid because their trans kid needs $500 every season to get their puberty blockers, and he was like begging for it. And I'm thinking to myself, if this kid really wants to transition and can make their choices at this age to transition, why not go out and get a paper route?
I don't think this kid was old enough to get a paper route.
But then should they be making the transition? You could be pretty
Good
young.
question.
If you're old enough to like want to make this transition, you should be old enough to go out and start a lemonade stand.
Lemonade stand.
But say, hey, you want to make a big life-changing decision. I want to support you. You have to go make $500 every 3 months to pay for this, and I will gladly be your cheerleader along the way. Look at that. But this guy's over here saying, I need $500 every 3 months to pay for this. That's a weird GoFundMe.
That is.
It's a weird GoFundMe.
Quite the opposite. I want kids to live full, normal, and healthy lives, to become adults, because that's the important thing.
All right.
It was late in the evening when my phone buzzed with a Twitter notification that Nick Fuentes was caught red-handed looking at tranny porn. I couldn't believe it.
Oh my God.
I laughed. Soon after, the Groypers were doing damage control, claiming Mr. Krabs 9000 was a fake account. Naturally, I had to get to the bottom of it.
They've been saying this for days.
Nick Fuentes and his followers claimed this account, Mr. Krabs 9000, was forged by a disgruntled white nationalist to smear him. Nick posted screenshots to his newly created Punished Hoopla account. I questioned Michael Alberto, and he claimed the account tricked him, that he wasn't a member of Nick's private chat where he drops his new Twitter alts. But he wasn't the only one tricked. You had Dalton Clodfilter, Kai Clips, several Groyper generals, Groyper accounts, and even Ethan Ralph himself, all fooled by this supposed fake account. Either this was the best forgery in history, or it was Nick's account. I compared the archived tweet to the video, and it was a match.
Damn.
I compared the tweets to older posts by Nick.
Damn.
Nick would always choose a SpongeBob-themed account.
Yep.
It's all starting
Damn.
to fit. Nick went live, and his chat was in full revolt. All mods were assembled. Nick spent several minutes live on air checking his phone, and then the account was gone. Before you discount my investigation, let's go over some key pieces of evidence that point to this being real. Nick chooses SpongeBob-themed accounts. He has said having sex with women is gay.
Dating women is gay. Having sex with women is gay. And having sex with men is gay. And it's all gay.
He has been caught looking at aesthetic boys on Instagram. He went on a date with Catboy Cammy, also known as Lolly Socks. Ultimately, it is
True.
up to you what you choose to believe.
It was a
I
good
have no
date.
smoking
Nick looked
gun to show
happy.
you, but based on what you've seen, Nick is at best an asexual weirdo, and at worst, a closeted homosexual. For now, the case remains open, but I will solve this mystery because I am the cum detective.
This is beautiful. Who made this? Alex
Perry. Yeah, I saw this and I was like, that's just sweet. That sums up everything very well. And the cum detective is on the case. He's going to shine a black light on the dark lies or inconsistencies of Nicholas J. Fuentes.
I have this video. I don't know how old this is, but it's Scuffed Jim Carrey and Gucci's get heated with each other.
Yeah, she brings up Gamble a lot. I just ignore it.
He's mentally
I don't-
unstable. You need to stop hanging out with him.
I don't hang out with him, you faggot.
You do.
No, I don't. And you keep bringing his name up, and I don't ever bring his name up. Like, you're the one that brings his name up. You're just trying to make me look bad because you're trying to go with that agenda where I swatted your grandma when I would never do that.
Huh?
You're like an
Gucci's
actual
would
idiot.
never swat someone's grandma.
No,
Never.
I didn't. If anything, you probably called the police on your grandma yourself.
Was it just him?
I doubt your grandma actually got swatted.
No, the police did show up at her house because of him. He was making threats to me.
Well, I have no fucking thing about it.
Because I hang out.
I
with-
don't. No, what
'Cause I
makes me
hang out-
think it's fake? No, what makes me think it's
You're
fake?
being loud and
fake,
drunk.
No,
You're being loud, drunk,
I'm not
and
drunk.
belligerent.
The reason why I think it's fake is
Wipe your
because
mouth.
I have a
Wipe your
fucking
mouth.
I have a thing
Wipe your
where
mouth.
I have a thing where
put the mask
I
on.
fucking I
You
had
have to
him
wear a
recorded
mask.
where he was like harassing my number, like he kept
You have to
calling
have
me,
a mask.
and it literally right after you like it was proven that you like were harassing me and
Nobody
calling me.
harassed you.
It's on live.
Nobody
I live
called
streamed
you.
it. You know what happened? He
No-
went and
nobody
he started
called you.
going live and said me and Gamble swatted his grandma. Literally right
I
after.
didn't say you did. I
Timing?
said I
Kinda
suspect.
suspicious.
I said you
No.
allegedly did. I said you allegedly
You
did,
was,
but
that's
he
the
was
title, and then you were
he
saying
was
I did.
he was bragging about it, and he was using your name, and he had a recording
No,
of you.
literally, he did that
He had
right
a-
after I
Pulling your
turned off
mask
my
down
stream,
to
and you
talk
went
is
live.
the best way to stop COVID.
Fact.
Yeah. Did it all the time.
live and you start saying I swatted
This is a
your grandma.
losing argument
If
for
you're gonna-
Jessica.
If you're going to like,
It
if you're
says that you're a moron.
if you're going to fucking
If you're gonna lie, Jessica,
slander
you should
me,
better
set
keep
it
your
up better. You should
Oh.
set it up
straight,
better.
you liar.
Ooh.
Should I hit her for lying?
If you hit me, I'm gonna punch you in the fucking balls and
Should
in
I?
the fucking nose. Like I'm gonna do this fucking to you.
You're
This
lying.
is Amber Heard
and
and Johnny
shove
Depp
it.
all over again. The abuse doesn't stop.
Should I mace her
this
for
part,
content?
This part. I
She
do
did
have
swat.
shit.
You did swat her. They said that you did swat
No,
her in
sa-
Gamble's chat.
SGC did say.
You did though.
No, the keyword is Gucci.
You did, though.
No, the keyword is SGC said.
You
You
did, though.
say that. You,
You
said
did.
I allegedly did
You
that,
did,
but you
though.
actually said I did that.
You're drunk. You gotta stop drinking.
I drank as much as you did.
I didn't drink
But
that
I can
much.
actually
I poured most
handle
of
my
it
liquor
out.
better than
I
you.
literally poured most of it out.
Yeah, and then you drank the rest of mine.
She swatted you. I know.
Why
she
would I
swatted
cross? Yeah, I know, because I'm dumb.
you. She swatted me. I know she swatted me.
I just
have
wanted
put
to
that
This
on.
is very high
You're supposed to
intellect
put that on.
conversation. It's hard for me to keep up
Nobody wants to hang
with.
out with you. That's the thing.
I know.
Because you're kind of shitty to people.
Because EB fucking
She
bailed
said-
on me, canceled on me. And I'm never gonna fucking
Jessica needs to calm
listen to
down.
her again.
Everybody say you need to calm down.
Yeah, you're working me up.
All right.
I feel like this is reliving the moments of Amber Heard, Johnny Depp all over again, and it hurts to watch this. It really does. Think about the children, or at least the dogs hanging out of the window. I need a 750 milliliter bottle of whiskey to keep up with this convo. Agreed, Doug. Where's the
Yeah.
brown liquor at?
The brown.
Where's the fucking brown liquor? I knew someone who was a brown liquor.
Oh, yeah?
Nasty little ass eaters. Recently, I was having a conversation with Martin Shkreli, and the topic coming up of the new trend of eating anus and how it might affect future generations. The eating the booty like groceries could develop into a generational problem. But we'll have to wait and see what happens. Did I see Kenobi yet? Bow, bow, bow. My family watched it last night. I tried to watch it the other night, but fell asleep. I have this problem where I don't watch things until I'm going to bed, and then I fall asleep. But yeah, I watched it last night. I found it to be fine. There's only 2 episodes, so I'll stick around for the other, 4? Did someone get pepper sprayed by a homeless dude in Seattle? Promain likes Kenobi. Yeah, I thought it was good. I'm just like, I'm waiting for it to finish up. I don't like giving opinions on stuff until it's wrapped. I will give opinions on it, but it's like I can't give a full good opinion. You want to see Vader and Kenobi on screen? Interesting. Interesting. There's a whole lot that could go with this time period. Like, I really wonder what they're going to try and slide into this. There's got to have some sort of... They're using our characters like Vader and Ben Kenobi. They're using them in a way that we have to have some sort of true character progression for both of them in this, right? Something that has us reimagine their existence in a baffling way. Is that not what they're going to go for? Seth Look says he was disappointed by the Obi Shobi. Do you not like the idea that Ben Kenobi is not a vegan? Yeah, that's one thing that's kind of a spoiler. You'll see Ben Kenobi eats meat. And I really don't like it when my heroes make a decisive choice on dietary options. T-Bob says Coo cheese looks too young to pork. Aren't you into Simone Biles, Trumpster Bob? Doesn't she look like way younger than Goo cheese? Is that wrong? Bail Organa risking to expose Obi. See, now you're spoiling it. But, yeah, I think that's what a father does. You know? Dad stuff, man.
Yeah.
Dad stuff. I think I might have extra spoiled it afterwards. She-Hulk wasn't buff enough. How about that scene I saw the scene at the end where She-Hulk's carrying the guy around, like, and then like the day after that, I saw a She-Hulk porn video that was released, and it already had
China did a She-Hulk porn.
Yeah, this was a new one that was based off of the trailer for She-Hulk, and it already had like a woman carrying the guy in the position from the She-Hulk trailer, but blowing him while she's carrying him. And I'm like, well, that was quick. That was quick. That was quick. Good job.
Goal.
Go! Yes! Thank you, Here's Negan. Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody. Ben and I told ourselves today that if we didn't hit the goal, that we were going to end the show forever. And I said, no, Ben, I would like to milk it as long as possible. He says, no, I think today's the day.
Dude, this is like my first day wearing these tooth aligners, and I'm telling you, my mouth is in just like...
Yeah, you didn't even use them yesterday, you said. And
Right.
You had the option.
Yeah.
So we're not going to go super long after the goal because Ben needs a little break, and also I have to urinate, and also we've been over 4.5 hours already.
We just started early, so it's not all crazy late.
We started a little early. We gave it an old college try. We're like, let's go early, see what happens. And I think we got some different viewers than usual too. I saw some people posting that first time they watched in a while. So
yeah, maybe we should do shows earlier more often. I looked up China She-Hulk, and she's banging a guy dressed like Thor.
Yeah. I think I remember watching that when it came out. But the new She-Hulk one, there's like, have you seen the She-Hulk trailer? For the Marvel TV series?
Yeah, I did.
At the end, she's like carrying a guy in her arms to the bedroom, like she's like a man might normally carry a woman. He's a big muscly guy, but she's carrying him to the bedroom. And then the day after I saw that trailer, it was someone worked quick. They already had a porno movie film with a She-Hulk looking big broad carrying a dude, and while she's carrying him like that, she's got his Peter in the throat. And I'm like, you guys work fast, pornography. You got no downtime. No downtime.
Found a She-Hulk cosplay. Oh shit! It didn't work.
Oh no!
It didn't work.
I have to pee again. Should I try and hold it,
pee
or
a lot.
should I go today? Yeah, I've been drinking a lot of tea and water today.
I'm talking like a mush mouth right now.
Yeah. So do you want to end it?
Yeah. Well, go ahead and do your pee. You're peeing, right? You're not taking.
No, I got pee.
You're not
I
getting
already
birth
took
through your.
I already
ass.
took my one birth of the night.
Yeah.
And I'm not sick today, so there won't be multiple births.
Damn. Does that mean you're usually sick? Oh God. Well, thank you for helping us meet the goal. Also, if you're in the market for an amazing new shirt, we're doing the DP Summer shirt sale. Follow the link in the description and use our code DP Summer 22 at checkout to get 25% off any of these shirts that you see right here. It's pretty amazing. Yeah. Bob is a communist. I heard him also denounce Jesus Christ and switch to Islam. And he loves Raising Cane's chicken. That's Bob's MO these days. I'm not on drugs. My tongue is fucked up from these. I have those clear braces on my teeth. And it was rubbing against my tongue. We don't even have Raising Cane's here where I live, Bob. Raising Cane's doesn't exist here. You should know that since you're involved in their organization, right? I know what's up, Bob. I know who you're working with.
You're lucky.
Yeah.
You're lucky. Raising Cane's is legit good. I've only heard good things about it. I've never actually had it, though.
Yeah, I've had it.
I sense a presence I have not felt since.
They have like every fast food, not every, but almost every fast food chain in America in the Columbus area.
There's so many.
They use it for testing.
Yeah, I remember seeing so many on one road in North Columbus.
Oh.
And happy birthday, Negan. Cheers. Yeah, I remember whatever road I was
Happy
on.
birthday.
It was that one with that Waffle House. And then as you go down, there was like, I think a Rallies or a Checkers. I can't remember which one it was.
It was Rallies.
Yeah, there was a damn White Castle. There was like 2 Wendy's. There was a Tim Hortons. So much up there.
They used to have Wendy's, Tim Hortons combo restaurants at one point.
Yeah. Did Wendy's buy Tim Hortons or did Tim Hortons buy Wendy's?
Wendy's bought Tim Hortons. Now I think Burger King owns it.
Tim Hortons?
Yeah, I think so.
Interesting.
I think so. Let me see.
Interesting. Seth Looks really wants to like Obi-Wan Kenobi. Seth Looks was so hyped for it. It's just not delivering yet. It's 2 episodes in.
Might be a slow build.
Yeah, it's 2 episodes in. Maybe you're right,
let's see.
Trumpster Bob's a fan of Waffle House. Oh, Trumpster Bob with a deep cut.
Tim Hortons is owned by Burger King as of 2014.
Damn. Interesting. I would have... See, when I was at the Tim Hortons in Columbus, it would have been right before Burger King bought it.
Yeah, Wendy's owned it for a while.
Yeah. I have not seen the Andor trailer. The Star Wars Disney stuff is about to pump out a lot. I think we have the Obi-Wan Kenobi now, we have Andor, and then we have Mandalorian 3 coming soon too. Malcolm X says best chicken is homemade, only if you're good at cooking chicken.
Malcolm X would know. What? He's in the chat.
Yeah, I suppose.
What?
I suppose. Ahsoka just started production not too long ago. That should be good. I like what's her name that plays Ahsoka? Can't remember her name right now. From Clerks 2 and that one movie Kids. Yeah, Rosario Dawson. I really like Rosario Dawson.
Yeah.
She's a fantastic
She was also
actress.
in Jane's or
Clerks 2. Yeah. Look,
Malcolm X chicken would be so fucking good.
I'm not saying it would be bad. I imagine it would be good. Malcolm X, was he
Nation of Islam?
So he would have been there'd probably be bean pies served at the Malcolm X chicken?
I don't know. He ended up I think he ended up leaving Nation of Islam eventually. But he was part of it at first.
I like the story behind bean pies though. It was kind of like their currency, their way to the Nation of Islam.
I didn't know that.
They started making bean pies as a way to like get support.
They used to like try to sell newsletters to cars that were stopped at red lights in my hometown. It's a big deal. Yeah. A lot of people think Nation of Islam killed Malcolm X. It's more than likely because they were almost like they were a more powerful organization back then. Elijah Muhammad was still around.
Damn. Yeah, Ben pies versus bean pies. You decide.
All right. I think we're going to wrap it, and we will see all you guys next time on Tuesday.
Have a good night.
Good night.
In the beginning, there was nothing. And then there was the Drunken Peasants Podcast.
Drunken Peasants. Drunken Peasants. Drunken Peasants. Drunken Peasants. From the strangest corners of the internet, gonna get TP'd by Billy and Ben. You know where you can find them at. Get ready, cause they're gonna kick your... Drunken Peasants. Drunken Peasants. Drunken Peasants. Drunken Peasants.